Hello? Hello? Chat, are you there? I am a little tired, but not that tired today. Just a little bit. I slept in a little bit just to make up for it. But I am here. Sup? Hello. Hope you all been good. Hawkeye's hearing aids. That's a name. Maybe 4 months. Appreciated. Um Today is going to be a very interesting day, I think. I have never done any podcasting stuff on Rivals because I just don't typically like it that much anymore. I think a lot of times they're kind of a waste of time. When I used to do the old Overwatch ones with SVB, we started off as like a fun thing because like it was his project. He was a friend, and then actually over time, Overwatch started listening to those podcasts. So it was like, this is actually worthwhile, which was kind of cool back then. I don't know if Rivals will have the same effect. My guess is no, actually. That said, though, considering how this week has gone, I thought it would be a good time to stand 10 toes down and hop on. And so we're going to do that for a little bit. I don't know how long it's going to be, if I'm completely honest with you. We shall see. Hold on, I'm checking something really quick. But after we're finished, we're going to finish Titanfall. Let me see. The hours between 2 and 3 hours. Okay, so 3 hours is a little long, but that's okay. That's okay. You know the game's shit when we're back on the podcast arc. I just think it's an appropriate time. That's all. I think it's an appropriate time. I would otherwise say no, argue with the wall. But I think the game needs serious help and serious guidance. And I think that a lot of people always say, like, oh, it's like you're just saying stuff, you know? But it's like, I got a lot of years of knowledge of stuff. And so I think it'll be interesting to have it challenged, and maybe I can expand in a better way on certain things. So I think that'll be fun. Yeah, I hope it's not 4 hours. If it's at 4 hours, I might have to tell them, guys, we got to wrap this up. I'm not trying to be here all day today because I do want to finish Titanfall 2 because that game has been absolute gas. Yeah, didn't you use your podcast with Boger and Aramori? So new Rivals viewers don't know that was actually an Overwatch podcast. That was with SVB, who no longer really makes content anymore, or he has like a passion project channel, but it's nothing to do with video games. And that was more of a favor to him. So he did Rivals editions of that podcast, but that was primarily an Overwatch podcast. And we did the Rivals version, which was with Boger and Aramori, because we were looking for more Rivals people, and they actually knew SVB, so they knew about the podcast. They kind of went, hand in hand, But just let them know you have only about 2 hours for the pod. Well, I was gonna say 3 is my cap. 3 is my cap. I mean, I'll let them know when we hop in, because like Mills, I've known Mills for a long time. You guys want to see something fun, like something cool? I'll show you something cool. Let me show you something really cool. Where is it? Can I go by oldest? Huh. I can't find it. Am I misremembering? I don't think I am, though. Well, let me check flats too. Hold on. Hold on. I need a minute or two. Also, it's going to start at 2, so we still have like 10 minutes. Or 2 EST. Damn. Scrolling back through flats 2 is a trip. Dude, you want to know something crazy? Wait, hold on. Do you want to talk about cultural difference? Look at this. I'm looking for an old video right now. My Overwatch PvE is dead video, which was like one of the biggest Overwatch videos at that time, because like I was one of the largest creators talking about one of the biggest moments in Overwatch 2's history, has the same amount of views, actually less, than my Season 9 tier list. Which was a month ago. That's unbelievable. That is genuinely unfucking believable. Like, this was like the, like, shit is dead video. Holy hell. I did not realize we had grown that much over the years. Like, that felt like such a bigger moment back then. Wow. That's crazy. Okay, maybe I'll type it in. It was Coach Mills. Okay. All right. This is what I was looking for. If you haven't seen this, this is a very old video now. It's 3 years old. But that's why I said Coach Mills has always been, I'd say, pretty good to me. He made this video about me way back in Overwatch, and then I reacted to it. But yeah, this was a very, very, very kind, nice video way back then. So I always remembered that. Okay. I'm not gonna lie, that kind of just blew my mind, though. I'm gonna be honest, that kind of just blew my mind. Seeing the Overwatch 2 meltdown video. Like, PvE is actually dead. Has less viewership than a Season 9 tier list. That's incredible. What's up, Jared? That's how you know you made it? I mean, I don't know if I'd say that's how you know you made it. I think I made it even back then. I think it's very easy to say I made it back then. I mean, there's other ones, right? Like the Life Weaver video from Boger. Actually, this is funny because, oh god, if I remember this correctly, I had this weird theory about High Noon not working, and Marbler, who was like a friend of mine who made these like super good intricate videos, which I don't think he really makes as much for Overwatch anymore. Like genuinely one of the best YouTubers I've ever seen, by the way. Like if you've never seen Marbler, he hasn't made a video in a long time, goddamn. But genuinely one of the best. Like if you want, like I don't even care if you don't like Overwatch. This is some of the best content, like well-edited content you've ever seen. It is so intricate. It's so cool. But But I remember back then I had a problem with High Noon and everyone called me nuts. And then he went and found it. He found it was broken. And I was so vindicated. I was so vindicated. That's funny. The official Marvel Rivals hero tier list. Wait, is this my original one? Dude, the original has almost 1 million views. That's crazy. Dude, look at all of them. Dude, all the Rivals ones. Season 1's updated hero tier list. Damn, the early season tier list videos actually did crazy. That is actually kind of insane. Wait, this had... What the fuck? This has exploded in the last 2 years. This exploded like crazy. This used to have like 100K at most. What the fuck? I don't really scroll through that and look very often, but... Can we see how big the views are for the main channel since you're here? Sure. So my most popular, yeah, it's still the tank guide. People have begged me to make a Rivals version of this or an updated Overwatch version, and like, it was such a good video, but like the amount of work that went into this was ridiculous.
You pulled move calling Cap the best tank last season and got him nerfed the 12th time. Blaza say has D tier so my goat can get buffed again. We need your influence, fam.
Okay, first off, you're a LARPer. I'm sorry, because if you actually watched my one that went out 4 days ago, I can tell you're a short form viewer. Okay, I'm blowing my cover. Okay, I'm blowing my cover. Crap, clip guy, don't clip this. Clips guy, don't clip this. Crap, don't make a video of it. If it escapes the containment, oh well, whatever. I instructed my shorts team to not make any short form content on my tier list this season to see if people got angry. And guess what? We're 5 days in, and not a single person, even with all the shit this week, has brought up any tier list stuff. Why? Because most people don't go beyond short form content, and they just get angry at whatever's in front of them. It dropped 5 days ago. You can actually go back and we talk about Cap, and Cap didn't really get nerfed this season. Everyone got extremely buffed, and so Dive isn't very strong, and so he can't keep up with the rest of it. Nobody got Cap nerfed. I think he got a very tiny nerf rolling into it, but it's more that everyone else got buffed to the moon. Okay? That's just genuinely the truth. I'm sorry, man, but like, you know, I've seen too much of that in the last few days. Like, oh, like you need to talk about this on the tier list. Please make a new tier list. Please make a new tier list, brother. It's been there for 5 days, and I recorded this like 8 days ago. And guess what? No one has said a word. Literally, no one has said a word. Why? Because I made no short form content on it. If you scroll through the shorts, there's nothing there. I instructed them not to make any short form content to see if the outrage still exists, and it doesn't. It doesn't exist. It's not there. We haven't seen anything. It's been 10 days. Give or take. I think it's actually been closer to like 7 days. It's 7 to 10 days. Nothing. But everyone that watches the long form already knows. So, anyways. But yeah, basically just to show you. Was that the experiment? Yes, I was going to wait till the end of season 10, but I don't care. We'll see. We'll see if it leaks out of containment. Let's see some of the old ones. Dude, this is just a VOD. Bro, the second most watched video on my main channel is straight up a 4-hour VOD. That is unbelievable. That is crazy. Spectating bronze, spectating cheater, spectating bronze. Full stack of cheaters, spectating bronze. We gave Reinhardt Blink. Oh my god, the workshop videos. The workshop videos were actually so good. I wish we could have done more of them, but workshop just really was shit. Cheaters, bronze of Rivals.
Are clearly Twitter complainers.
Wait.
AKA liked PK viewers Omega lol.
Nah, that's crazy. But I mean, not even like one specific person. It is the truth, though. Like, it genuinely is the truth. Like, nobody goes beyond it. Whatever is presented in front of them. That's why I've changed the way things are currently working a little bit. Anyways, spectating bronze Rivals. I didn't realize I had any Rivals ones that were over 1 million. Wait, I have 2 that are over 1 million. What the fuck? I didn't think the Rivals ones had enough time to grow like this yet. I know it was a year ago, but. Okay, the Spider-Man one I always thought was going to make it, to a million, but the cap one actually overtook it? What the fuck? Dude, I didn't realize the Rivals ones had that much views. I never really check. I kind of just make new content and just keep moving. Captain America one. This has climbed a decent bit. This is actually one of the most iconic videos I think I have. Like, there's a lot of clips in here that like are still around to this day, if I remember correctly. Team Captain. Dude, Team Captain videos almost got 1 million? What the fuck? You know, honestly, I wish we could do more spectating bronze. Like, like all the spectating bronze we got submitted are like not actual bronze players. They just waited until the start of the season when they get reset. Or it's like people that are just trying to make it into a video and like they're clearly trolling. Like, most people don't realize they're not good at hiding if they're like actually good at the game and they're pretending to be bad, you know? Hey, it's time. Oh, they just get, okay, they just added me to a group chat, so I'm just waiting to see if they message or call. So unfortunately, like, there's a lot of people that kind of abused it. Oh, this is a good one. This is a really good one. You know what the funny thing is about all this? All of these are videos that have shelf life and they can sit for a long time. But all like the gameplay videos don't really go anywhere for long term. They just die off quickly because the meta changes. Are you gonna finish Titanfall today? I'm gonna try to. Nope, I don't want to spectate other ranks. I think spectating bronze is funny. I think the whole reason I did it is because it's funny.
Are you joining a Rivals podcast to add to more Rivals Twitter drama so smaller creators can farm off the Flats brand? Massive W looking out for the small unknown LARP streamers.
I mean, someone's got to feed the community, right? No, I thought it would be a good time to stand 10 toes down on a lot of stuff because I've done 1 million of these over the years. And I think a lot of people always try to say like, oh, like if you actually talk to anyone about it, you would realize how wrong you are. It's like, okay, like, but you never saw the whole thing anyways. You only just saw short form stuff. So we'll see. We'll see. Okay, so they sent me a link. Hold on, I need to start setting up. Give me 2 minutes, okay? So I go into this. Okay. Allow camera and mic. Okay, so I have to actually turn my camera off for a minute. All right, it's gonna go black screen for a sec, so be right back, okay? Boop. Okay.
Sorry streamer, you are clearly washed and a fence sitter. Your opinion and skill is unwarranted and not wanted in the Rivals community. Silly streamer Kappa.
Okay, let's do wavelink. Yep, that's correct. Let's join this. Using headphones. Let's do this one. Hey, hello. Give me 2 seconds. I'm just trying to get everything set up.
Yeah, no rush at all.
Wait, is there a mute button here? Because I don't want to like talk over you guys. Okay, 1 second. Crap, are you here? Can you maybe move the sub goal thing or just turn it off for a little bit? Just so it's not in the way. I mean, I could turn off the whole overlay, but I don't want to like turn off all the alerts. I guess I could turn off all the alerts. Oh, alerts and react overlay? I don't like you. I don't like you either, bitch. Fuck you. Pussy. Not the time. Not the time. Camera. Is it this one? Okay, that's gone. Chat, remind me to turn the overlay back on. Wait, hang on. Did Crap say he was here? I don't think Crap is here. Okay, I'll turn it off myself for now. There's going to be no overlay. Remind me after this ends. Somebody remind me to turn the overlay back on, okay? I'm just going to turn it all off for now, just so nothing breaks, okay? Cool. All right. Sorry about that. Oh, I don't know if you know, but you have like a little bit of like your mic's a little sensitive. Like it's like constantly on.
Is it mine?
Yeah.
I didn't hear that until he joined, but I can hear it now. Yeah.
It's mine. Okay, let me see if I can fix that for y'all.
Like you were good before Flats joined. What's up, by the way, man?
Oh, what's up? Hello.
It
I
might
don't know if
be
we've
me.
met.
You just call me Coach.
What's up, Coach?
Is it okay now?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, cool.
Am I able to turn people up or down? Sorry.
I don't think you can on your end. So I can fix all the audio in post. That's why I like to use this. But I don't think if we're too loud, let us know. I can turn myself down or.
Oh, I need to turn you up actually, just a little bit.
Oh. Okay. Oh, okay. Let me see if I can fix that a little bit. How do I sound now? I talk typically a little bit louder in the pod. Hello, hello.
I mean, that sounds good to me. It's like you have like the outline thing for a sec, but I think that's perfect actually.
Okay. Okay. Sounds good.
Am I good?
Chat, what do you think? Is he good? I have some stuff I can tune too, so it might be helpful.
I can turn it up a little bit.
Can you each say like a quick sentence of just, I don't know.
What's up? What's up? How y'all doing?
Season 9.5 is amazing.
Okay, we're just starting off with some line. Okay, cool. All right, yeah, cool. Should be good to go.
All right, cool. We're just gonna do a quick intro and then get into it.
Sure.
Really excited to have you on, Flats. Thank you for coming.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I was telling Chad about how you made that video about me like 3 or 4 years ago. I'm showing him some old times.
Yeah, I loved making it. I felt like a stalker though, like researching your past a little bit. But it was a fun video to make. All right. What's up, everybody, and welcome to a brand new Clear Comms episode. We are at a turning point. There is more doomer takes and toxicity in the community than ever before in 9.5 for Marvel Rivals, and we wanted to have a real conversation, sit down and talk about some of the solutions to this state of the game, and we thought no better to bring on the king of Marvel Rivals, Flats. Welcome in. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Oh,
pretty good. I mean, when I'm not spamming too many games every day. How's your 9.5 been going for you so far, Flats?
I mean, I think it's noticeably worse. I mean, like taking out like the daily like normal rival stuff, like your slur slinging slashers and whatnot. You know, people running down games like that happens. Yeah. Like putting that off to the side. I'm not a pro player. I don't even play at that level anymore. I play like pretty casually and like hang out in like mid celestial till the end of the season, then make an eternity push just for fun sometimes. And we have the fights that are lasting 2-3 minutes long. Yeah. And so I'm already starting to see the cascade working its way down. And it's like, yeah, it's kind of fun maybe once. After the 5th game in a row, I need to turn my game off. Like I can't, my brain is fried at this point. So I would say this season has been a little bit worse as it's gone on, but that just means I get to play other stuff. So,
well, you mentioned like you're playing casually. I also have a friend who I would consider casual, plays maybe like once or twice a week, still manages to get to like GM every season. He actually told me recently he just hit Celestial for the first time. And I feel like as you, someone who's kind of been championing for like the casual, like having the game cater more towards the casual audience, to really kind of define what that is. Is it more of a amount of time that you play the game, or is it more related to your skill level, or like a mix of both?
I think it's more of a mix of both. I do think that you can casually play something more often than someone who does play competitively, to a caveat, right? Like if you understand like you're playing with your friends, you're playing like just to have like silly challenges for yourself. Either you want to learn new heroes, or you know, you just want to like have some fun interactions. But like, you know, like it's fun to climb and watch the funny number go up. But there's a difference between, at least to me, if I'm a competitive player, because I've played professionally, like when I played Siege, then I got into Overwatch, and then I got older and realized, oh shit, I need to get a job and actually survive. So I was like working in Overwatch League, but also being a really good player and like playing like tier 3, working towards tier 2. And then I realized, oh shit, this is kind of not worth it. And so I ended up kind of transitioning away from that. But when I did do that, I was someone who would, when you want to be competitive, you go into every day. How do I get better? How do I win this game? Why did I lose that game? I fucked this up. I should be better at this. Working on your improvement, working on making the funny number go up, but like what things can I do every day, every game to be better? What is the end goal of that? To be the highest rank possible that you can achieve. You want to try to shoot for top 500. You want to shoot for rank 1. Or if you want to shoot to be a pro player, right? But why would you do that? Like, why are you going there? Like, what is your end goal? And I think if you don't have the end goal of you want to be top 500 and you don't want to be a pro player and you don't want to be those things, you have to realize that like you can be competitive and like want to win, but then in the same way that you would sign up for your local softball team, you're going to play to win. But if you lose, you're not going to like be depressed on the way home and like, fuck, like we all like, so-and-so, threw a meatball down the plate to their best player. Like, what the fuck's that guy doing? Like, okay, like you kind of just forget about it and you go home and you're like, yeah, that was fun. I had a good day, And I think that's how you can treat things competitively, but still view it casually. But the way I look at a competitive game when I'm trying to be competitive is I want to be better. I want to climb higher. I want to work on self-improvement. I want to work on being the best I can be. And I don't think there's a good end game in Rivals to doing that because the higher you go, realistically, the more miserable it becomes. So when I say people be more casual, you can play actually a lot and still be pretty casual. But it's a mindset of what is my end goal? What am I showing up to do every day? Why am I playing this game? And like, are you playing to have fun or are you playing to be the best? And I think you playing to have fun is way more enjoyable and way more sustaining than trying to be the best because this game doesn't really feel like it has a good end goal.
And to kind of piggyback off of that, I know that in the past you have said that you think the casual experience should be at the forefront, right? That's like the majority of balance. But I saw recently you said that the pure like the outer edges or like the extremely bad metas for high end should be tailored, right? Like kind of what we're running into with the Veswa clip that broke the internet, where these really unfun experiences. Has your opinion like changed at all there as far as the casual experience? Do you think that the like only tailoring to the casual experience creates these unfun metas for the high end? Do you think that is just a consequence of the balance and that doesn't really matter? And just to I only preface this because I think that clip broke the internet and has kind of been used to like really trash on Rivals, and I've seen like a whole bunch of Overwatch people retweet it and talk bad about Rivals. But some people would argue that only happened. I mean, that's a high-end lobby. That's a top 500 game. That only happened because of the balance philosophy of not really caring that much about the high end of play or bouncing around it.
Okay. Actually, it's very funny. Just a small caveat. I don't know if you saw, but Overwatch had its own version about 3 days later, and now they're all arguing.
Really?
It's kind of funny. It's like they kind of saw that and were like, we can do better than that. They've started their own shit about Roadhog.
Was it like the Tracer? Oh yeah.
Yeah, the Tracer Roadhog clip. Yeah. There's actually technically two. There's an Overwatch 2 clip, and then they also have an Overwatch 1 clip to show the difference. And anyways,
glass houses or
something like that. People don't realize we're two sides of the same fucking coin. Everyone thinks that they're better than the other one. Like, motherfucker, like if you turned around and looked at a mirror, we would be the same human. Like there's no difference between the two. Like they'll say, "Oh, Rivals is way more toxic." Sure, because in Overwatch you get banned left and right if you say anything. That's the big difference. They're the same people.
Do all the players who played Dive in Overwatch also AFK the most?
I mean, you would say like everyone talks about like the Doomfist and the Genji players, like that's point proven, Like I'd say there's no difference. The whole reason Brig even existed was because of the Dive players, Like they made that character because back then they couldn't kill Tracer, Genji, Winston, and the casual support players especially were like, how do we deal with this shit? Sure. And they're like, we'll just give you a character that kills everything. Have fun.
So it's
wait, that sounds so kind of familiar. Right? Hang on, sorry.
Right, yeah, 100%. Yeah.
To answer your question though, no, it has not changed. But I think that this is why every conversation needs to have nuance, and I think that 95 to 98% of the time, pro players are going to break everything every time. Most of like my friends are like either retired pro players or like still like occasionally used to play back in Overwatch or whatever. And they know for a fact that they will always find whatever is the most meta strategy or the most game-breaking strategy to win. That is what they are paid to do. that doesn't mean that everyone else is always going to find it. And as long as there's consistent balance updates, you will keep it moving fast enough that it won't trickle its way down. The reason with the current problem, though, is it's taken the casual balance philosophy too far to the point where you literally can't kill anything. And I don't think that's just a top 500 problem. I think that's where it's the most egregious, right? Where everyone's using their cooldowns correctly, but they're also hitting all their shots correctly, right? So that's how you have these fights going 3-4 minutes with like multiple reses and whatnot. But if you always look at lower rank gameplay, and I've done a lot of spectating of lower rank gameplay, it's the same game in slow motion, where a top 500 player makes a decision in less than half a second. That's correct. It might take someone in silver 8 seconds to make the same decision, right? And so they're not going to pop their cloak and dagger freeze as quickly, so they might die, but they're also missing 6 shots in between, so their health bar is going down slower. And why I say that is the same thing happened to us in Overwatch back in the day, where GOATS was the problem at the highest level. That was a top 500 pro player problem. No one else had it. And so the devs said, it's top. They'll figure it out. They'll figure out how to beat it. And so they left it unchanged for months. And then after months of people complaining, it started to work its way down the ladder. And people started to play it more and more, to the point where before a couple months, teams that scrim that are like plat teams. I know some people are going to be like, what do you mean plat teams scrim? Yes, the same way that you have softball teams, local softball teams, where people pay for fun. Days, people will play with other friends and they'll make a team and they'll scrim against other people instead of playing ladder. And it's actually an enjoyable, nice experience. And if you haven't done that, let's say you're a plat gamer, I actually highly encourage you to try to find a group and join a team to play and scrim, because you might learn more about yourself and you might make some new friends along the way. When they started scrimming, the plats would scrim, they started to play GOATs because they realized, oh shit, this comp's kind of broken if we just stand together. What did that cause? Then they would go play it in ranked. And then people would go, oh, I could cheese a game of ranked out or two if I can get my team to pick 6 heroes. And so people would try to be the nice guy and be like, hey guys, like let's pick this GOATs comp. I'm like, we'll just win, right? And they were playing it fuck all wrong. But they would still win because they could sustain and they'd sit on the cart and they wouldn't die for 6 minutes, right? And they would, even if you lost first point, guess what? On second point, there's no time left. You got to win one fight. That's it. And so it worked its way down throughout the ranks. And eventually Overwatch said, oh shit, we have a problem. And they didn't know what to do. They didn't know how to fix it. So they buffed Reaper, the tank killer. That did nothing at all. So then they said, okay, that didn't work. We'll nerf that guy. Let's buff Pharah. That didn't work. Okay. Pharah is like that's like their flying squirrel girl. Best way, or their Iron Man. Best way to describe it. So then they were like, you know what? Actually, it's the tanks that are problems. So they nerfed all the tanks. Nothing changed. Why? Because it was a support problem all along. It was always the sustain that the supports kept going. And Rivals kind of has the same issue right now with the ultimate support stain, and that's why you see a lot of people calling to revert the day one patch where ultimates come up as fast. I actually don't think that's all that will fix it, though. I actually think that damage is too high across the board, and that's why also healing is too high across the board. It is needed to have healing that high because damage is that high. If you look at screenshots of stats from Season 2 versus now, you have pro players, like literal pro players on Magneto getting less kills and less damage than I get in an average control game on Mag, and I'm not even close to that level. Like, I'll have like 1.5 times as high stats because it's just been so juiced up. And so I think that they should be the focus, but it's gone too far, and you can scale that back without being disingenuous to the ideology overall that is the community that needs to be catered to first, because that's the lifeblood of the game. Pros will always break the game, but you cannot make the game unplayable for them. That's when it goes too far. And so far right now, it's too far.
A lot of ways we could go with that. My question is, you mentioned the GOATS meta from Overwatch kind of having like a trickle down effect where people see what the best players are doing and then being like, oh, I want to do that. I want to climb rank. I mean, if that's going to be the natural end game for any kind of like real balance change being made, is the people who play the game less or casuals trying to emulate the top levels of play, why wouldn't you just try to make the top levels of play something that people can strive for rather than have to feel like they need to play, by focusing the balance on that and then fixing things at the lower ranks once the dust settles. So it's kind of like the inverse. I mean, Coach Mills was the one who kind of
To kind of piggyback off of that, it's like if your philosophy is like 90% of the focus should be on the casual experience and then 10% on the extremes, what we have always argued on the pod is the reverse, where the 90% is focused on a top-down good experience, something to strive for. And by doing that, you also maybe motivate people that want to take the game seriously because they see what the games are like in the high end, and maybe you make more competitive players. But then, of course, like 10-20% you make the experiences good. Like, if Squirrel Girl's terrorizing a gold lobby, or BP is like making people miserable, or Penny or whatever, you focus on making good experiences, and you give low ranked players good experiences, but you don't base the entire balance strategy on those low ranked players, just because they don't take the game to that extreme that you're talking about, that like the pro players and the high ranked players do. And so when people take things to extremes, it needs to be more finely tuned, because they are going to find every gap in the meta, every absurdity in the meta, versus the low ranked player. All they really care about is that they're not losing to what they feel is unfair or nonsense. And that's, that doesn't, I don't think that takes your entire balance team to balance around them. I just think that you just have to kind of surgically deal with problems. At least that's what we believe.
So I just want to completely understand before I respond. So you're saying the inverse, that you should focus on high rank play and balancing for the high rank play, and then that will trickle its way down. And then if there's outliers, you fix those outliers.
Yeah.
That's actually a very good philosophy, and actually something I used to believe in. And the reason why I don't believe it for this game in particular is this game is way more casual. And I can point to you just the systems of how the game is designed. You can climb to GM easily with a negative win rate. I spectated a guy the other day who had been flaming me in my chat for hours, talking about, because earlier in the day I was doing like a rank 1 spectating of like Veswa's Hood, right? And I don't know why it came up, but basically I was like, by the way, just so you guys know, like, I always advocate for you guys to have fun, but if you actually want to be good at the game, this is how you do it. And like laid it out. I just gave people like a game plan, right? Which isn't something I don't give too often, but like just felt like it because we were talking about it. It was a good discussion. And someone was very adamant that their teammates were holding them back. I had walked away to go pee or something. I came back, and that guy was like hard shit talking to me, like, that's a fucking moron. That guy's so stupid if he thinks like teammates to hold him back. I go, give me your account. Let's take a look. And it was the most disgustingly dog shit gameplay you've ever seen. It was horrendous. And I'm not even trying to self-plug. Like, if you haven't seen the video, I uploaded it like 4 or 5 days ago. It is embarrassingly bad. So then, after multiple games going through, the guy was kind of justify it, whatever, blah, 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 went it on. And there was some other stuff that went later on. I'm going to leave that out of the picture. But what has happened with this game is, especially when you see with online sentiment, people arguing, people always flex their rank, flex their peak of like, oh, like I got to this rank or whatever. But you know what always is followed up with? What season was it? Was it a boosted season? Did you do it yourself? Were you duo queued? What characters did you play? Did you abuse a new broken character that came out? Nobody gives a fuck about your rank prestige. There is no reason to really rank up. So nobody really respects those high-level players. They don't think that they're better than them. They don't think that they know better than them. And Rivals has encouraged people to play the game more and be rewarded with a higher rank, right? So when you say balance for top-down ranks, yes, you have the pro players, and I think those guys are phenomenal. They're obviously going to know their shit. But what do you cut that off at? Because I think GM is the start of high rank, quote unquote. So is Celestial. That's like top 1%. But most people don't even believe that because they got to it in season 1.5 or season 2, right? And so the systems in the game have encouraged people, if you just play a lot more, we'll give you a high rank. So it's not competitive already. And so where do you look then, right? Where do you look then to what is considered high rank? And I don't even think pros even always agree with what balance should be. How often have we seen somebody go on Twitter and talk about dive is dead? And it wasn't. How many times have we gone on Twitter and seen somebody complain that, oh, like hell is broken right now, and it wasn't. Like it was actually like kind of mid this season, right? No offense, like with how fast Rivals was doing patches, nobody really knew their shit. And the reason why I think this season is different is because you can see with your own eyes, not just data. The eye test shows how long the fights are lasting, and we've gone too far. Like we've pulled it way too far. If they're balancing more for fun and more towards casuals, right? They might be seeing things that we don't see in those ranks. Like, for example, the highest win rate characters in bronze through like plat is Ultron. like by far, and that's like Ultron, Penny, BP, right? And it's like Pennies are just fucking annoying, right? Like nobody likes playing against Penny. Let's be real here. Like even the Penny players kind of know low key that they're annoying and like, you know, they just like their character. Ultron, why is Ultron so good? Because gamers don't look up. That's why we haven't had an Iron Man meta since season 1. Because when Iron Man was good in season 1, he not only was good in high rank, he terrorized the lower ranks. And so I hear you, right? But at what point then do you have to start reworking certain characters? Because like, if we're going top-down balanced, right? BP, if he was balanced from top down, would be like the spawn of Satan in Bronze through Plat, right?
So, yeah, I mean, I 100% agree with you. And I think that part of this means that, you know, when we talk about surgically dealing with characters, some characters need to be bad or be reworked. You can't, like, I know a BP player will beg and plead to get their character buffed and make their character A or S tier. Some of these characters are designed in a way that there isn't a healthy way to make them meta. So how I personally feel like that right now is with the Thing. I pretty much bring this up every time I possibly can because
you don't like just going ding, 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 ding until your brain starts to rattle.
Yeah, I mean that's because we all play Thing. Like we all know what that character is like, and it's a character that he's fine on the fringes. But he's not fine as like a top 5 tank or like a top 3. Like there are certain characters that have to be removed. But I think that high rank players would accept that if it means that there are certain fundamental things that are changed, like the sustain problems, the ult problems. And I would just, me personally, I would love it if the devs came out with a statement that said something along the lines of, we will do our best to balance for the high end. We will not get it right every single time, but we are going to try based on these 5 philosophies. But we're also going to, you know, get rid of these abnormalities in the low elos, and this could include reworks to a lot of characters, but this is what we think will be the healthiest for the game and the most enjoyable for everybody. That's what we would prefer.
So I'm going to ask you a quick question. All right, let's say you had to, I don't know if you're like saying rework Thing or just like scale him back, right?
Probably.
I think you have to consider also player knowledge. Player knowledge spreads very slowly. One of the most hated metas in lower ranks, middle ranks, is dive. Is that fair to say? Would we all agree that like they probably hate dive the most?
They hate it. They hate it a lot. Yeah.
So if you're a player playing in the middle ranks and you bump into a Daredevil or a BP, what do you do?
Yeah,
you jump.
You go Thing. You ask for someone to go Thing, right? So they like having him there. He's a good option, and he's not that difficult to stop because you just hit E at your teammate, and then you hit Shift, and then they can't move for 5 seconds. That's why it's there. That's why it's so long. Because if it was just a quick stun, you just leave it like an Emma stun, where like it lasts just the animation and then it's over, right? So it would be like the 2.5 that it used to be. But they need to make it longer because they take longer to actually execute the kills and to actually react. And so, for example, with something like dive, they hate playing against it, but that's one of the only options they really think of. Bucky used to be one too, and they changed that because Bucky was like very well hated because it's like he has CC on his hook, he has CC on his E, he has CC on his fucking punch. Like this is ridiculous, right? He has CC on everything. It just feels awful to play against. But that was them trying to give another tool to the middle ranks because they're not going to hit the hook. Like, let's be real. They're not hitting the hook. They're missing it. That's why they don't play Phoenix. That's why they don't play Hela. Like, a lot of the hits that's why they don't look up. They just don't have the mechanics. So you have to think from their perspective, what do you do versus that? Especially with this game having such a large console player base where most of console plays melee, right? Like, even top 500 console is mostly melee players, unless people were cheating with Zim and Titans, and I don't know about Titan, but I just know about Zim. That was my era of like console cheating. I don't know the whole Titan thing now. So like, what else do you do? Like, well, you could maybe go Invis or Cloak, right? So they gave Cloak another ability to survive. So they're trying to give them all these tools to fight against dive because that's the thing that they hate the most. And I would bet that every season that dive has been out, they have seen data on their back end of people playing the game less at those ranks. And so they're trying, or people not filling support, for example, in those ranks. And they're trying to encourage people to do it more by giving them more tools, which I don't personally agree with, But I'm just saying, like, from their perspective, I see why they're doing it. And if you went from top down, the only way that works is if you improve and you turn your game into a competitive game. That's why, like, we don't give a shit about BP and like really high ranks now. Like, if you have a Cloak and Dagger right now on your team, you just hear him coming because you hear his from like 900 miles away. Like, yeah, he's coming. You know, like I know his ass is coming. Then you can turn for him. It's like not that difficult. But they don't do that there.
So I have a two-part response, and I'm gonna hit you first. I'm gonna hit you where you can really this hits home a little bit hard. Is the Mercy Mafia? Okay, we all know about the Mercy Mafia. And I feel like there's some things that happened in this game that very closely align with what happened with the Mercy Mafia, which is
you're spitting.
First in season 0 with the Iron Fist problem. I think Iron Fist was like everyone's #1 complaint, and he got changed because he actually, he's punching us now and not backlines. He's punching us tank players, because this might be a hot take. I don't feel like us tank players complained as much as the support players did back in season.
Because there's not as many of them.
Yeah, no, that's true.
There's not even close to as many of them.
There's also, I feel like there's some personality differences.
Maybe a bit of bias. I'm just saying, if you talk to anyone about any hero shooter, Overwatch or Rivals, about balance, the tank players are the most honest and will advocate for their own characters being nerfed more than other roles. DPS players, motherfuckers, the dive players especially, always say their characters are shit, need more buffs. Hit scan players always complain, like, everyone hates us. They say we're so broken. It's not even that good this season. Support players, same thing. We need more tools. This is, like, this character sucks, buff this, whatever. Yeah. Tank players, they'll go, yeah, Mag's a little broken. We need to scale that back. Thing, that's too much. We need to pull that back. Penny, okay, it's kind of annoying to play against. They're the only ones who do it consistently because they get to see everything, and they're the most blamed, so they're much more honest.
Something about getting Jeff booped 3 times into Emma Grab, into Jubilee ult. You kind of start to lose your self-respect a little bit.
It's because we are part of the system. Like, we see the system, like the system of the hero shooter. I feel like a lot of DPS players, I mean, if we think of like dive players, they just think about their interactions on an individual basis. Supports think about their interactions on an individual basis a lot. Tanks understand that it's like, I mean, tanks need the team more than anything else, right? There's a lot of things we cannot do. We can't control.
Yep. Unless you're the hood.
It was. Yeah, we'll definitely talk about the hood a little bit. But anyways, and then eventually we ran into a dive mode. I think it was like season 2, season 3. I forgot exactly the season. And there was like the support strike that happened, which was definitely a vocal minority, but there was also definitely dev responses to that. There was instant dev responses to Iron Fist. There was instant dev responses to the dive meta. And basically from then on out, it has only felt like supports have gotten more tools, non-stop tools. Like the devs have basically done everything they can to quell this community of people that want it. And I'm not saying that every support is saying that, but I am saying that they have undoubtedly bounced around them. And it feels very similar to me to the Mercy Mafia, where there was a vocal minority that no matter what they said, like they had so much power and sway. And I feel like Overwatch doesn't cater to those communities as much as they used to. They might. I've been from the outside looking in. I saw some takes from some other creators talking about it, but I think that it's a 2-part problem where, number one, I think you can have your cake and eat it too. Like if we talk about Thing, he still counters the BP without being able to be OP in a poke meta where he's swinging front lines and gaining 120 shields nonstop. But number 2, there needs to be some growth that is allowed to happen with some of these players. We can't have them where if we just give them tools to press the button and deal with whatever problem they run into, eventually the game's gonna play for you. You press one button and your character does everything for you.
So you see why I wanted to revert the team ups, by the way, to the old system. I'm just saying that's supposed to be like a grand like we've gone too far moment. Like, don't get rid of them. Like, they worked. There's like 120 of them. Like, keep them obviously, but like, there's no reason to have the enhanced versions most of the time. You just have a free button all the time. There's no reason to work together. Have you seen what Luna looks like? We all see the clips of Cloak and Dagger every time. Yeah. Let's not forget about Thing. A bung 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 bung. bung. Let's not forget about all those, like that was the whole point. That was like to start the discussion, right?
Well, you would think that when they introduce a massive change like that, more abilities, more options, more tools for everybody, that would mean raising the skill ceiling of the game. And I think for me personally, at first, at least it felt like that. But do you think now in hindsight, Flats, after all those team ups have been implemented, do you think the ceiling of the game has gone up and it's like more skill based? Or do you think it's just evolved into this, whoever presses OP button first wins, and it's not really that impactful to like, use your cooldowns wisely?
Yeah. No, that's a really good question. So if you ask me that question from season 2 to season 8.5, the answer is undoubtedly yes. It is harder for a casual player to come back. And I think I can say this, hopefully without sounding egotistical. I probably have one of the largest casual bases of this game that plays it consistently. I played Overwatch for many, many years, played Rivals now for 2 years. And so I have probably get asked almost as much as anybody, if not more, hey, I used to play Rivals, or hey, I haven't tried Rivals, I play Overwatch, is now a good time to hop in? And then people will also come in and say, hey, like I've been trying to get back in, I've been struggling, right? And I would say that the game has gotten much harder because people have learned how counters work. They've learned how interactions work, like, oh, they're Cloak and Dagger ulting, let me mag ult it, right? That was something people learned obviously like towards season 1, but people knew, all the real good players knew it in season 0 and from the betas, but like it became more common knowledge in season 1.5, as people start making TikToks, etc. But like as the game releases so many new heroes and whatnot, like we figured it out pretty quickly, right? Like, I remember talking about how Thing is good into Dino when Dino came out, and people were like, you're stupid, shut up. And I was like, well, he does percentage based damage, and Dino has a huge health pool, and like you both are un-CC. And now, like as time goes on, like, oh yeah, he's actually pretty decent into him. And so there will always be pushback on that. With season 9 specifically, it's hard to say if it's actually gone up or has it stayed the same. Because there's also lots of bailout buttons, but I think that two sentences are true at the same time. And I know this is hard for some people to understand, but just try to give it a second. It is at the same time extreme sustain where nothing dies, but also you can get one shot. And what I mean by that is you really need your supports to constantly be healing your tanks, constantly be heal botting, basically, or you will die. The reverse is true, though, where you're all shooting the enemies at the exact same time, DPS, supports, whatever, and they feel like they don't die because they're getting healed, right? They're getting hard pumped.
I think this is by design, by the way. I've been very vocal about them trying to make this game very dopamine fixated and
yeah, I don't disagree with that, actually.
Right.
I think you're right. I think you're onto something. Right. Actually, I was going to say something a bit more diabolical when you brought up the whole Mercy Mafia and stuff like that. I don't know if you know this, because I don't know how tapped in you are with Overwatch these days, but there was a leak that basically Overwatch almost shut down when the PvE debacle happened a couple years ago. The game was such in the shitter. Yeah. But apparently, Kiri was the only thing holding the game, and then the La Seraphim collab came out, and it sold so well that they were like, "Fuck it, let's give this a shot." And it's you can kind of see
they actually did have more power than actually the entire.
You can see why the skins go the way they do because they just buy them more. That's what keeps the game afloat. That's why it's funny with Rivals. I don't actually think I think there's actually a little something to that too. I think there's a little something to, if you look at the skins, you actually see probably more support skins than anything, or at least you'll see towards the women characters. You'll see more skins than maybe some of the male characters. And I think that could be potentially a very sneaky underlying tone of we need these support players. But I'm going to play devil's advocate to the same sentence and say, when you queue up and play ranked, though, what is the role that you have to fill the most? And some people are going to say tank. In my ranks, I think it's support, and it's not close.
It's support.
By a mile.
I don't think anyone wants to play it because it low-key does feel like a victim role sometimes, where you said by design it feels like it's supposed to be more heal body. I think the opportunities to actually be aggressive and do things are less now because if you aren't heal botting, your tank will explode.
Well, I agree with that.
So you kind of are now forced into the cycle of you can't play offensive. You have to sit there and heal bot. And then if they're playing, for example, let's say Black Cat, right? Somehow made through the ban phase. you are fucked. You are basically sitting there and going, please don't choose me, please don't choose me, please don't choose me, please don't choose me, waiting because you're not getting helped. You're not, you're like, guess what? The thing changes, made it so the thing wants to punch the other tank, so he keeps getting overshield. Bong, 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 bong. He does not want to sit on you and wait for the black cat to show up because he doesn't get any dopamine. He doesn't get his cooldown. He doesn't get to keep punching. So the dive tool at the high rank is actually gone. It's now punching the other tanks. But it's not fun. It's genuinely not fun to play. So Rivals is in a tough spot here, where what do you do about the supports? Do you give them all these cool tools to survive, like these buttons that win them the game, so people will play it more and you'll win more games, or they take those away and people queue the role and play the role even less?
So
right?
This is what I will say. I think ultimately the decision to constantly add sustain tools to supports over time has backed them into this corner where now their whole job and purpose is to heal bot. But if we look at Overwatch, that's not always been the case with characters like Ana and Zen and Lucio, and like the ability to play make as a support, which I don't know about you, but I find way more enjoyable than standing around
Overwatch
and
is
just
10
trying
times
to
better in the support role. But
yeah, like by far. But it doesn't have to be that way. And that's kind of like when I saw your take about removing the team ups, I can understand exactly why that might be a great idea, like because what we like the results. But why couldn't we, instead of give supports buttons that just get free value, like an ice block or a gambit bubble or whatever, why not give them more problem solving tools, skillful tools, you know? And you know, not just give value for free. Like press button, you give value. Like maybe that is because they're balancing purely with the low ranks in mind. They're only thinking about, okay, how do we give them ways to deal with these problems that take no skill at all? But I feel like we've run into these problems because of it. And I think that is a consequence of like hyper balancing around casuals, is because of that. Because like, yeah, I mean, a cloak using ice block, every rank's gonna use it the same way. You know, under pressure, you press it.
So I'm gonna ask you a question and see if you agree. What team up do you think is better on Cloak and Dagger? The Hood team up or the Freeze?
The Hood team up's really good with Hood on your team.
Yeah, I think it's by far way better. Like it's disgusting if you actually have the enhanced version. The enhanced version of Luna, I don't even know what the enhanced version does for Luna. It doesn't matter. You still get the same freeze.
Yeah, it's It heals. It passively heals, but it's whatever.
I think it depends for exactly this, where you're asking a dev team to come up with 120, give or take, ideas for characters to give them interactable and, quote, fun abilities to use, right? On top of what they already have. And then also make them somewhat balanced. Of course, there's going to be misses in there, right? But what I think is very interesting is there's team ups that are obviously frustrating and annoying to play against. For example, the Cloak and Dagger Freeze. But if you actually are like have an understanding of the game, you play the Hood one, and you play with Hood, and you just roll them, you just run them down. So for someone that's in the higher ranks, for the higher ranks, you just play that one, and you get the huge damage amp, and you actually will do way better than someone who's playing on the Freeze. Like if anything, they're kind of trolling playing on the Freeze. But in their ranks, it's really good. So it's kind of like a give or take. It's like, yes, that one's a problem, but it's mostly a problem for them, not for us. Like if you have Hood available, you just pretty much play it every single time.
Let me give you a better example then. What about Bucky and his Elsa team up? Where it literally just turns them into...
There's like over 400 health.
It's just a stat check monster. I mean,
so the cap one, what does the cap one do? Enhance? I don't remember. Or just the cap one in general. It's just like you jump to people, right?
You like knock for Bucky?
Yeah, Bucky.
It's like a knockback, yeah?
No, it's
a
Punny.
knockback.
Yeah, he doesn't have a cap. He doesn't have a cap team up anymore, right? Isn't it with Punny? I thought it was with Punny.
Was it Punny?
Yeah, he has like it's like the tentacle arms.
Oh, the tentacle. The tentacle arm.
You never use it. You just use the one that.
Yeah, you just sit there and you keep spamming your abilities.
You just keep spamming your just infinite value and sustain.
So, that's an interesting one, right? Because at the higher ranks, I think it gets infinitely better because like you're just getting to shoot more often, you're getting to do more damage more often, right? But I think if you're in the metal ranks, does it really matter which one you're choosing? Like you get to have the Bucky one, like you might think it's better versus Dive. And you know what? Part of me thinks actually now that we're having this conversation, when Bucky was an anti-dive hero, I bet they already were cooking that idea. I bet that idea was already made, or like they were programming it and balancing it. And I bet that would have been another stun tool before they decided to revert Bucky from being an anti-dive character to be more of a DPS character. I bet it was going to be not just a knockback. I bet it was going to be a knockback stun. And so it was probably something that they had already made before. And then the balancing team said, shit, people really don't like this version of Bucky. We need to change it. And they already had the team up thing planned. They told us, like, it was a year plus in advance. Like, they started cooking all this stuff up. And so when they released it, they probably had to be, the same. They're not going to make a whole new ability within the next 3 months, because it wasn't too long ago that they made those changes to Bucky. It was like season 7 or 7.5 or something like that, right? Yep. So they have to put out the content. The content train doesn't stop, and especially with NetEase's pace of like how content goes out. They are already breakneck pace ahead of the rest of the industry. It's disgustingly fast, right? So I think that that's an example of potentially a lame duck team up. But maybe it's because it used to be something else and they changed it. Now, if that version of Bucky had a stun on it, right? You could stun people with it. You gave him an extra stun. And now he had the hook stun, the double E stun, the shift stun, and that one. Would you think it's still the same way it is now? Would you think if it's like, this is like useless? Or would you think he's the best anti-dive character of all time? I think that's a bit more debatable. So it's like right now you just pick the Elsa one and you just win. But I think it gets infinitely high or more value at the higher rank than it does at the lower ranks, if that makes sense. Sorry.
Oh, you can continue.
No, I'm probably rambling too much. Oh, you go.
Well, just what I was saying is, like, I think that, like you said, it's a lame duck one where it's like it's kind of like an outlier. I think my ultimate problem is, like, if you're gonna implement a system like this with team ups across the board, there can't be this many misses or this many team ups that just provide value for very little. And I think ultimately what this conversation is about is actually power creep. Like, I think that's the big thing, where it's mostly every one of these team ups are up too often. They're on too low of a cooldown, and they're too powerful. Like, we basically, I mean, we made the game, everyone, like 30%, 40% more powerful in one patch in a game where everyone was already way more powerful than, like, alternatives like Overwatch, right? Like, the numbers have just gotten ridiculous to this point. So like
Cloak's Ice Block, that's an ultimate in other games. Like it's such a powerful ability. And you said yourself, like, it's not even the best one. And I think a lot of abilities are, Thing right click buffs over time should be studied. Like, just how much value that single ability has been given. It's just there's too little effort for how much output I feel like a lot of these heroes have, and I don't think that's a thing that's necessarily beneficial to, like, a casual, for instance. I think there's a certain level of fun and excitement that comes from trying to master your hero, especially with the Marvel IP. You want to play your favorite hero and get good at it.
So let me play devil's advocate here, because I'm actually on your side. If you've seen, I've talked about power creep. That was the whole ideology around we've gone too far, right? Like, team ups, in my mind, were supposed to be a special effect for working together with another player. Now, people will argue, but people weren't working together. I looked at season 1 Punisher Rocket as a great example. That shit was so strong that we're like, we need to have both. Most of the team ups over time became kind of useless. That's why we all wanted a revamped team up system. Everyone was talking about, we want cool team ups. We want good team ups. And that's what we asked for. And so instead we got the equivalent of Overwatch's perk system, where you just have it all the time, and then you either get a slightly juiced up version that really doesn't matter, or you get a juiced up version that's actually pretty good, which is less often. Let me play devil's advocate here, though. People will say, especially on the casual side, especially like online and whatnot, this is a hero fantasy game. You're supposed to be your favorite Marvel character. Heroes are strong. Heroes are broken. Heroes are really, really powerful, right? If everyone is... God, I gotta say it. If everyone is broken, then no one is broken, right? And that will be an online sentiment, because that's what I've been bombarded with for the last week, is nonstop that, right? But they don't really know what they're asking for. But you can't sit there and say, well, they're completely wrong. Because if you sit there and say they're completely wrong, they're not going to listen to you, right? And if that's what those casual players want, and that's what they're saying they want, and the game is more catered to them, that's what the game is going to give them, right? And so we have to, unfortunately, and I would say this as myself, Unfortunately, I had to be the bad guy in this case and say, no, what you're asking for is detrimental long term. 95% of the time, fuck it, go nuts. I want you guys to have fun. But what you're asking for right now, we've already experienced an insane amount of power creep. Because most of the context around what people have been asking for with Season 9, 9.5 isn't to nerf the really strong stuff. It's to buff the weak stuff. And that creates an endless vicious cycle of shit just being stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger to the point where your health pool doesn't even really matter anymore. It's either going to be there or it's going to be gone. Whatever, depending on if you used your cooldowns or stuff correctly. And where I think we've got into this big problem, though, is you can't tell them, no, that's not what you actually want, because that's what they're asking for. But it's going to cause big problems long term that maybe they don't see. And that's why this week I've been like, listen, I'm with you 95% of the time. But right now, you don't know what you're asking for. And I can point to history and show you times where this has happened and it didn't end well for you long term. You might not see it now, but you're going to see it in a couple months and shit's not going to be pretty then. So, like, please have an open mind. But most people don't want to have an open mind about it. They want to just argue on, no, this is exactly what I want right now. So the question becomes, do you just let it go and just say, fuck it? Deal with it when it becomes a problem for you. And maybe that's what Rivals is going to do. They're going to wait till the majority goes, oh shit, this is actually pretty bad. Or they deal with it now and start to slightly scale it back. And I remember season 7.5 or something, they did the nerf season. And I remember I was like, it wasn't enough. It should have been harder. And do you guys remember what online sentiment was about that? This is awful. They're ruining the game. This season sucks. Why'd they nerf this? Like, oh my God, they're catering to pros. They're ruining our game. It's the same shit every time.
This is the thing, though, is I feel like you agree with us a lot more than maybe it seemed like you agreed with us and just probably some other takes online where, like, I think a lot of low-ranked players don't want to feel like they are ignored. Casual players, they don't want to feel like their opinions are completely ignored. Mm-hmm. But the reality of it is, you're looking out for their best interests when you don't balance for what they think they need. Like, they want these things. They want buffs, because the reality is, nerfs, that's not a casual change. In any kind, there are no nerfs that are casual in nature. People don't like when anything is nerfed. Like, historically, no one likes when things are nerfed. But high-ranked players understand, competitive players understand that it's for the betterment of the game when certain things are nerfed. And I think you agree at this point, and we all agree, that we want a lot of nerfs. I think we need a lot of nerfs. Like, power creep is too hard. Things need to be real bad, especially, like, if taking away the team-up system, like you've argued, that's a nerf to everyone, right?
Correct. So the reason why I said that, and I know they're not going to do it, but it needs to jolt you, is because what level of nerf would be required? Let's say Mag we can all agree is really strong. Mag's sword is a 3-shot kill.
That's insane. Yeah.
How often are you 3-shotting anybody right now in your games with Mag's sword? Be honest. Almost never, unless you caught someone on the flank, and the only people who are catching on the flank are dive heroes, and they probably left. And you probably didn't get the kill on them. So, you look at all of these characters, you would have to nerf them significantly. Either you make the cooldown much longer than 12 or 13 seconds, what it is now. You make it a 4-hit or a 5-hit. And then you apply that to every character across the board. What is the reaction to that? People will go bananas. People are going to be so mad that you took away the power from them. And that's why, more recently, I made another video talking about it. I said the community is drunk on power. They're drunk on it because they genuinely don't know how this will affect long term. And that's okay, because Rivals needs to have a reset every once in a while. For example, with season 7.5 or whatever, the nerf season, they should have been much harder and like just one rip the band-aid off season where they piss everybody off and then you just keep rebuffing again. And you keep rebuffing for about 6 to 8 months, and then you do it again, and then you just make everyone happy again. Like, you just do endless buffs. That's how you balance casually. Unfortunately, we have now broken the scale that we used to have, right? So before the team-up change, you could have done this, where you buff 8, 9, 10 months in a row. And then you nerf it really fucking hard, and then you do it again, and everyone has fun. 1 season, 1 month where people will be upset. 1 month for 9 months of happiness. It's a good trade. Now that the ceiling has now jumped so much higher for power, there's no real way to make it lower unless you sweepingly make them shit across the board. And I think people would really hate that. So it's like they've kind of put themselves in a corner where you don't really, like, how do you solve this? I mean, the answer that they're going to go with is they're going to nerf the strong team-ups. They're probably going to nerf, well, they're not going to nerf Luna, but they'll nerf Cloak. They'll probably nerf Mag. They'll probably nerf Thing.
But what if instead they just buff everything again? Because that's what casuals want. That's kind of what I'm getting at here is like...
Because it will become more polarized, right? Where you will explode.
For high-ranked players, but not for low-ranked players. If you just give them
over
more
time, it will trickle down. It will trickle down to them over time. Like, not right away, but...
Not if all the top players quit.
My problem with the trickle-down thing that happened in Overwatch is I don't feel like there's enough time to trickle down in a game that changes this much. Like, with patch to patch. Like, in Overwatch, we sat in the same meta for a very long time, so there was plenty of time. I don't know if... Like, I think if the devs really wanted to, they could literally say, we don't care, like, this Vestwood clip, that's only for high-level players. We don't care about you. We don't care about you at all. And they just keep going down this road of, like...
They could.
Actually, we're just going to start buffing. Because here's another question I have for you. Should dive ever be meta? Or even good at all? Like, why not make every single dive character C tier or less if Dive seems to be a meta that no casual player enjoys at all.
That's a great question, actually, because most casuals do not like it. But also, this is where you come into and go, well, what about the people who actually play Dive? You know, like, you always make their characters perma shit. And I think this is where you have, like, a little bit more nuance to it of, like, yeah, letting them have a season or two here and there is not bad, right? Does it put a scar on the community? Yeah, like, people are still banning Daredevil, you know? And it's like, okay, like, Cat's right there, sure, absolutely, but, like, why are we banning Daredevil? Like, people will still do that all the time. And I think that's part of the cycle of hero shooters. No matter what meta we have, people are going to complain, always. So as long as they're keeping it frequent, that's okay, right? Like, I would say Dive should probably be the least frequent of the metas because of people freaking out all the time about it. But having it every once in a while keeps it fresh, at least for a little bit. Then we go into Brawl, and then we go into Poke, and then the cycle just continues to loop back around, which I think is good. You're never going to make people happy no matter what, but keeping it fresh is also important, if that makes sense.
I agree with you. See, okay, this might be a hot take. I don't know if you agree with me or not, but I think that the most healthy time in Overwatch and the time when the game was performing the best was during those first 2 seasons where Dive was the best meta. Winston, D.Va, Genji, Tracer in Overwatch 1, where Dive was the best. And I think that the beginning of the downfall of Overwatch was when they finally bent the knee to casuals. Because you said in your video yourself that they introduced Brig because casuals couldn't deal with Dive, right? That's the whole reason that she existed, and she had all these sustained problems. I mean, that's what it is. It's a sustained problem. And it broke everything, where the game was... Like, despite the complaints and despite casuals not being able to counter dives, quote unquote, the game was doing better than ever when Dive was meta, and only when the devs finally bent the knee did the game start its downfall. Like, I don't think that, regardless of the complaints, because, like, Dive to me is an inherently, it's skillful, it requires coordination, it requires comms, like you need... there's a lot of things that you just don't have in low elo where it's very hard to emulate the divers. Like in the same way with Overwatch, where I mean, Dive wasn't meta in Plat back then in season 2. It was Reinhardt. I mean, Reinhardt or Cass or whoever. Like, so anyways, I'm curious what you think about that, because I really do think that the bending of the knee was what caused the problems, not the complaints, because the complaints were there from the beginning, but Overwatch was doing better than ever in the first 2-3 years when Dive was meta.
I don't necessarily agree with that because, I mean, if we're talking season 1, season 2, like we were just coming out of hero lock. So like it was like 2 Winstons, 2 Tracers, 2 Zens, which was the beginning, right? Like season 0 into season 1. Then it actually became, I wouldn't say dive because Diva was still shit. Like dive wasn't yet a thing. It was actually the Ryan Zarias for a long time. And then dive popped up around like season 5, 6 through, I think it was like 5, it was like 4 or 6 through 8. Was like the of Overwatch 1, which is like the real power cycle. And I'd argue they had the same issues where people would talk about Instalock Genjis the same way people talk about Instalock Spider-Mans
That was me.
in Rivals. Like they're the
Right.
two sides of the same coin. This might be a hot take, but I think Overwatch 2016 is not nearly as big as Rivals was in 2024. Strictly speaking, because of how much bigger gaming was. Like COVID exploded gaming. In terms of how many people existed, there was way less. There's like a couple like really iconic Overwatch clips that have like millions of views because it's been 10 plus years, but there's like Rivals ones that eclipsed that by miles, and it's only been 2 years. So I think overall it's bigger. Now I want to preface that by saying, you know, it's a little different now, and I think like there's much more casual gamers now than there was then. I think people were more competitive on PC gaming, especially, and Overwatch was a PC focused game for sure. It was not console focused, at least during those years. Now, I think that we obviously don't know the data of like how many people were playing the game and whatnot, but the game did have its fair share of problems already before Dive, just with like community issues, people like, you know, not getting healers on their team, not getting you know, the right tanks or whatever, and then you would run into a well-coordinated dive and you literally couldn't play the fucking game, right? And that's why Mercy was so strong, actually, originally, because Mercy was a beloved character who was kind of shit. So they reworked her and they made Moth Meta. And Moth Meta is what helped enable Dive so much, is having that really powerful support, along with Zen, which was for the damage boost, or sorry, no damage boost, like the Discord on some one person, they could all run at them. I think there's a real possibility. The thing that made Dive actually even meta was Mercy plus Diva, was like the hyper mobile support, because they were trying to get people to play support more back then and tank more back then, because everyone just played DPS. Everyone wanted to play Tracer. You want to play Genji. You want to play Cass, right? All of these things, right? And so once they got people to play those other roles, they had created this dive meta, and they realized, oh shit, like if somebody runs dive into you with these characters, you can't play anything else. And so the meta became polarized around it, and it became really, really strong. And I think that's probably when they started to design Brig. That's when they probably came up with the idea of Brig. And I think that they really wanted to counteract dive, not just for the casual, but I think just because how much better Mercy had been for so long, that they wanted to slow the game down. And they thought Brig would do that. What they didn't realize is by creating a character... Sorry.
I might be messing up my timelines, because see, I like from my recollection, or from what I remember is like, what was it? It was like Apex back in Korea, where we had like Temu, and like, I don't know if you watched that back in the day.
Yeah.
But it was like at least the Koreans were running dive for a very long time, and dive was meta for a very long time, and it was like Tracer Genji. It was like Tracer Genji, Lucio Zen, and then it was Tracer Genji, Lucio Ana was like the meta for a very like large chunk of time. I guess what I'm curious of is, if they never instituted Brig in the game, do you think the game would have just crashed and burned? Like, do you think that Overwatch was on a downward trajectory without Brig? Like, Brig was a necessary evil? Like, I don't. I hear that a lot.
I mean, I understand the concept of why Brig was made, but the problem was Blizzard was very stubborn and they wouldn't change it. They didn't realize that they had created a monster, and they thought that they would figure it out, because the casual players did love it, right? They were like, oh, we can survive dive now. But it was too much of a power creep. Like, I think instituting a anti-dive character was what the game needed, because the support role didn't have it. It had Ana, Mercy, Zen, Lucio. Maybe I'm missing one, but I think that was like it at the time. Am I missing one? I think that's it. Like, there was not many supports. They needed an anti-dive support. And Moira. Sorry, Moira was out. They had no way to fight back, and so they were trying to give people I guess Symmetra technically was a support, but like, let's be real.
She got reworked. Yeah, no.
And so they wanted to give people a chance to fight back, which was what Brig was, and that is a good thing. But they were stubborn and they refused to change it, because they were like, they'll figure it out. which was wrong, and it was not the way to go about it. There needed to be radical changes because giving them what they needed to survive was a good thing, but the way it was instituted and the way it was left and the power creep that it was given was off the charts, right? And I think that kind of comes around to what we're talking about in a way, is the power creep of it. The power creep has gone too far. And giving them the tools is good, but I would also argue Overwatch was 100 times more competitive game than Rivals is. And it was advertised as a hyper-competitive game. It was not advertised as a casual game. You played it because you wanted to be the best. You wanted to go to Korea. You wanted to go to Korea and beat them. You wanted to win. We all know the XQC clip. Then you wanted to go into Overwatch League. You wanted to be a pro player. You wanted to play on stage. You wanted to have millions of fans. People had that mentality since 2016 all the way into 2018. Their culture was, it's a competitive game first. And so they knew going into it, this is a competitive game. And Overwatch was trying to have its cake and eat it too by going more that casual route, like you were just saying. But they were stubborn in keeping it as powerful as it was because it was good for those lower ranks. So much so, there's a very famous story that a guy was 2,200 gold. That's the equivalent to today.
I remember
gold
this
4. Meek, who I played with the guy. He was so shit. It wasn't even funny. Who climbed to 44, 50, 4,500, top 500, top 100, brig only. He was handless on anything else because of how good the character was. It was disgusting, right? And so that was a good example of power creep out of a good idea that they were stubborn and didn't want to change because a lot of people were voicing that this is really good. We like it. And it's not a problem in our games. Sound familiar?
No, yeah, it is.
But that's what I think.
We're in that time right now.
There are also two different games where one was hyper competitive. This one's not. On average, the game being more casual and more casual friendly and focused, I think is what has kept this game dominating the charts in this category. If it went hyper competitive tomorrow and reworked its rank system, got rid of chrono shields, you actually have to win more games than you lose to climb. It would fucking shoot itself in the foot instantly. Instantly, the magic would be gone.
Do you think that? So my theory though is, I mean, this game releases so much content. Do you think that casuals would actually not play this game, considering the amount of hero releases and content coming out into this game? We never got that even remotely close in Overwatch. I mean, that is, I feel like that is so strong to the point where if every balance patch they added one competitive change, one competitive tweak,
this game doesn't have the sauce of competitive Overwatch. I'm sorry. Like, it just doesn't. Like, it's not even close. Like, if you're talking 2018 peak Overwatch League, Season 1, XQC and the Dallas Fuel, Seagull and the Dallas Fuel, this game has no sauce, like, in comparison. Like, nobody gives a fuck about pro play in this game. Pro players in this game are laughed at by every casual. They have... And I don't even think that's necessarily right. I think there's ways that they could put more motion into it. Like, Rivals could do more. But also, there's just nothing there right now. Like, it's just not there.
But like, don't you think that's a result of the way that they balance the game, though? And you're creating your own loop. What's that called? Where you create your own
feedback.
They're creating.
You could argue that, yeah, for sure. But there's a reason why this game keeps dominating the charts and probably is printing them money. And I think they would be foolish to ruin that.
Is carried by the Marvel IP though. Too.
Yeah, from the Marvel IP to the consistent releases, do you not think they would also be dominating if they just had a different philosophy?
How many Marvel games have been released in the last 10 years that have just flopped?
Fair point.
Tons. This game had the sauce. Like, I played the alpha.
I mean,
I wasn't a huge fan.
Hyper casual though, right? Like, not a single one of them was even a smidge competitive.
I mean,
I can't think of a single Marvel game. I mean, maybe there is one. Maybe Marvel Snap, if you want to say Marvel Snap or whatever. But like,
was Strike? I don't even know if was Strike. I didn't play any of them. I didn't care.
Not competitive. Well, that you care about this one, and people care about this one because it's a competitive hero shooter. All I'm asking is a little bit more of that competitive hero shooter and a little bit less of that casual, while still. Like I once again, I do not want to ruin the.
So let's be more specific then. Let's be more specific. What are you asking for?
What I'm asking for is, first off, I'm asking for, well, we need to fix this problem first before we talk about like the power creep problem, like the power creep problem that is happening right now. Where
so how do we fix it?
We need nerfs. Like we need a lot of nerfs. Like dramatic nerfs across the board. Like 10.0. I mean, I
How
don't
would
see
you
a
nerf
single
it?
buff.
Can you give me like? Listen.
Oh,
By the way,
like,
I just want to say,
yeah.
I'm pressing you really hard because I think it's a good conversation, not
No,
like anything
please-
personal.
please
like I'm not
first-
upset with you or
No,
anything.
no, no,
I'm just
no,
like
this is-
I think it's just
We
good
do this
to,
every
like, get
week.
going.
We love
Okay,
we love it.
cool.
The very first thing is the overperformers. I think these were obvious ones that we could have
Like what?
nerfed
Just
to
like
9.5.
be very
So, like,
specific.
Black Cat, Magneto, Thing, right off the top, I think very easily. Elsa is also included. You could probably include Widow in there, even though I don't think she's as big of a deal.
Would you
as the
include
other
Cloak
two.
and Dagger?
I think that going along with this is an increase in cooldowns for most team ups. Like almost every team up should have an increase in cooldowns. I think Magneto's is at, was it 15 seconds or something? I want that to be
I think it's
20
like 14.
seconds.
Would you include
the
Cloak and Dagger in that though? Just curious.
The nerfs to Cloak and Dagger?
Yeah. Would you
I
include?
would
Would you include her in the?
I would probably include somewhat of nerfs to Cloak and Dagger, but I think like Luna, Gambit, Mantis are like more important than Cloak and Dagger. But like, you know, like if I'm talking about off the top, but my argument is that every character should get a nerf, 1 or 2 nerfs, and like I know that like I don't even know what your chat is saying right now. They might be losing their minds, but we've gone way too far. I mean, like right now, dive tanks cannot. They don't see any play. Venom, Cap do not see any play because they literally cannot. They can't play their gameplay loop out without blowing up. They literally can't. There's too much damage. The sustain protects the backline for 10 seconds, and they die in that window.
There's not enough windows of counterplay, both in between individual cooldowns, mobility cooldowns, and I would say defensive cooldowns like Cloak, Bubble, Fade, but also just the passive sustain. Even if you mess up your cooldowns, if you just go triple, it won't matter. So for me, when I look at like balancing, I mean, you said it yourself, they kind of balance more towards what's going to be fresh at the time, not actually what they think is really going to give the game the most competitive like richness, like integrity, right? So when you look at the balance, I'm looking for things where the fights aren't just press a button and win. We have moments of counterplay, opportunities where you can punish if a mistake is made, right? And then we go to like triple support. Obviously, their ults come up way too quickly. I shouldn't. The only time that I experience like a normal neutral shouldn't be the first minute of every game, and then the rest of the game, the next 10 minutes is just ult, and that's currently what it is. So I need more parts of the game that are not just press a button and win, like Thing Punch, like support alts. We need more opportunities to make plays and have impact on the end game, like what happens at the end of the game.
So there's a controversial figure that you and I know really well, Flats. Samito, shout out Samito. And he's been preaching this same concept for a long time, and you know, it was easy to disagree with him back then. It's not so easy to disagree with him now, which is that there is no meaningful downtime in this game. There's actually no meaningful downtime at all, where a character doesn't have an ultimate or an ability that they can press. But as we've seen in, like, I hate to bring up Overwatch, but like Overwatch has made infinite mistakes, so I don't want to like put them on a pedestal or anything like that. But you go in, you bait out Bap Lamp, you cycle out. There's a vulnerability window there. Now, it's not like there's nothing he can do, but there's a cost to play in a bad position, have to use Lamp, not have it, right? In this game, it doesn't feel like there is any window of vulnerability or any downtime window. And that's why the things that are the best in the game right now is just play gun character, shoot. Play Bucky, shoot. Play, you know, just front to back, throw damage stats at the enemy team, because eventually something will break.
I'm at a point here. The most played DPS on console are actually gun heroes, believe it or not, which was what we covered last week with what was it, Light? I don't remember who, but like just to kind of highlight a point where it's like balancing versus lower ranks. Those heroes are still picked in those ranks as well, like high damage. So sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
So yeah, I guess what do you that's what we want. What do you see the consequences of that? I know you probably have a lot of casual people in your chat. Like, what are they saying, or what do you think about like some of these solutions? I don't really. I know that that's a hard band-aid or like a hard pill to swallow, like the nerf everything pill. It's like hard to swallow. But like
it's not hard for me to swallow. That's why I said the whole revert the team up thing, because it is like you've given everyone an extra button, and like that's a really hard thing to nerf. Like you now have, instead of 2 cooldowns to bait out, you have 3 or 4 or 5. You know, that's difficult. So I want to circle back really quick because a lot was just said. So the reason why I asked you about Cloak and Dagger specifically for nerfs is because what are you going to do when you ask for nerfs, right? And then, for example, the hero hot list will come out and it will show negative win rate across all ranks. Same thing with like Luna back in season 5 or 6, right? Luna, people were still asking for nerfs of Luna after a couple nerfs. And she dropped all the way to like 40% win rate, like worst support in the game. And people were still asking for nerfs across the board, especially even high rank players. There was pro players that were asking for Luna nerfs. And I remember being like, Luna sucks. Like, why the fuck does everyone think Luna's still good? And then that hot list came out. And I remember looking at it and going like, holy shit, it's even worse than I thought, right? And so I think there's partly a perception of like what people think is always strong versus what is strong. I think that not everyone is always on the same page of what is strong versus not strong. And you said it, unfortunately. Gambit. I think if you ask most casuals, they will say Gambit is actually balanced. And they will say he is not as good as people say he is. And the reason why we disagree is because higher rank players all know that Gambit's cycle circles around 3 things. His ult being number 1. Number 2 is his 2 little card tricks that he's got, which is the cleanse. So that helps really good for against like Groot, for example. Groot ult, you know it's coming. That shit's canceled. It's over. And 3, which is like the anti-heal one, which is not nearly as big, but sometimes you get a tank that's kind of low. If you have the card ready, you hit him with the anti-heal or the like reduced healing, and you can help secure that kill. Those are insanely impactful abilities. And then he got the mag team up, which was the rage bait bubble.
Yeah,
I hate that.
The rage bait fucking bubble.
the
Holy
rage
fuck!
That's actually
holy fuck. That guy has a negative win rate across all ranks. He's actually, even at the higher ranks, like barely 50. So you look at it, we know what the problem is. But if you ask most casual players, they're saying that high rank players overreact. And the only reason people ban them in the ranked games is because they're listening to streamers or listening to pro players. And those people are ruining our games. Even if the problem is mostly the ult, the neutral is much more negligible, right? The ult is still strong. It's still really powerful. And so if you nerf it even more, which I'm not saying they shouldn't, I'm just saying like how people are going to react. They're going to say, this is ridiculous. Like, we got to stop listening to these guys. They're ruining it for the rest of us. And it's disingenuous actors. And I'm going to take it one step further, and I'm going to use your Cloak and Dagger as an example. To talk about, like, when you bring up the Sam thing, there used to be a cycle where you have to bait out cooldowns as a diver. Let's say you're playing Spidey. You bait out a cooldown, and then, like, once the fade is used, then you can commit for the kill, right? Get the bubble out, get the fade out, swing out, wait a second, come back, get the kill. We all have seen the Spidey clips of Season 9, where they go in, they go to bait out the cooldown, it's the bubble. Okay, then they come back, and then it's the fade.
Right.
Okay, then they come back, and it's the freeze. Okay, then the bubble's back. Oh, then they come back. Oh, there's the fade again. Oh, they come back. Oh, there's the freeze. There is no more baiting. Like you said, the window has closed. There's no more time to engage. If you read most of the comments on those, it's, well, you got their cooldowns out. You did your job. Because everyone doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about in terms of what the game is supposed to be played and what actually their jobs is. Ask any metal rank player, what is the job of a tank? What do you think they will say to you?
Take damage.
Take damage. I think they'll say take space. I think they've learned.
think
I think they've learned to say take space. Like, take space. But if you question them, what does take space mean? No idea. Because they've heard everyone talk about it for years. Take space. Okay. Well, how do you take space? What does taking space mean? They can't answer the question. For those who don't know what taking space means, taking space not only means walking up on the enemy, but you have to be threatening. You have to actually have a reason to respect the tank that's taking space. And also, the tank has to not draw too many resources from his own team to take that space, or take too much damage from the enemy team and die. The only way you can take space properly is by being a threat. while also not being a detriment to your own team. What that means in these cases is sometimes you walk up on an off angle. Sometimes you're playing frontline, but you're not totally frontline, right? And so their tanks are shooting at you, but you have free shots on their backline, right? Their backline's healing their tanks, or maybe they're going to go look at you, but you're getting shots on them, and their tanks can't stop it because they have not adjusted to stand in front of them and to deny you that space or to punish you from taking too much space. They don't understand those concepts because they've only heard what they've been told, and they're like, oh, I must walk forward because that's how you take space. Wrong. You take space by holding off angles. You take space by trading cooldowns. You take space by being a threat. Most of the tank roster that you brought up, like Cap and Venom, are no longer a threat because you don't have a kill window. The kill window has shut, right? And so where people will respond to that, though, is just get good, or they'll say, oh, you got their cooldowns out, etc. And we have a lot of disingenuous actors on how the game is supposed to flow. And that's where it gets really muddy, where when you have a community that's mostly casual focused like this one, and I think that's the only way this game survives long term, and that's the best way for this game to survive, stay as popular as it is, and make as much money as it is, because that is the job of NetEase, and they want to make money, is by focusing on that group. But there's not really any accountability either, right? If people get it wrong, I can't tell you how many times I've had somebody fucking comment the most ridiculous shit. It's most liked comment, or like, fuck you, you're stupid. And then a month later, it proves to be completely wrong. I'll give you a good example. There was some guy that made TikTok about like, oh, your tier list sucks. Like, why are we listening to this guy? This guy's fat, annoying, stupid, whatever. I said Cyclops was D tier. Turns out Cyclops was like the lowest DPS like win rate in the game with like 40%. And like, if you've played any ranked, you know Cyclops was not good after the big nerfs into Season 9, right? Like, he just kind of sucked, especially without the rocket combo. But there's no accountability. They're not there to be held accountable. Yeah. So, unfortunately, I think it's okay to let them have their opinions and to talk about these things and ask for what they want. But there's times like this where people do have to step in and go, this is going too far. It's time to pull it back. And it happens probably once every 8 months to a year. But the other 9 months doing really well is a good thing for the game. It is very good for the game because people are happy and they'll play the game and they're enjoying it. But every once in a while, they do need to be reined back in. And this is unfortunately one of those moments, but that doesn't take away that the other 9 months were like, people were more happy, and let them get what they want for 1 month of pain. Does that make sense? Sorry, that was a lot.
Don't you think that this is going to be a cycle we just keep running into?
I don't think it's going to get any better. Like, it's just going to keep progressively getting worse unless they take a design philosophy, take a stance, and be like, this is how we're going to balance the game. I think
so. How should they? Other than saying top down.
Well, they definitely shouldn't be listening to people like comments on TikTok about like Cyclops being broken.
Right.
Which is what, like, I wanted to just throw in this comment. Reading TikTok comments about Marvel Rivals, it's a complete trip. Like,
oh, you're not telling me nothing.
No,
you're
I
not
know
telling
you.
Me nothing.
I read the comments on your videos, and some of them are just completely absurd.
I genuinely can't believe how much hate you get, Flats. Like, it's honestly like it makes no sense. You were actually like why I got into Rivals. Like you and Tim, like, were content I watched. I'm like, you seem like the chillest guys. Then I read the comment section. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, what is going on here?
It's unfortunately the price you do pay as a large creator, and especially being on short form platforms. I mean, I kind of outed myself. I'm gonna fuck it. I'll do it again. So this week's obviously been a shit show. But during this week, I've actually been conducting an experiment, and I was gonna wait till the end of season 10 or season 9 to out it, but some guy was complaining about Cap and like, why haven't you talked about how bad Cap is and all this stuff? So I decided to play my hand. It's been 8 days since I made my tier list for the season 9.5. 5 days since it's posted. I've seen 0 people like make videos like, oh, this guy sucks. This is like stupid tier list or whatever. You know why that is? I instructed my short form content team to not make a single video about the tier list. Do not say a word. Let it sit. It's got almost 200,000 views, long form content. Because it's just people that only see something that's in front of them, which is the point of a tier list. Because the video is an hour long. It's about talking about the whole game the whole way through. Problems, good, bad, whatever. About each hero. And then you can go and skip through, like, what did he say about my hero? What's up with my hero this season? But you can't make a TikTok an hour long. They're about a minute long. And so you kind of like jump through really quickly, like, oh, he's here because XYZ. Oh, here because XYZ. And then you use a visual, which is the whole point of this tier list even existing. It's mostly just to give people a visual. And the reason why it's instructed them not to say anything is because most people don't actually go beyond what is presented in front of them. And it's why misinformation runs rampant. It's why drama runs rampant in this community. It's why all these things run rampant. And I hate to say it, that data that came out that said the game is mostly 60% people under the age of 24 is completely true, because most younger individuals see something that's given to them, don't really question it, and they just believe it and they run with it. And Rivals is no different. Like, people see either misinformation about the game and run with it, or they see misinformation about people and run with it, or like somebody says like, oh, this thing is really strong, and they'll just believe it and they run with it, but they don't even know why, and they don't question for it to know why. And if this game was a competitive game, they might question it more, but it's not. They like being told what's true, what's not true. And unfortunately, that's just the way the short form content works, and it sucks, but that's just the game. I don't think there's a way to fix that. And I think I've been very outspoken with this for a long time. You brought it up. Like, isn't this just going to keep happening? Yes, it is. I think Rivals is a very good game. I think right now it's not in a great spot, but it's not broken. It's fixable. Like, it's not fucking over. Like, I played Overwatch 1. I played Double Shield for 2 years, from 2020 to 2022, where there was no content. I know all about a game that has no hope. This game has plenty of hope. It's fine.
Yeah.
But you know the one thing Rivals cannot fix? It cannot fix its community. It cannot fix the people that play the game. It cannot fix the way people act. You can't fix a community. That's impossible. Sometimes it just grows out of control. Sometimes you get a League of Legends. Sometimes you get a Dead by Daylight. Rivals is just going that route now. And there's two options: are they just start hard banning people that they find in their game. I got a slur second slasher yesterday. I'm dead serious. Like, 5 seconds into the game, we're talking hard N, hard R. Bang! Like, I reported him. He got muted. That's it. Like, that's it. Nothing. And that was with like everyone saw it, you know, my team, NC team, whatever. They don't ban anybody. Because they're people that play the game. They're going to buy more skins. They're going to do all these other things. They're not going to ban them. So they're going to let them keep playing. Because one of Overwatch's biggest criticisms is they're very harsh on bans. Rivals said, let's not do that. So they don't ban people as much. So you have a toxic system that contributes into itself consistently.
I definitely want to get to that, but I wanted to cycle back to asking me kind of like what I would do for the balance. This is something we've talked about on the podcast a lot, which is before you give a response, just hear me out here. Separate balancing for the ranked competitive mode. You could argue that there's already changes made to the ranked mode that are different. Obviously, like with quick play, you only play half a game. Ranked, you play a full game. Bans is another thing that's different. So would it be too much to ask to offer for the game mode that they consider more competitive, so they can still do whatever the balance changes, where they make whatever meta work for whatever month, something like a global nerf like they did to the support alt change to buff it in the 9.0 hotfix to everything. So to basically raise the skill ceiling of just the ranked mode in particular. So an example would be when you hover over the rank tab for competitive, it'll show you whatever bans, different map setups, like longer maps, and then it would say 50% global alt church nerf, and like maybe, I don't know, maybe like remove tenacity or something. Like, I think that, I'm curious to hear your thoughts on that, but something like that where it's separate balancing for the ranked mode, but not any changes to individual heroes, so that like those contexts that you say, or conversations that you say that lack context and nuance, where people just see a clip and like, oh, that thing's OP, that would kind of be mitigated a lot. Curious to hear your thoughts on that. Separate balancing.
So that's an interesting one. Where does it stop? Because I would argue that balancing for medal ranks is a million times different than balancing for top 500. I would argue that pro play is even different than top 500, even though those probably are a little bit more similar because a lot of the same players, but they don't play the same way. Like, they don't play the same way in scrims as they do in ladder, right?
Where does it stop? It should all be for changes that raise the skill ceiling, kind of like what we were talking about before, where it's like you don't just right click a thing punch and whatever, you're immune to dying. It's things that encourage skillful use of abilities, things that aren't just guaranteed value.
You're asking for the ranks, right? Like the difference.
Yeah,
so like we would just do just rank the competitive mode. So it's like, if you want a competitive experience, you sign up for it, you click here, this is the balance for that. If you don't want that, if you want the fun whatever. There's quick play. There's all these other modes that you can play.
Yeah, nothing for individual heroes. I mean, like, just what was it, season 7 when they did the global alt nerf? I feel like that's pretty much already been erased. Like, I mean, I feel like the alts come up just as quick as they did then. I mean, so it's like they really can't help themselves with like the power creep. So I'm thinking just have some blanket like global nerf for just the rank mode, and I don't think too many people would complain about that.
I disagree. I think that a blanket like just alt reduction. I mean, sure. Yeah, I mean, like, that would probably be the most simple version of that. But we all know it's not going to stop there. We all know it's not going to stop there. We're going to start asking for more changes individually to ranked versus unranked. And we also, because this community gets an inch and they take a mile. And also, you have your casual mode and your ranked mode not lining up. Like, think about people that play quick play and ranked, right? How different you get the feel from each one. I mean, if that would just mean you never want to play ranked ever. You know, if you're a quick play player and you're like, oh, you know what? Like, the ranked feels awful. Like, I'm never playing that. Like, it just doesn't, like, it's not the same game. Like, you can't even practice for quick play to go into ranked at that point. You are now completely segregating those two communities instead of trying to get them to play ranked and getting into the game. And because what you want is casuals to turn into competitive players. That is what you want.
Doesn't that happen just naturally over time, though? If you play the game long enough, you kind of grow with the game and get better with it, right? Isn't that just like a natural progression? Not
unless you have a reason to play. Like, and I think the reason people even touch ranked right now is they want the rank rewards each season. They want to get to gold and they want to get their skins.
Remove it. Please
I think that's wrong too, though. Like, I think Overwatch ended up copying that because they're like, oh shit, this is a fucking genius idea. Like, we reward people for queuing up in rank. They have their own system called drives. Granted, drives are horrible to queue because like the game goes to shit. But I don't think it's just because, oh, all these casuals are now queuing the rank mode. I think it's because everybody wants to win their games more. So toxicity goes through the roof because they know they only have 3 days to win. If they don't get their wins in 3 days, it's GG's. Like, they just lose out. They miss the whole event. So it creates insane FOMO. So people go bananas. But it's not they're not trying. They're actually trying harder than ever. They really want to win. I think Rivals wants to get people down that pipeline because people are more dedicated to the game are more likely to buy skins. They're more likely to be invested in the community. They're more likely to watch a stream. They're more likely to watch some pro play, right? That's the whole point of drops. That's why, like, I always said, like, their drops suck. Like, if they wanted to get people more in the game, they would have better drops. And if you had better drops, then they would watch people in the community. Guess what happens when they watch people in the community? Yeah, 70% probably going to AFK, but you know what? That 30% that doesn't might find a streamer that they like, and all of a sudden they're keeping that streamer up on the second monitor while they're at work or they're gaming or something. And guess what? Then they're watching the game more often. When they watch them play the game more often, they're like, I kind of want to go home and play the game, because subliminally they're watching the game more often. They're like, I'm picking up on some stuff. I'm watching this guy's like gameplay. He's actually pretty good. You know, like, I didn't think to bubble that, or like whatever, or just like they catch it in the moment. Guess what? Now they go home and they queue up some ranked, and they actually get into the game and they get into the community more, and now they're invested, and now they're there all the time. They live there. Casuals are like a migration. They're going to constantly come and go, and Rivals does a great job of bringing them back pretty constantly. But you want to pipeline them in more into a competitive side, but they kind of can't either because they've boxed themselves out of being a hyper competitive game. So they're trying to be a light competitive game, which means the more you play, the higher rank you go, right? They reward you for playing the game more often. It's all, ooh, you get to be high rank because you play the game a lot, right? That's what they've done. That's why it's not a real competitive game. It is a cycle of trying to get people to be competitive, then rewarding them with tons of dopamine so they buy more skins, and then they just go do whatever, right? But the game itself isn't competitive. So, like, by balancing hyper competitively or saying top-down balance, those casual people who come back might have less fun and they don't come in. Now, you were saying, to come back to it, quick play and ranked having very different plays, right? I don't think people would feel like that feels good in the moment, right? Like, if they go from quick play to ranked, they're like, wow, this is just so different. It's a completely different game. Never mind, I think that it would become a runaway train where you have people then say, oh, we should balance high rank different than low rank, right? And to give you another example, Overwatch does this right now. Granted, NetEase pumps out content faster than anyone else in the industry. Overwatch has 5v5 and 6v6 right now. They're trying to balance them both at the same time. Both have suffered. You split your focus from just one game into multiple modes, it falls apart. Because we all know what's going to happen next if they did that. Then they're going to say, well, why don't we just juice up the characters even more in quick play? Right? Like, we're already balancing it different.
We could.
Let's make it even worse. So then, if that's the truth, then comp and quick play are two different balance patches each season, which means the games are no longer even the same game. So if you start playing quick play and get into the game, and then you try to play ranked, you're like, what the fuck? My character's useless. Or what the fuck? This character's broken.
It would be
all of a sudden.
Simple things. And I can, like, there's a counter example to, like, the example you provided, League of Legends ARAM. I mean, that's a different game mode, different stats on the heroes, which I actually personally don't like in ARAM, but I still play it. It's totally different, but it's still the same core control of, like, playing your hero, playing your character. They all do the same thing. It's just the numbers are slightly different. ARAM is massive. It's one of the things keeping League of Legends alive. So, I mean, that'd be a counter argument to what you're saying. And I do agree with, yeah, like having a hero feel useless, because I think the way they kind of currently keep low ranks bearable is having, you know, heroes like Wanda just be like really strong in those ranks. But the higher rank you go, they kind of get phased out of the meta completely. So if you did kind of do this, I don't think it would be as bad as you're saying. I really don't. Like, as long as you don't change the core, like, gameplay loop of heroes, I think it would honestly
Can I ask
might
a
even
question?
vital. Yeah, sure.
I don't play League. My chat kind of got like, what? Those aren't the same. What is the difference between normal League and ARAM? Like, what is the difference in the game mode?
So League of Legends has a map with 3 lanes where everybody goes down a lane to get, like, farm, get different resources, and there's objectives on the map where you go around and kill, and eventually you try to go and kill their base. ARAM, there's only 1 lane. You just go down the middle, 5v5. They're all clumped in together. It's just a big team fight the whole time.
Wouldn't that be 18 versus 18 in Rivals then versus quick play?
Well, I mean, ARAM is not considered a competitive mode. The first one I said, Summoner's Rift is what it's called, is. And the characters functionally are exactly the same. They just have their stats modified, and there's like the map's a little different, but it's ARAM is widely considered to be a non-competitive for fun game mode.
It's not quite like 18 versus 18, because 18 versus 18 is just literally the characters as they are thrown into like a random mode. There's not really any semblance to balance. Versus
No, I mean,
ARAM,
then that's where you could do that. You could juice up characters for 18 versus 18, but that's not like the base game. Like quick play and ranked are like mirrors of each other. I mean, it doesn't sound like this is a mirror.
Prefer, so like my amount, I actually don't agree with Captain Coach, because my counter argument is, yeah, let's juice it up for 18 versus 18, and let's make the actual like game mode. Let's just balance it. Like
I don't agree with me either. I don't agree with me either. I'm just, to me, it's like Flats, I view as someone who's kind of a realist and kind of understands like what NetEase as a company wants, which I'm really honestly refreshed to hear. But like under this set of rules that we have, where that's like, okay, we know they need to make money, we know they want to keep the game fresh, like just give like us something, like a bone to chew on. Maybe even have like 2 quick plays, one that's like pre-rank. Like, here, this is what it's going to be like in rank. You can try it out. I know it'll split the player base, but I'm just trying to spitball here. Another idea I had was having like more introductory content for new players.
We're just trying to find a solution under, like, if there's all these reasons why you have to balance for the the casuals, what can we do to still deliver what we want? And I think like ultimately this all blew up because of, like, once again, a high elo clip. High elo players are frustrated. You're like, and I'm not even like the highest of highs. Like, anyone Grandmaster Plus is frustrated. You're frustrated. We're frustrated. Like, and I think that this game could be more than what it is for us, while still
100%
being fun for people, everyone else. Like, it doesn't have, like, we don't have to choose this extremity. And we're obviously in this constant loop of, I mean, how long have we been dealing with triple support as a high ranked player?
Yeah, I was gonna say that clip, like, that's been happening for like a year now. Like the Ultra, like pretty much since like Ultron was in the
triple
game.
Support Mantis has been like this extremely unfun composition to play into, and it's only been bearable because a lot of players won't play it. Like, low ranked players don't have to deal with it because there's not as much supports. Or they play like solo tank, which triple support sucks, and like,
or they just don't care, you know?
Yeah, like kind of like what you talk about, like, ooh, please go goats is my rank up game. Like, we deal with that in this game when people just decide, oh, we're losing, let's go triple support. Oh, guess what? We're winning now. It's like, why do we have to endure? Like, why do we have to deal with this problem? Why is it like, do we just not matter at all? Like, anyone that's Grandmaster Plus just doesn't, like, fuck any of their experiences unless they're literally suffering on the edge.
So, can I be honest? You know, remember the season that they were like, triple support is actually not that good. It has like a 40% win rate.
That triggered me.
So that season, I actually agreed with them that season it wasn't that good. That following season, it actually was really fucking good, and I thought that was hilarious. Because, unfortunately, I don't know how to say this. There isn't enough corrective information because that's just the way the internet works. It doesn't go anywhere. Like, I try to make it sometimes. It doesn't go anywhere. Like, it just doesn't get the viewership of other stuff. There are seasons where triple support was not good.
What do you mean
and
by corrective
we don't talk about
information?
this.
Sorry.
So, for example, sorry?
What did you mean by corrective information? I don't understand.
What you guys just said, triple support's been a problem since season 0. Has it been a problem every season since season 0? I'd say no.
Every season, but
Nah.
There's been seasons where it's not.
Perception-wise, definitely not.
It's been a very strong composition for most seasons, I will say.
Yes.
I would say at least 50, maybe 60%. I think there's a few seasons where 2-2-2 is the vast majority played through the vast majority of ranks. Pro play, I think, is a little different. Like Ultron's been like in ranked. How often do you see an Ultron in ranked?
No, you can't.
Not that often.
No,
in pro play, he's insane.
Aim. Yeah.
He was permabanned at the Ignite finals, right? That's what I mean by pro level being very different than everyone else. They never saw Ultron. Like, that guy just didn't exist. That guy's been like a myth. He's gone. And there are seasons where 2-2-2 was actually the most played by far, and people would try to go the crutch triple support, but it wasn't even that good for certain seasons, but nobody ever talked about it. Like, oh, this season? Yeah, triple support wasn't actually good this season. That was good. It just never really went anywhere. Like, that content, like that information never goes anywhere. So the narrative almost becomes, it's been strong since season 0. And like, yes, but also Dive's been strong certain times. Poke has been really strong since season 0, right? Like, but
well,
like,
I would argue
true,
that
though.
People, I think triple support, like, it has been one of the strongest comps you can play.
Sure, for sure. I'm not
always,
saying it's
people play it wrong too. I mean,
Yeah,
like, if you play
100%.
like Luna Invis Cloak with one mag, like, when are you building ult? Like, never. Like people. I mean, you don't. This is another part of the problem with like the casual conversation and stuff. It's like, one, like I said, they only solo tank. They sometimes barely get 2 supports, much less 3 supports. Playing triple support with a Spider-Man and a BP makes no sense at all. Like, there's a lot of these rules to this composition that's just not going to affect casual people. Even though when this comp is good, it's like it's just a miserable experience to play into. And this leads into my segue. I have a segue plan. Something, shook me to my core, shocked me more than ever. I saw a clip from Boger about wanting role lock in Marvel Rivals, or a tweet or whatever. I was very shocked by it, because he's not a guy that's I mean, I run this podcast a lot, and I hear a lot of Rivals only guys kind of say, oh, we want role lock, and I was like, no, we played these games before, but now I have an Overwatch guy saying it. So what is your thoughts on that? Because here's the thing, role lock is a casual thing to implement in the game, because they don't have to deal with not having a support or not having a second tank, or and all the queue time problems that we ran into in Overwatch, where I sat in a 22-minute DPS queue. That does not affect the casual rank because there's enough player pop. So like, a lot of the biggest reasons to not implement it are competitive reasons. So what are your thoughts with the philosophy that you have?
I completely disagree with that. I think it's actually much more casual. I think it's much more competitive to implement role lock than casual.
Okay.
Because casual player, yeah, they want people to fill, they want people to play things, but they want other people to do it. They don't want the game to force them to do it. They also don't want to sit in a queue for 10 minutes. We all knew back in the day. We always used to we'd all see J3 sitting in queue for 20 minutes, watching some Hell's Kitchen. It was peak content before the DMCA apocalypse. Peak content. It was basically his content because he couldn't get a game. Role lock in Overwatch was a requirement because of what was happening with GOATs, what was happening with the community overall, asking for something, wanting changes, and they were trying to figure something out. The funniest part about role lock is role lock actually happened right after they finished GOATs. Like, GOATs had been beaten. Like, we figured out how to beat GOATs, and role lock came in. I'm not joking. Like, literally the season after, because it was already in the pipeline.
Was it that like triple DPS ball?
Triple
comp?
DPS ball,
with Farm
Orisa
versus-
comps,
yeah.
Orisa
Oh,
solo,
oh,
like
right,
Orisa
yeah.
like bunker comp. It was like Orisa,
Yeah.
It was called the East Coast Special back in the day. So like you play like Bastion, Orisa. Dude, that was so funny. Like I mean, you were around back then when like the Korean players would queue into the fucking meme six stacks on East Coast and just get shit on. Like the best. Like you'd have like the top players. Like you'd have like half of NYXL and half of like Philly Fusion queue into the biggest degenerates of East Coast and get shit stomped and be like, oh my god, what's happening? Regardless though. That was implemented in 2018, I believe. And I think that was probably the best decision Overwatch ever made.
Oh,
it was needed. It was absolutely needed. Let me finish.
So wait, do you
don't go off the rails just yet.
Okay.
It was absolutely needed for the game. It had massive problems trying to get people to play tank because tanks are boring as fuck and was boring as fuck back then. Everyone wanted to be Genji. Everyone wanted to be Tracer. Nobody wanted to play support other than play Mercy, and they had just nerfed her ridiculously like 16 times because of how powerful she was. Rightfully so, but then they kind of made her like really bad outside of just being a pocket DPS. She's never recovered. And then you had Brig. So you basically had Ana Brig. That's it. And then eventually they put BAP, and you had BAP Brig. That's basically what you had. You had like 2 potential support combinations to play. No one wanted to play it. It was boring. It was needed. That's what the game needed, and it was a competitive game. This game is not a competitive game. And people want people to fill, and they want people to play 2-2-2. They do not want to sit in queue for 10 minutes to get that game. They want the game to be flexible. They want to be able to swap roles. They want people to work together. The game should encourage you to work together somehow without forcing you through role queue. Role queue would probably be the death of this game because the alternative, Overwatch, I would argue is a much better competitive experience, but you got to sit in queue for somewhere between 3 to 10 minutes unless you're playing quick play. Then you might have a faster queue if you're playing in the metal ranks. This game's greatest strength is to be able to hop on with your friends or whatever, click the button, and you're instantly in a game. Always. There's, even at the higher ranks, like unless you're queuing at 4 a.m. in top 500, the queues are pretty quick.
Isn't there always a trade-off though? Like you're always, even if you're you logging onto Marvel Rivals wanting to play like your favorite hero. Okay, well now the game's telling you that you need to swap because Joe Spider-Man doesn't want to give up his pick. So now you're taking a hit in fun anyway, right? Wouldn't that naturally decrease the player base or the retention over time, and you'd benefit from a system where people just get what they want and the game quality increases? Or am I just like crazy? Like to me, I don't think so. As long as you don't hard lock it, I don't see there being a queue time issue unless you're in the very highest ranks.
Well, there would be a queue issue. There's no debate. Like we have an example we can look at. Like
I disagree.
I don't think there's.
Because you look at how you said it yourself, like the matchmaking in Rivals is not really serious, and it lets anybody climb to a higher rank. Again, that's by design too, and they have a big pool of people. I mean, you've seen it. I mean, League of Legends is going through a big problem right now with this, where like the rank disparity is so high again, because I think all these games are now focusing on their algorithms, their matchmaking algorithms to give people quicker games. I think that's less of a problem than it used to be. Also, like League of Legends, again, I know I'm using that as an example. Like you guys have been talking about Overwatch. I'm just kind of citing from my experience. They implemented a soft roll lock system and actually kind of revitalized the game. And it's not really bad for queue times because.
What are you talking about?
League of Legends implemented.
Oh, League of Legends did it. Oh, sorry. I thought you were talking about Overwatch. Like, no, we have a hard roll lock.
Yeah,
right.
How do you feel about soft roll lock? By the way, that Captain Coach has been pitching it to me for a while.
So what does that mean by soft roll lock?
So before you queue up for ranked, you'll select your main role, like the role you want, and then the role that if you're not allowed to play your main role, that's what you'll be put on. And I think this, like, I mean, to bring it all back to like the banning and AFKers and like people throwing and griefing, this would be a lot less of a problem, I think, if just the game quality increased, because you'd have like, okay, tank would be blue, healer would be green, DPS would be red, and if you're like a blue-red, and if you don't get your blue, then you're expected to play red. You're expected to play DPS for your team. And if you don't, then now there's like this agreed upon community standard where there's not all this gray area that I think causes just terrible interactions in games and makes the game's balance also feel worse, because now we don't have people able to like do what they're doing to get to the rank they're in. So I think
they would make it so every single lobby has at least, like, let's say, you know, green is tanks, reds are DPS, blues are supports. They make sure every single lobby has two of each people that have agreed upon that they're willing to play that role, basically.
Either main or off role. So like you could you could have like 2 greens, but it'd be their secondary. But it's like, well, too bad that you have to, if their team needs a healer and like you agreed upon it, then it wouldn't lock you into a comp, but it would like strongly urge you to play.
Wait, how many roles are there in League? Because I'm reading 5.
Five. Yeah.
So what are the 5 roles in League? Can you play the game without having all 5?
The roles in League are more positions on the map rather than what their heroes actually fulfill. So it'd be top, jungle, mid, bottom, support. But the League has changed so much over the years now that there's been a lot of like crossover with the roles, and they've kind of taken away a lot of individual identities of heroes. So like mages used to be mid because it was a lane that's like unsafe, and mages had less mobility, so you could always just fall back to your tower quickly because it was a shorter lane, right? So, but like now mages are getting picked in bottom because again, League, same thing, just over 10 years, just the power creep in that game has been absolutely bonkers.
And like the idea here, Flats, is like if you, let's say you queued for all 3, right, or whatever, like in a different system, you would be expected to fill if you did, but you're gonna have really fast queue times, right? If you queue for just DPS, you might have a slightly longer queue time, but you're not expected to fill it all. And if there's an opportunity for you to fill, maybe that could be reportable or something. Like if I queue up as a support and then I get into a game and I'm like, no, I'm actually just lying, I'm playing tank, like that's bannable, reportable, whatever. But the whole idea here is that you create better outcomes than, I mean, I'm sure you've run into it. Oh, there's 5 tank mains in this fucking game. Or, oh, there's 4 insta-lock DPS lords. We lost. Yeah, like...
The 5 tank main games are actually low-key like the best lobbies you could get.
And I mean, that is actually true. That is actually true.
Unless you got me on the DPS, and we might be cooked. But, like...
But that's the whole... I would never heard of this concept before until they pitched it to me. But it sounds interesting, like a more... Like, it would be better than... locking. It'd be better than locking for sure, I think.
Isn't this like a theoretical lock though? Like you're basically saying then you're trying to implement matches of 2-2-2.
You are. Yeah, but it's not absolutely required, but it is.
You could have hybrid roles.
What would change it though? So like let's say I've loaded up DPS and then I just choose tank.
Like that's what I'm saying. That would be
or the reverse. I queue up support because it's a fast queue, and then I just pick tank and I play DPS and say fuck you.
Reportable and bannable, basically.
How do you know though? How do you know? Like you're gonna say like, oh yeah, this person queued up for DPS. Yeah, they're not playing DPS anymore.
Well,
or sorry,
when
they queued up for support.
Load up
now
into the lobby, they would have like colors associated with.
So you're basically trying to shame them. Like, yeah, hey, you locked support, but you don't have to pick support. It's up to you. Right?
Well, it would be in your best. The thing about it is like DPS players, like at least all the high elo ones, when they get into lobby with a lot of the other DPS, they either ego the other DPS off of it, or they just say, okay, go next. I'm going to avoid you all. And we're going to play again. DPS players would rather guarantee have 2 good tanks and 2 good supports. Like they're not gonna. They're not like.
I think if queue times were going up, people would absolutely do that. Like the reason you don't have that now is because there's no queue time. Like if you had 10 plus minutes, 20 minutes of queue time, and your difference is, well, I could lock support, get into a game, and then I'll bully the other guy to play support for me. They're absolutely choosing that almost every single time. Every single time.
I mean, it's just you could just ban them, but like.
But hang on, we're not banning people already for being the slur slinging slasher. We're not banning people for doing all these things.
We will talk about. I want to talk. There's a lot of stuff we got to talk about ban.
I'm just saying they've proven they don't want to ban really hard. Even people that are throwing games maybe get like a 10-minute penalty. That's why we're spiraling as a toxic community in a lot of ways. So now you're implementing a new system that can be abused, and the only way to stop people is by getting them banned through net ease.
Now, like right now, people are abusing. Like
abusing what?
The alternative is we just get in random games where we lose instantly.
Oh, I was talking about abusing like just like people in general, and then like using the report system doesn't work. I wasn't talking about like queuing in.
No. Oh, well, yeah. Well, I'm just saying that wouldn't this system be like at least better than what we have, even if it is abused?
What happens to Ultron? What happens to Adam? What happens to Mantis?
Well, that's what I'm saying. You would probably
you could have like a hybrid role. It could be 4th role.
Well, now you're talking a 4th role. Like that's a whole new different one. Like
you could still. Okay, this is a hot.
How do you queue up the 4th role?
Just make every team have the same number of roles.
Wait. Before we get to the 4th role idea, because I think that's a little radical. I don't necessarily think that if they implemented something like this, I don't necessarily think that they should like they still need to make sure that people like triple support is not broken and things like that. Like they still have to do that because like the second DPS player could just decide to swap to triple support. Like it's still a playable composition. Now, is triple support going to be played less? 100%. Is that a bad thing? Also, no.
Is it though? If you queue up for DPS and then, or so you say you queue DPS and support, and then you queue into your top 500 game, and you're like, I'll just play Ultron. Ultron's the flying DPS anyways.
I mean,
it's curious.
You have the option to do that, but
how many people play support just because it's the most important role? I mean, like,
I don't think anyone. I think support's by far the least played role in this game.
No, I said important, most important role.
My thing is what you're trying to what you're trying to prevent is at least you have 2 of each role. Like that's what you want, at least. Like that's what this system would allow is like you're guaranteed to have at least, or you're like mostly guaranteed to have at least.
I think support's the most important role in the game, but it's also the least impactful. Like good example is every time we do one of these creator tournaments, like Aramori, like everybody shit talks her because she's not winning, but it's like you objectively get way less value in those tournaments as a support player than you do as like a DPS player. Like if you're a DPS player, you just kill the whole lobby. What do you do on support?
I disagree. I think that
you think support's the most impactful in the tournaments?
No. I agree with that, but I think that's only because they're of an equal skill. Like in lobbies of unequal skill, then yes, but in lobbies of equal skill, then no. Like that, there's a big difference there. Like you see a huge gap in support play at pro level because everyone does what they're supposed to do at pro level. But in a creator tournament, yeah, I'd rather be Hella and just walk around and kill everybody. Sure,
but a creator tournament's more of an example of what everyone is dealing with. You have one really good player, whatever.
When I'm on, like, I just played in a creator tournament the other day on Thor, and I'm just running it down and killing everybody because they're Grandmaster and Diamond creators. Like, that's different. I can't. But
if you were playing support, could you do the same thing?
No, I absolutely couldn't.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that in a lobby where everyone is a Celestial or an Eternity player, I could run it down on Thor and kill everybody. Absolutely not.
No, absolutely.
But the support player that has meaningful things that they like the higher in level and the closer in rank the lobby is, the more important support matters, in my opinion. But I
don't disagree. But that the chances you're loading into a game like that, right, and everybody's on the exact same level, is decent, right? Let's say it's decent, but that doesn't mean people are going to queue support because it's the most important role. That was the point I think that was made before. I think people queue support because they enjoy it, even if, in my opinion, it's one, the most boring role, and two, out in ranked can be the least impactful. Like you have to heal bot right now. You occasionally have an opportunity to do an offensive move, like for example, throwing your fade window on Cloak and Dagger. That's like your best tool. Surviving is your third best tool, I would say. And then, okay, sorry, this should have been number one, is your ults. Like being ulting correctly. That's probably the way you have the most impact on the game. Then it's probably surviving. Then it's heal botting or / heal botting. And then the one time you get to do an offensive ability. It's just not as impactful as like an individual player each game. But if you put people in an organized setting at a really high level, absolutely it's extremely important. That's not true though for like the other 98% of the game, which is why we kind of all come back to like thinking like the support's not getting played much because they're not having fun. It's not as great. So they're trying to give them more tools to play it and survive, and it's gone too far.
Do you think like if we rebalance the power of supports to not as much sustain and maybe less powerful healing or less value from healing and less value from ults and more playmaking, damage,
you'd have to do DPS and tank nerfs across the board too.
No, 100%. No, we're on the same page about that, where everything needs nerfs. But I'm just saying, like, I never felt like I didn't have agency on characters like Ana or Zen. I really just didn't. Kiriko, I never felt like I didn't have agency, and I feel like what a lot of dive players or players are complaining about, like the hyper sustain of supports, that it would actually be more fun for supports to get value in different ways besides hyper sustaining. I think hyper sustaining is actually not a fun, like it's not fun to die, but there are more fun ways to get value than just heal botting and hyper sustaining. I think.
I think casuals kind of. I think a lot of them are cool with just it being heal botting, like being kind of simple.
I was gonna say I agree with that. I think that's what they want. I do think so. For the Overwatch example, I think Overwatch has actually gone too far. So that's why everyone's starting to just turn on 5v5. The most 5v5 defenders are support players because they have so much more agency. You're basically a DPS with healing. I think that's what's tuned it too far. I think that, for example, what you talked about, like the old Overwatch, like Zen, Ana, like that back in the day was a good example where you had some offensive agency, but you were mostly healing for the game with a little bit of pressure, right? Like where you could do a little damage here and there. You could throw your nade offensively, do whatever. And then they took the game and they took it way too far. You know what, though? Now it's the second most played role, almost tied with DPS because it's fun. People love it. But it's made at the detriment of the tank role so horrible. So let's do it to rivals in a way.
Right. Yeah.
Do you guys remember DPS Flank Luna?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, remember it. I had one in my game. Like,
You still see it now,
around.
where people will still do it. I don't think Rivals wants that at all. I think they're like, I think what
Jeff,
Coach was saying is they want people to do. Oh yeah, God, I forgot about that demon. They want people to be more heal focused. Like that's what they want, and I think that's what a lot of casuals do want. You know, like, it's kind of like it's what you queue up to do. You queue up to play healer. You know, like I'm not. They don't talk about playing support. They queue up to play healer, and I think that's fine. But this is an example where it's gone too far. And you need to pull it back. And it's why these conversations are so hard, because there needs to be nuance to them. Because overall, I think in most seasons, it was kind of, like, in pro player opinion, it's too far, it's annoying, sustain's insane. But for everyone else, it was mostly fine. We've hit the point where we're now seeing it on the ladder, and it's cascading its way down little by little. You know, if it stayed in its current state, I think you said, like, you know, the patches are too fast for it to happen. I don't think there's any radical patches that they're going to put out. Respectfully, unless they like take all this week and now they're back in the kitchen cooking something up, and then we're all gonna get blamed in about 2 weeks whenever that comes out. Just as a heads up, get ready, it's coming if they do that. And that maybe is why they've been so silent. There's a possibility they went, oh shit, we're going back to the drawing board. But regardless, though, if they don't, it will work its way down, and the sustain will keep going. Like we've broken critical mass, but there needs to be nuance, and the nuance here is that up until this point, I think it wasn't that bad. Like yes, in triple support and pro play is strong, but like I look at Ultron, right? Ultron in bronze through plat is the highest win rate character in the game. They all think he sucks. You could like if I told a bronze player you're in jail, your mom needs to get to gold for you to get released, and I could tell their mom one sentence, I would just say pick Ultron every game, and then like congrats, you're out of jail probably in a week or two, you know. It's like, but they all think he sucks because he doesn't do the healing, he doesn't do the job of the healer, right? So it's like in their own rank the stats show he's fucking busted, but the perception is he sucks. So who's correct, community perception or the data? Well, I don't think data is the best way to balance something. I think it needs a human touch, which is where we get into having these disagreements about, you know, oh, I think this character's strong this season, where you have like the tier list for an example, like, oh, I think this character's strong for XYZ reason. And then little Timmy comes in and goes, fuck you, stupid. Like, he's actually really good in my game because I dropped 40 kills the other day. Okay, great, little Timmy. Thanks, buddy, for your fucking input. You know? But at the same time, though, you gotta like say, like, yeah, like their perception does kind of matter a little bit because, like, clearly those characters are fun for them to play. But I think little Timmy would have dropped those same kills anyways. And if anything, I'm giving you a buff. Congrats. Now you get 50 next game. You're welcome.
Real quick question just to follow up on that is, what do you think about balancing for data for the high elos and balancing for perception for the mid?
So you'd have to have two balance patches? Is that what you're saying?
No. Just like you do both, where it's like
Luna and Cloak have had negative win rate at the highest rank for like seasons.
Well, the win rate argument's a little bit weird because like win rate is a little bit skewed because of how the percentage.
So what data then?
Wait, what am I looking at?
This right here is Jeff Dino players. Like Jeff Dino is OP. Jeff Dino sucks. Don't pick it. It's not meta. Jeff Dino is OP. I don't know if you guys are familiar with this.
Yeah.
Let's talk about community perception.
Well, I think you play Dino and Jeff like conventionally, they suck. But if you do the team captain strat, you run around the corner, run around the map, like that shit's actually kind of scary. But that's not traditional, and you would need months of that meta for people to catch on like how to play that. You know. Anyways,
I guess mostly like what I'm saying is it doesn't matter what the numbers or win rates say in low elo. That doesn't mean that we can't balance things to help their perception. Like if their perception is Squirrel Girl is an absolute terrorist or whatever. It doesn't matter if Squirrel Girl has like a 45% win rate. It doesn't matter. We can still do stuff to maybe target their frustrations. Okay, why do you feel frustrated? Let's do balance changes. Maybe not just to the power of the character, but to the frustration itself, right? Whatever that is. Maybe, but
The frustration is they stand still main and they shoot left click and they don't move, so they just take all the damage in the world. Like, how do you fix that? You have to rework the whole character at that
Also,
point.
traps worth
not
mentioning.
necessarily. There's ways to definitely do it. Maybe you make the projectiles move faster, bounce less, so they're more, you have to target it more. There's ways to do it. But what I'm talking about, like mostly with high elo, is it's just like the objective power level of a character can be more addressed because it is expected of a high elo player to adapt. Like we don't really expect the low elo player to adapt like you're talking about. We don't expect them to, you need to go Psylocke, you need to just flank the Squirrel Girl and kill them. You need to stop standing main. We cannot expect them to adapt because that's the elo they're in and the experience they have. We just can't expect that of them, but we can expect that of a high elo player. You need to adapt.
I think it's like, I think you can't really say that though because it's kind of like insulting. It's like, you just don't adapt.
It's
you're
true.
Stupid. It's true and it's not true, right? Where it's true is I did like back in seasons like season 0 or 1 or whatever the fuck. I wanted to have another account to play DPS on, so I did like an unranked with GM Captain America before Celestial was a thing, and I got flamed in like silver games because I'm not standing frontline with Cap. Cap was the worst hero in the game at that point. I think I lost like 2 games the whole way through, and I think they were like right on my last edge of diamond where I literally had someone throw. And like people's perception of the game isn't always matched up with how you could win the game, right? Like there's almost a social norm of how you're supposed to play. Supports sit in the back, healers sit in the back and heal the tanks. Heal the tanks. Why are you not healing the tanks? Like you should be sitting. Like if you try to do the things that you're actually supposed to do to win, your teammates will flame you and be like, what the fuck are you doing? Like why, Luna, you took an off angle there to like get a bit of more of an angle. Yeah, you were still healing us, but you killed 3 during that fight and we lost 1 tank. Fuck you. You suck. Like you're a piece of shit, And so like the perception there is that Luna now sucks, even if they're winning the fight by doing the correct play. And so I think there's also a bit of a norm of like, I'm supposed to fit into playing, this way. I need to stand and do damage. I need to stand and do other things. But if you're a high rank player, you understand you can just walk off to the side, you break their LOS. It's like, I don't know, it's like a horse. Like if they just can't see you, then you just don't exist or something. And then you just come to the side, you kill them. Right? Yeah, they don't have object permanence. It doesn't exist. Like I can't tell you how many things I've spectated over the years.
You just said it's insulting, and
right. No, it is. But it's to say them. No, it is. I'm serious. I'm serious. No. It is insulting though to say that they can't adjust because they never deal with it, and they're never taught. Like they don't know because they're so used to seeing the same shit every game. The times they bump into that is 1 out of 10. And the 1 out of 10s they bump into it, they think it's someone else's fault. So it's like they don't think there's a problem with their hero. They don't think there's a problem with the enemy hero. They think it's their teammates who fucked up, right? So it's like, yes, like it's kind of insulting to say that, but like they've never had an opportunity to grow or to learn. And I think the game actually does a pretty good job of stopping them where they belong. So for example, you said Squirrel Girl's a menace. I think once you get past a certain rank, Squirrel Girl doesn't work anymore. Like they're not going to just stand there and you can't just lob shots down me. You're going to start losing. And so, yeah, like maybe metal rank players think Squirrel Girl's really good. I think as time's gone on, I see way less of people complaining about that because they get better at the game the longer they play and the skill floor starts to come up. They're not stupid. They just haven't had the experiences and they don't care to learn as much. So they're not sitting there going, let me VOD review my game. Okay, they came from the side there. What could I have done better there? They just have to be exposed to it over and over and over. That's the only way they'll end up learning because it's more casual. Like, it's the same thing as if you play any game, even if you're not trying, right? Like, you're not, like, trying to get better. If you die in a certain way a bunch of times, you're like, okay, well, I have to change this or else I can't get past this level, And it's like, you're not try-harding fucking, like, a Mario game, but, like, if you keep doing the same jump and you fall into the pit, you're like, fuck, this isn't the correct way. I got to find a new way, But it doesn't feel like you're being an idiot. It's just like trial and error to you. And so if you say like, oh, like they're stupid, they can't adapt, they can't learn. It's like, well, no, it's like maybe they do adapt a little slower than someone who plays a lot and is actively trying to be better, but they just don't care about putting that time in. They will adapt. It's just going to take a little longer. And so the whole point of this kind of circles back around to what's happening right now, where they're enjoying all these cooldowns and buttons because nobody knows how to play against them. It's almost like season 0. That's the big thing, where everyone hasn't learned yet. We caught up almost instantly because like it was the same game with extra buttons. So we've got to see what happens. They haven't got there yet. They'll get there in 3 months. they're just a little bit slower, a little bit behind because they don't play the game as much. They're not intentionally playing to be better. They're not intentionally playing to learn. And that's okay, because that's, at the end of the day, it's a video game. It's supposed to be fun, and that's what they're playing for. They'll get there. But what we're trying to do right now is stop them from running into this wall that's going to be really unfun to play against, and to the point where they might go, I'm not enjoying this anymore, and stop playing.
Well, I mean, see, it just seems like if we're going to be in this perpetual state of having to, like, be behind with learning the game, I mean, at a certain point, it's like, who are you really balancing for? Like, what is the goal of their balance team?
For fun and for people to play their game, and it's a live service game. And so those people are going to come back and they're going to have fun, and then the content's going to go away and they're going to go back to doing whatever. But, like, it has to be in a decent state for each time they come back. And where it is right now, I don't know what the Steam charts look like. I'm sure they're still somewhat close to what it was, but I doubt it's anywhere close to the start of Season 9. Like, Season 9 was a big jump and an average jump. It's probably closer to, like, what it was at this, like, Season 8. Maybe it started Season 8 or something like that. I don't know. I'd have to go check. People still play the game. They're still going to actively play the game. They like the game, but we just hit the accelerator on how much harder the game's going to be, how much more things you have to keep track of. Never mind the visual clutter. Everything's going off. And it also feels like sometimes draining it. You're just sitting there and shooting the same dudes for so long and nothing's happening, right?
If they're going to take 3 months to catch up, then using your logic about balancing for casuals, why does the netties have to change anything? Can't they just wait 3 months for everyone to catch up and then change it then?
They could. They absolutely could. But we're all going to suffer till then.
Well, I know we are, but why do we matter? Once again, Flats.
We don't. That's why they're all screaming at us and saying we suck and who fuck you. We don't care.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean we're not people. That doesn't mean we can't say our opinions. That doesn't mean we can't say, like, this really fucking blows and, like, you're going to bump into the problem soon, right?
Isn't there consequences, though, for just, like, the entire top level of creators and pros and anyone that takes this game even slightly serious, because anyone that does is going to be Grandmaster? Isn't there a consequence for just ignoring that entire group of people? Like,
no.
Like, I know you don't think so. You don't think at all.
I mean, in some way, long term,
because even you yourself have talked about not playing the game as much as you used to, because they're largely not catering to you, right?
No, I said because I wasn't having as much fun. Like, I wasn't enjoying my time.
I don't think you're having fun because the game's not catered to you. Like, I think that
I don't think I should be the person they're catering to either.
But if you at one day, like, as much as the people hate on you, and we'll talk about that in a little bit later, but as much as the people hate on you, if you got tired of Rivals one day and just said, oh, you know what, I'm gonna go become a GTA 6, VR guy.
That's an idea.
And never play hero shooters again, or go back to Overwatch or something. Like, the game suffers for it. The actual survivability of the game, it's important that people like you, Bogert, J3, and any other creator stays in this game. Like, that's an important group of people.
Depends on who you ask. There's a lot of people who think that all the creators are ruining the game, though.
I don't care what they say. They're not correct. Just like they're not correct that Squirrel Girl's broken, and they're just objectively not correct here. Like they can say they can have whatever opinions they want, but it's just not true. Like, they're pulling it from air. And we even have tons of historical data to prove it, where when large creators start to just leave a game, and, like, I've been a proponent of this game where it's like, I will play this game till, like, regardless of the state it's in. Like, I like Thor. I'm running it down with Thor. I don't care if he's terrible. I don't care if he's good. I will play this game no matter what. I don't care how bad this game gets, whatever. I'll play this game. But I don't think that it's healthy for the long term of the game to completely ignore the competitive side. And I think you're going to end up hurting this game, even for the casuals. Even if they don't see it, you're going to hurt it for them eventually. Like there's going to be consequences here, where this game is going to become a pure casual Fortnite-style game where no one cares about it, like, deeply, and everyone just, it's all in vain.
But no one's saying completely ignore. That's what I mean by 90 to 95%. Like, this is one of those times where we need to say something. Like, it's gone too far. But most of the other seasons, I think it was negligible in certain areas, right? Like, there were seasons where I didn't have as much fun objectively, and I understand that because I had been playing a lot, right? Like, if I didn't have as much fun, I'm not going to play it a ton. But, like, I would come back the next season, and now it feels refreshed. And I think that's how most people enjoy it, right? Like, they come in, they play for a little bit, and like, I had a bunch of bad games in a row. Like, people flaming me, people shit-talking me, or like, this Insta-lock Spider-Man running my game down, and then you go fuck off for 2 weeks, and then the new content comes on, you're like, oh, hey, this is great again. And that's the proper way to enjoy it. What I mean by the competitive player is most of them play the game every day, somewhere between 4 to 8 hours a day. That is not how any video game is supposed to be played ever. For those who don't know, I used to have I still do, have close ties to the Overwatch team. I've got to speak with higher ups, executives in confidence, and I will never forget, I don't think I'm going to get sued for this, but I'll never forget I had a conversation with some of the big dogs, and they legitimately told me, we are unsure what to do because there is no world where we can keep people who play 8 hours a day every single day happy. The game is not designed to be played that often because they cannot put out enough content every day or every month or every week to keep you satisfied. Like, it's just unreasonable to them. NetEase, I would argue, puts out 3 times or even 4 times as much content as Overwatch does, and still you will still see people that call for the devs teams to be fired because they're not doing a good enough job. And it's like, I hate to say it, but in many competitive games, their hardcore competitive community will be the ones that will cannibalize you fastest for their own needs. The part about casuals being that group is they're not as organized. They can't. They literally can't because they have such differing opinions and such differing wants that they're not going to unite under one flag. They can't. It's not possible. But as a competitive player, it is. Because you all agree, this one hero right now, really fucking broken. We need to nerf this guy into the ground. Because you can all see it. You all have the game sense. You have enough time. Everyone's in the same boat. On the casual side, because there's so much spread out, yeah, they'll have a bunch of complaints. Oh, Squirrel Girl's broken this season. Oh, you know who's really good? Cyclops this season. Oh, you think Jeff is bad? Jeff's actually really good. I got a 6-man eat the other day. Guess what? They're all over the place. They can't unite under one flag. And guess what? There's enough people that disagree with them that they just ignore it. They're not going to like their TikTok or like their take. They're just going to scroll past it because the silent majority doesn't engage with half that shit. So that competitive community, though, depending on who they are, if they've made their life and their game or their personality or their pro player, for example, around the game, they're connected to it. They ain't leaving unless they have a major fracture with either their own identity, their own team, like for a pro player getting dropped or no longer signed, or you're not good enough anymore, or you genuinely just fall out of love with the game. There is no amount of content that's going to come out to make you fall in love with a game all over again. I use my own self with Overwatch. I love Overwatch as a franchise. I have so much history with the series, and I know many on the team, from either pros to like the dev team. Most of my streamer friends are still there. They could start putting out content as fast as Rivals. I would never go back to playing their game full time every single day because I would drive myself insane. I've learned that if you play the same game 8 hours a day, every single day, you're going to turn into a nutcase. It's not healthy. So I know that I will go back and I'll play the new season. I'll play for maybe a week, or I'll go to BlizzCon and I'll get to see these people and I'll have a great time. But then I go do other stuff because that's how these games were always meant to be enjoyed. We are in a new age of gaming where we're not used to having live service games that have your attention for 10 years every single day. This is literally like unprecedented times at that point. We have no data to look at other than older live service games that have had the same problem, and they're basically just shifting things around to try to keep themselves afloat and try to keep the attention and jingling the keys like, oh, come back, we're doing this, Like, most games are supposed to be played for a year or played for a couple months, beat the game, and then you move on. Rivals is going to run into the same problems as every other live service game, and I think that it's in their best interest to try to keep those casuals and keep those people coming back every cycle to buy their skins, to play their game, to pump the Marvel IP. Marvel, let's be honest, Disney knows how powerful Marvel Rivals is. I mean, I got invited out to go to I think it was like the Daredevil TV or show or something in New York. They were like, oh, you can go film with like the cast for like 15 minutes. And I was like, is it paid? And they're like, no. And I was like, I'm good then. Like, I'm not going all the way to New York to meet some dudes who don't know who I am, and talk to them for 15 minutes, shoot some video on my phone, maybe hop in the practice range and show them what Daredevil looks like, and then go home. Like, I ain't doing that. But like, they understood the value of like, we want to connect with Rivals, and that's why they're doing this whole Doom movie thing in the game. They want this game to be a marketing vehicle for the Marvel IP. They're gonna do everything they can to keep that shit pumping, and they're currently have an idea of what they want and what they want to do in the future with getting people to come back consistently, and that's what they're executing. So like we sit here and say like, oh, they need to have a plan. I think they do. I just don't think we like it.
Yeah. I totally. This is something we've talked about a lot, where I just don't think a lot of the top players' goals really align. I think you've made your stance pretty clear. What I kind of want to talk about now then is we have this high elo community. We see that there is still some value in appeasing, like, and catering to these people, at least a little bit. I think was something we can kind of agree on a tiny bit. There are some things that are not in the game that a lot of people have been talking about for a while. I'm just going to rattle them off, Flats, and Mills, if you want to do it too. I mean, I kind of already know your opinions, and you let me know if this would be good for everybody, if they were implemented or not. So
Sure.
we have having more bans in higher ranks and removing double bans. Do you think that would be better for the game and would immediately like raise the game quality?
Double bans, yes. More bans, no.
Okay. Bigger stacking in Celestial Plus. 3 stacks, maybe 4 stacks.
Endless cat and mouse game. I've played Overwatch for years. Same thing would always happen. Always say we want to play together. The game would go okay, fine. They were loosening restrictions. Streamers get to play together. Yippee! Everybody's having fun. Then there's the 4 stack that VPNs to Australia at 4 a.m. to abuse queues to get rank 1. Everyone gets upset. Solo queue players feel like they're losing the game because they can't get a good game. Matchmaking quality goes down. Queues go up because you're basically either a solo queue player that's stuck in a group, and then that 4 stack gets mad at you, and then they're all flaming you, and you're fighting them 1-4 and 4. Or you go back the solo queue route, and you basically force everyone into the solo queue game. Match quality does go up, but overall player sentiment and fun goes down. Endless cat and mouse game, you never win.
In a hyper casual game though, doesn't it just make sense to just allow 3 stacking?
Yeah,
right?
100%. But they've made it very clear that Celestial Above is not a casual game. The rank
But
system of the
they
game
don't balance
defines
it like it though.
But they're not going to do balance patches for ranked and for one rank and then the rest. That just isn't going to happen. So like the balance is for everybody, but they've made clear rules for the high rank players, and they're like, yeah, you guys are high rank, and the rank system of the game backs that up.
It just feels like there's a disconnect there, where they're like, it's.
But
like
there's not though. Like they still get to play the game. They're like, you're still part of our community, but like you don't get special privilege. You're just like, we're gonna try to make sure that you guys are contained and that you have good matchmaking quality.
We have special rules where you can't 3 stack and sell.
Yeah, and I'm not saying like you. I'm just saying no matter what you do, you can take it. Okay, like let's do it tomorrow. I'm with you. Go ahead, make it 3 stacking. I get to have fun with my friends again.
My problem is like if the game is super casual and like Celestial feels like a Mickey Mouse rank, which it is, then let me have fun with my friends.
No, I'm with you. I'm agreeing with you. But I'm telling you, it's an endless cycle though, where if you do that, in a couple months from now, all those players are going to start complaining that their match quality is down, and they're tired of getting flamed by 3 stacks, and that every game is basically who has the better 3 stack, and that you get pro players that are on alt accounts, smurfing, doing whatever, and people get really fed up, and then NetEase goes, okay, we'll flip it back. Same thing you step in Overwatch all the time. It's an endless cat and mouse game. You will never win that. The only thing you can do is every time one side gets too annoyed, you just flip it back to the other for a little while, and then once that side gets aside, then you put it back.
I'm down.
They've done that though. Like they've literally done that.
Let's flip it now. Like let's flip it.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. But I'm just saying, it'll never win. Like you could put it back right now, and then in 3 months from now, they're gonna probably flip it back again.
Oh, sorry, I'm gonna throw in one here, Captain Kuch. So Bogra actually asked for this, which I was surprised by. No TP in overtime. Swapping to Strange doesn't allow you to TP. What do you think? I was surprised it's coming from him because he's the Strange.
Yeah, I mean, like you can win a game off that. The other team's just too stubborn to swap. Like if you're smart enough that you're the first person who's dead and swaps. It's also a reason not to play Strange. Like if you play Strange, you arguably make your team worse because if you're alive and it's last fight scenario and you haven't died yet, you can't TP. So you'd have to die. So like he's literally a TP bot at the higher ranks, 100%. Like there's no reason.
Like the biggest buff to Doctor Strange would actually be like a direct nerf from like a design perspective, just making it so his portal is like a 30-second cooldown when you pick him just by default, so you can just swap and pick him in like portal plays. That'd be the single most win rate increasing change they could make to him, just because now it would be exclusive to him pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, I think there'd be a lot of pushback. I think people would be very annoyed because they're so used to it now. But I mean, if you're talking about a perfectly balanced game, like it's stupid. Like we did the same thing in Overwatch with like Wrecking Ball. Wrecking Ball, He's a character that's like he's literally just a giant fucking ball, and he rolls, and you could basically zip out of spawn within like a second. You could go from spawn to the point in a second and a half, and be there to contest with 600 HP. And he also works kind of like Venom, where instead of having lower HP when he hits his button, it's actually how many enemies. So if the whole team's fighting on the point, he rolls over them and hits his button. Now he's got 1500 HP, and then he's fucking rolling. And then guess what? Now everyone has time to respawn, and then you can TP out of spawn with Kyrie. Like they've done stuff to do that to help that. Like it wouldn't be a bad idea. I just think people would probably get a little bit upset about it. But also, I think if you did do that, you'd have to make Strange like significantly better, because like he just isn't really that good right now. And if anything, he's a bit of a hindrance to have on your team. So yeah, I mean, I'm not against it, but
okay. What about performance? No performance bonuses past Grandmaster.
Sure. I mean, I think that.
I'm sure you felt the tank tax.
You feel the tank tax all the time. It's fucking ass, and it's like, you know, if you play DPS and you frag out, like great, like you did your job, you did awesome, like congrats to you. But you know, you also fill in on support or something, and it's like you do your job. Like, are you perfect stats line? Maybe not. Like, but you did like what you needed to do to win, and you don't get nearly as many points as the next guy. Yeah, like I completely understand. I think the whole reason performance-based points even exists is to get people out of the metal ranks faster, so that like you don't have smurfs in there. Like you get, like in Overwatch, we have something called calibration, where like as you're queuing, like the system realizes, oh shit, this guy's too low rank, and gives you like hyper juiced points to get you out there.
Do you think that should be in this? Because like in Overwatch, can't you place in a high elo if you just?
Like, you can. I mean, but that's
you can't do that.
It's a quick play abuse, right? So basically, you go into quick play, like play a super high juice character that you're really good at, and you basically win every game. And then when you go into your placements, you win all your games in a duo or something, and you can basically place right into the highest rank. I think that would do this game some good. I think it actually should implement Overwatch's old system where there's a cap. So there used to be a cap before where the highest you could place was 3,500, the bottom of Masters. That would be probably this game's equivalent of like GM. But that would actually do a lot of good, because if you had really good alt account Smurf players like from top 500 / or whatever, they would skip all the metal ranks. They would go straight to the GM and start the real rank system. So yeah, like sure, make placement masters actually matter, and not like people talk about their placements. Like if I play my placements at the start of the season and I go 2-8, or like, you know what I mean, I win 2 games, I'm still placing like top of GM, bottom of Celestial. If you start in silver or gold and you go 9-1, you're gonna be like plat at best, and they'll look at it and go, what the fuck? I won all my placement games. So they don't realize there's matchmaking in the background. I'm playing against significantly better players that entire time. So the system knows I'm not playing against plat players or silver players or gold players. You are. So the system's not going to put you super high. But it confuses people a lot. But like the original placements when your account first places, yeah, fuck it. Do it.
Yeah, I mean just so that, I mean, it would solve smurfing like a lot less smurfing.
Sure.
There's no reason that someone that's on an alt has to like slaughter silver and golds and plats to get to their elo. Okay, there's actually people that there's people that throw your games. There's actually a notable thrower, Pinky Melon. He's like known for throwing Flats' games. And I wanted to ask you, how do you feel about throwers?
Wait, I have a notable thrower named Pinky Melon?
Yeah, you do. Yeah. But specifically, I want to hear your opinion about thrower. How do you feel about throwers?
Is that like a mag player or something? Am I?
No, don't worry about it. I'm just curious about how you feel about throwers.
There's definitely a joke here. I'm not.
No, it's not. I'm just. Yeah. What is Chad saying? No. I'm curious of how you feel about throwers and the report system.
I mean, it's dog shit. Like, it doesn't do anything. I legitimately had someone drop the hard end the other day in front of my entire audience in game, and I told the enemy team at the end of the game, and multiple people came into my chat, and like the entire lobby report me got muted for like 2 games. Like, okay. I had a guy the other day where I was actually trying to get, because we had a Jeff player, a hard dedicated Jeff player, wouldn't swap. I'm like, I'm gonna work with this guy. I'm gonna play Dino. Let's try the Dino thing. No offense to this guy, he could not figure it the fuck out. Like, I was trying to tell him to speed in on backlines, and he would like, he'd pop the bubble, and then like I'm on their Mantis, and he just doesn't shoot. And I'm like, play the fucking game. Turn your brain on. But like, I'm not gonna get mad at the guy, right? But someone got mad at me for trying that with him, and so they just ran out their spawn and just like basically threw the game. But we weren't gonna win anyways. I don't care. I can move on my day. If I can have 100 games thrown. Like I'm gonna do whatever.
I don't know if you can see this.
No, they were. They were. I think they were playing. I think they were playing Hella, and then they took Dino.
I just wanted to bring this data up because this data is circulating the internet right now. AFK rate by Hero Main.
I think it's funny.
AFK rate. There's also abusive communication penalty rate by most played hero.
I laugh at this. I view this differently than everybody else. I feel bad for these players. Like I feel bad.
Wait, why you feel bad for these players?
Because it's like they're the ones going in, taking the most risk and the least expected to get help. So it's natural that if the games don't go their way, they're going to quit. One.
Black Cat has no excuse.
Wait, how is Black Widow taking a huge risk? I'm curious on that
one. Maybe not Widow.
You sit in the back and play fucking Cookie Clicker. Like, what do you mean?
Yeah, maybe not Widow.
Elsa takes zero risk as well. Like what?
Let's more talk about this one here.
This is like generational dive slander right here. But in your experience, who throws the most? I'm curious. There's also this one, by the way. The lowest abuse communicative penalty.
The Jeff one is just bait. This is just a bait one. Like this is blatant engagement farming. Like genuinely engagement farming to the moon. I actually know that for a fact. I'm not gonna out how I know that, but I do actually know that for a fact.
Okay, cool.
But yeah, so I mean, I'm not. I honestly, like, I know everyone always memes on the Spider-Man player. I genuinely don't give a fuck. Like, I will get annoyed if people play certain characters in my games. For example, like before people figured out White Fox was really bad this season. I remember the beginning of the season telling people, "Hey, White Fox is not good. I'm sorry, like that you just didn't keep up with the power creep." I'm not saying she's a character that's badly designed. I'm not saying that your character like should never play her again. I'm just saying right now she is weak. And people were like, "Fuck yeah!" And then I get a White Fox in my game. They never swap. They're always gonna stay on it, and then they get shit stomped. And you know who that feels the worst on? The tank player, because he ain't getting healed. And guess who's gonna be the first one to blame? It's me, motherfucker. Yeah, and I gotta be the one that deals with it. So then I'm more annoyed at the White Fox player because, motherfucker, you are throwing me under the bus and you don't even realize you're throwing me under the bus. And it's something you gotta deal with. But regardless, so at the end of the day, I'm not gonna openly flame that guy. I might, and I don't even do it very often. I might ask him, "Hey, can you play something different here?" But if they don't, I don't care. Like, I just play the game, I try to win, and then I move on with my day. That's how FQ. I might complain in my chat. I might be the guy's like, "Oh fuck, this sucks. I'm just gonna be dead on cooldown." Then, oh, I'm dead. Guess who's gonna get blinded in a second? And then like 2 fights later, boom, it happens. But like that's just me talking to my chat as my stream. I'm not gonna flame the guy in game. Like I want him to play well. He's just playing the game, whatever. If he shows up to my chat and watches the VOD, you hurt your own feelings. I'm sorry.
Just go Ultron, put a drone on them, let them know that.
That's the way. That's the way. Yeah. The amount of games I've had where someone goes, I kind of want to win. Let's go Ultron, and then boom, we just win the game. Regardless, though, I mean, like, I'm not someone that's like, "Oh my god, this guy's locking this thing in my game." I hate you. Like, I kind of just don't really care that much. Like, yeah, I'll have moments where I'm like, "Yeah, this is annoying," but I'm not going to be like genuinely like, "Oh, this guy's ruining my whole day by playing this one character. Fuck these players." It's like, yeah, your character might suck right now. You just haven't figured it out yet. You'll catch up in a week, and then they typically do. And like, I haven't seen like almost any White Fox since then. But sometimes you just have to be the guy who's the messenger to let people know that character's not good.
So, real quick, I know we're kind of moving on from this topic, but one last thing I wanted to talk about the casual versus competitive thing before we move on is
sure.
I know you say like 5% or 10% for competitives and like 90% for casuals. Is it possible, like, would you agree to like an 80-20 or like at 75-25 or like maybe just the concept that as the game gets older, we can do slightly more competitive decisions as time goes on. Like maybe we can keep it casual, but just one small thing every 6 months, or because I think the casual audience and just the audience of the game overall, they do evolve. Like everyone does get a slightly more competitive as time goes on. So what would you say to that? Can you agree to just a slight, still vast majority for the casuals, but
no, I'm sticking on 90-10. But I will agree to the second half. That as the game goes on, you do need to. I think that actually before season 9, we were getting to the point where like, okay, we have to start thinking about this now because we're approaching 2 years. Once a game's been out for a year into 2 years, that's when things get competitive, right? I've talked about it. You know what I think Rivals needs right now? I think Rivals needs a very well-spoken, charismatic coaching content creator. I think that we're right around that point where around the 2-year mark of a game's lifespan, someone typically pops up because people, once you get around that point, either commit to not playing the game anymore or they want to be better at the game and they want to climb. We're getting close to that point. And I think we were almost there until Season 9. Season 9 kind of put a big-ass fucking reset on all that. So now I don't know. Because, like, how often are they going to do this, right? Like, they could do this every year and they do a big refresh similar to how Overwatch does. I don't know. That said, though, I think that as a game goes on, it will inherently always become more competitive. Great examples, if you look at Season 0 versus, so let's say, 8.5, the difference in the average player's skill level was immense. Their knowledge, swapping, right? Like, they still have basic knowledge of swapping. Like, they have a BP, I go thing. You know, most of it was made out of memes, right? Like the memes of, oh my God, like they have a BP, I gotta go thing. All of those that would pop up, that did teach people, oh shit, they have a good BP? I can counter that by playing thing, right? Oh, they're playing dive? Let me go Bucky when Bucky was the thing. When he was still strong versus dive. There are things that the player base has learned over time that it didn't know before. That will only get more... it will only get stronger over time. Knowledge will still build up as they have more experiences. They get to see more things with their eyes. More content is made. More stuff is explained to them, etc. At a certain point, the game becomes hard to get into. We talked about League. I have no desire to play League. If I went to play League tomorrow, how difficult would it be to get in? I have no League experience. It'd probably be fucking ass for a long time, especially no MOBA experience either, right? My only MOBA experience, I played like a little bit of Deadlock, but like, I don't know if I'd say that's like, it is a MOBA, but like, you know what I mean? Yeah. I can also transfer over FPS skills and hero shooter skills that like help. That wouldn't really help in League. It would be really hard. It would be really difficult. And now if I'm someone that enjoys being challenged and I actually wanted to learn it and climb, I think I could. It would require immense effort. But if I just wanted to hop in and play with my friends for a day, and let's say my whole friend group's like, let's go play League, and it's like, I don't really play League. Oh, like, just come play with us, you'll have fun. And then I play 4 games of getting spawn killed. Am I gonna want to play it again? Great example is the Jinxie clip. I don't know if you've seen the Jinxie clip, but he was talking about his experience with Rivals, and he said that he didn't really enjoy it because it's just always something's happening. You always have to click buttons, you're always shooting, you're always respawning, there's no downtime. Part of that could be he just doesn't enjoy like those high intensity games. Part of it could also be it was very overwhelming, and he was basically just stuck on Rocket holding right-click the entire game, getting spawn killed by Kingsman. There's a lot of ways you could look at that. You know, but I mean, like, there's the Punisher clip too. Like, he's straight, like, he's fucking thrusting on Punisher, didn't actually know to shoot. And so some of these things aren't as intuitive as we think. And as the game gets older, it will only get worse. And when your game gets older, it will become more competitive whether you like it or not. So Rivals is holding with an iron fist onto its casual community as tight as it can, and it's going to squeeze until the sand finally slips from its hand and it loses enough that if you ever held a handful of sand, at some point, like, no more really comes out. You'll lose a lot, but you'll have more in there, and then that's your competitive community that you start building with. It's much smaller than what you first started with, and it makes sense for them to not want to let go. That's a lot of money. They're making bank off of that. They have Marvel movies coming out that they're going to use this game as an advertising vehicle for. Someday will come where the casuals do not return nearly as often or at all. And that is when you go even more into the competitive side. But every few months, doing a small tweak toward them, sure. But I think there's way more they could do outside of the game. For pro scene, for example, like drops. They could advertise the pro scene much more. They do these huge prize pools. Why not do half the prize pool and do a live event more often? You know, get people to actually show up and engage with the community and actually physically want to be there and actually wanting to participate and become a community instead of just an online game.
So you're saying when GTA 6 comes out and all the casuals leave, we can balance for the competitors, right?
I mean, it's possible.
It's actually interesting that we haven't had any big games since Rivals came out. Like, I don't.
Yeah, Rivals was the last one.
There hasn't been anything to steal any casual viewers from Rivals in any way.
GTA well, I guess it was Arc Raiders, but that kind of died.
I mean, yeah.
Okay,
go.
It almost seems like your advice then to like people who are seeking a competitive experience as being like the primary goal is to just kind of hold out until we get past this onboarding phase of just attracting a big player base? Would that be somewhat accurate? Or
no,
like,
my advice is to you is to not treat this as a competitive game, because it is inherently not. Like, you can want it to be a competitive game and you can treat it as a competitive game, but you cannot be mad at the game for not giving you the experience you're asking for, because it's not. It's the same way as like if you went to go play Big Walk and then you got upset at Big Walk for not being an action-packed game with monsters and things you shoot. That's not what you signed up for. Rivals is not telling you it's a competitive game. It has competitive aspects. It has parts of the game that it could potentially build on in the future, but right now it's not there. It's just not. Like, I'm not saying it won't be someday, but there's so many things in this game that you can look at and go, this is not competitive.
I guess what people have problems with that, and sometimes problems with you, which, like, you know, for better or for worse, is ultimately it's a decision, right? Like, it's a decision by the devs about what direction they go in, right? And you understand the nuance behind it, which is like the money is extremely important, the marketing vehicle is extremely important, but it could be a competitive game if they wanted it to be. Like, they could make that call. Just like you could make the call to promote it or like back it or say that would be better for the game. Like, anyone can make the call to say, you know, money, this is the money's here, but this matters more, or that, you know, the long-term health of the game matters more. Like, you could decide, they could decide tomorrow to shift it towards a more competitive side. And so when you say stuff like, don't treat this game like a competitive game, but you can have your opinion on it, I mean, that's true, but like, it makes sense why people want it to be more than what it is, and it's possible for it to be more than what it is now if maybe you changed your mind, we change people's minds, the dev changes their mind. You know, like, it's not an unrealistic thing to have happen, and I don't think it's an unrealistic thing for people to want either. Anyways,
there's no reason for me to ever do that, even if I wanted to. Let's be completely blunt. There's no reason. And let's be real. If you talk about this anywhere online, most people the most liked replies, the most upvoted replies, whatever it is things along the lines of they don't want streamers and pro players ruining their game. They want their experience prioritized more than anything. They don't care if you're not having fun. You're not them. They are more selfish. They are not thinking about anyone outside of their own experience. If I, in this one moment, am telling you that it's gone too far, it's ruining competitive side, they need to dial it back. I have not seen this level of pushback on anything in a long time, like maybe Overwatch days. Think about how aggressive it is. Think about how, not just aggressive, but like out of control. Even something as small as talking about the team up system and talking about power creep has gotten in the last week. Right? So there's two ways of looking at it, right? Why would I do that as a creator and a person? Why am I going to stick my neck out to do something like, and if it works out, like let's say it does go more competitive and then it ends up being the right like decision, quote unquote, well, all those people stop playing and they're like, yeah, well, that guy, he ruined the game. He's the one who talked about it. So then they listen to him. That's number one. Number two is the egotistical route of why do I know more than all of them, right? Like, I have 10 years experience. I have been in this game a long time. I've got to watch history repeat itself. But maybe that's ego. Maybe that's me saying I know more than you when I might not. So it's like you have all these people that are saying,
but you do know more than them. I mean, you do know more than the
I
red
believe
black
that,
player.
but what if that's just ego? What if that's just my ego that's talking at that point, and it's not actually the truth? And who am I to disagree with 10,000 people? Or 100,000 people.
I don't like. I think, for example, me and Light probably disagree on like 95% of things. I disagree with him about a lot. But the one thing that I do agree with him on is the idea of like a layman. Like you are more of an expert. Like knowledge matters, experience matters, skill matters.
Mm-hmm.
Like the opinions of you do trump the opinions of a casual Wanda player. Like it just does. Like, and it has to. You can't just give every single person a say and a voice at all times. Like, just like you can't have every single person decide how to build a rocket ship. Like, people, some things matter. And I'm here saying that I know that you like to champion the casual community, and I think that something that's like me, Captain Coach, we are not like these pros that say we don't give a fuck about the casual experience, because we do care. We care about the game. We care about the health, but that doesn't mean that you have to sacrifice what you personally would like about the game for the greater good. I don't think you have to do that. I really don't think you have to do that at all.
That's a tough one, because I had to be the guy to have the hard conversations in Overwatch, publicly and privately. And I think the game's improved immensely since those days, right? I think I am someone who gets blamed a lot. People always say like, oh, Flats ruined Overwatch, but Overwatch has never been better. And it's like, well, some people could say, oh, it's because he didn't play our game anymore. Have you seen how Blizzard works? They take years to do anything.
All of the like, blame, none of the credit, right?
Not to be that guy, but like I can still point to many things that are coming out to this day that I have had conversation with, to either executives or directors of that game. And I still know about stuff potentially coming in the future that is good for the game, because that's how long their pipelines are. But that's still something that I have to deal with every single day. Why would I want to be that person? Because like, even if I believe I'm objectively correct, I am now the bad guy at the end of the day. And what if I'm not correct? If I'm not correct, I've now made a decision that affects everyone else, or champion something that affects everyone else that might be completely wrong, and it's ruined it for all these other people. Even though I've been right in the past, and I was right, and it ended up being a good thing long term. What if I'm not? Because I haven't been right about everything in Rivals. There's been times where I've gotten stuff wrong, because it is a different game. It is a new game. It has many similarities, it has many overlaps. But also, I think there's a bit of a responsibility that you need to have when you call for something that like you have to truly, truly believe it. And I still truly think that this game is better off being casual. To give you a fun fact, I was just looking at, when I was looking for your video that you made on me back in Overwatch, I was looking for it and I was scrolling Flats 2. And my season 9.0 tier list has more views than my video covering the death of PvE in Overwatch 2.
It's insane viewership.
2 years ago, 3 years ago.
Insane. Yeah.
More views are on a month-old tier list than the biggest game-breaking news that the game ever had. Like, that is insane. How many more people play this game and are active in this game and in this community than what was like kind of the peak of Overwatch 2 at that point. And I think it's gone back up again. But like at that point, like that was like the most discussed moment of the game. No, people aren't even as involved or even as active. So like, I don't think, at least currently, that that's the right way to go, because it's not going to make them the most money. It's not going to keep people long term. And if people are having fun, who am I to tell you, fuck you, you're wrong. Like, you're not allowed to have fun. Like, this needs to be balanced this way. The reason why I'm saying right now, 10 toes down, fuck you, you're wrong, is because that 10%, that 5% of the player base is getting an unplayable experience. And I am much more comfortable standing up for those people who literally are having such a bad experience right now that they can't play, that I would do the exact same way if it was the opposite, where if the bronze and silver and gold players had such a shit experience that they couldn't play the game, I would cover them the exact same way. And so I try to treat both sides somewhat equally, but I understand that the casual player overall does need a bit more agency, needs a little bit more of like, hey, this needs to be for fun for them. Without them, like, this game doesn't survive long term. But this one instance of, okay, competitive side has gone too far, we need to say something, even if it's not agreeable to them, even if it's not good, because I know that those people still deserve to play the game. Just because they're better than others at the game does not mean that they shouldn't get to play or don't get to have a good experience at all.
Okay.
I don't.
Okay.
I think it's. I mean, I respect your restraint when it comes to having an opinion about how the game, like, specifically should be balanced. But I do think there are some like core pillars you can take away just from like good game design that are like objective truths that you don't need to look at it from like a high rank, low rank perspective. Like, case in point, like I feel like the tenacity system is something that's just clearly a failure. Like, would you agree with that, or?
I think it's a failure. And okay, so when it came out, it was like, whoa, spooky, and there were certain characters that were clearly losing versus the others. Like Hulk is a good example. Rogue is a good example. Like they were just big losers, right? And then like they realized, oh shit, like maybe this is like, you know, a bit bad for them. Let's tone it down. And so they toned it down, and then I think it just ended up becoming a myth. Like really isn't a thing unless you get hit with like a certain combo of CCs, which I would argue is like things CCs into like, I don't know, like Angela or something, and it's like then it will kick in, but it doesn't even really matter at that point because you're still hard locked to like the pillar, but you technically can't be CC'd again.
Yeah,
I guess.
So weird.
So it's like it was a good idea in theory, and I think people got spooked by it, and I think it had some problems, so they nerfed it down really hard to try to find a better baseline. And then I think they basically said, I'm not really sure like how we go about this to make it actually balance and not make it feel good for both the tank player and the people who are actually CCing. So they just left it in this kind of state of disrepair. So I wouldn't say it's completely a failure because I liked the attempt and I like that what they went with it. And there are times where it kicks in where it's like, okay, I just got CC'd 8 times. At least now I have tenacity. But like it's such a rare thing, and it's like you don't even notice it when it's there most of the time. So like, yeah, I think it was a failure, but I at least respect their attempt. And the fact that it's in the state it currently is better than nothing, but it's so rare that it comes up, and when it does come up, it's not like a big deal, I think.
Well, wouldn't you say that that is a change? I mean, do you think there was a certain part of the community that change was directed towards, like the tenacity change? Do you think
Tank
it was directed?
players.
Tank players. Okay. You know, wouldn't you also say that like in the higher ranks that being chain CC'd is like much more of a problem? I guess now I think about it, like 18 versus 18, like if they even considered remotely that was, I'm kind of like finding counterexamples in my argument here. But my point is just there are some changes that they could easily make to the game, and it's kind of why I was asking to rattle off that list earlier, that would just be an objective win and wouldn't affect the lower ranks at all. My question is like, yes, you're being responsible and you're like respect for game developers. I honestly, I respect that because I'm selfish. I just say what I want in the game. But don't you think there are some easy home runs that they could do that they're simply if they just listened a bit more? Because I mean, I was going to bring up more avoid slots. You talked about the rank system earlier, how it's kind of like
Avoid's
like
tough.
a toy.
Avoid's a tough
or
one.
just no double bans. You know, maybe
can't
like,
climb with a negative win rate.
I mean, there's people that the ban system as a whole, or not ban system, the report system as a whole, and getting banned in this game is a very flawed system, I believe. Like sometimes it's either abusable or like people don't actually get banned for very long. It's like slap on the wrist bans that happen a lot, even for like racism, sexism, rampant throwing. Like I think those are wins that competitive players and casual players would be fine with. Like I definitely think there's a lot more middle ground here than we like to believe it is.
Absolutely. I think, like, for example, removing double bans. Good. You know, making it so that, you know, can't climb to GM with a negative win rate. I'd say that's arguably good, but that just shows that the system is not designed to be competitive. It's supposed to reward you for playing a lot. And I think that's why the system is working as intended. I think that they know that. I think that they understand that pretty well. Because if I remember correctly, you could actually climb through Celestial with a negative win rate in season like 1.5.
I think
and they changed
up to Celestial, like up to Celestial 3, and then it like finally you needed to have.
And then they moved it. Did they move it to GM after? Because they did move it. They moved it to where. Because like there was even people in Eternity that were still doing it, but they had ridiculous amounts of games to do that.
Well, it's a little weird because like Celestial's not always the same rank from season to season. Like it's actually very different. There's something a lot of people don't talk about, but it's like Celestial 2, as an example, right now is way more difficult of a rank to achieve than it has been in other seasons, like by a lot. And so like, and that moves very often. So like, sometimes you can get a negative win rate and get it up to Celestial. Sometimes it's GM, sometimes it's higher. It's just a little bit. It's basically like you only have to have a positive win rate once you get to a certain percentile, which is like 0.5% or whatever.
Yeah, sure.
But kind of, you know, changing gears here a little bit. There's a viral clip of you talking about being the king, and I know it's a joking clip. I love the clip, but I think that there is a certain amount of farming that has been happening around you specifically where it just feels like you're getting a crazy amount of hate from like creators all over the place. How do you feel about that as the person receiving the hate? Do you think it's just people just trying to, get some free clout, or do you think it's like the Ryan Reynolds effect where he's in too many goddamn movies and eventually people are like, get out, stop appearing? Because I think that's a funny phenomenon in like if an actor stars in like 4 movies in the same year, by the 4th movie people are like, I need to stop, not see him for a while. But as a streamer and a short form creator, you're always on. Like you're every like they like, and I think that whenever the game is bad, especially, people just like blame you for anything, or they start drama with you. So how do you feel? How do you feel about the person receiving the drama? How you holding up?
I mean, it sucks, obviously, but like it's not like it's my first rodeo. I think it used to bother me much more when I was younger. I mean, I hit 30 this year. At some
Let's
point,
go!
I just close my phone and then I move on with my day.
Unk.
But I have learned, unfortunately, that you can't just let the narratives just run. I used to do that, actually. I used to just kind of be like, be above them, take the high road or whatever, and then that's how like narratives just kind of spread. Like, for example, back in Overwatch, there was a well-known creator that used to say like, oh, Flats is so boosted, he's so bad. And then that, like, people still say that to this day, even though in like Rivals, I like solo queue mostly, like almost all the time. Like I very rarely play with almost anybody, but I still hold the same rank that I always have. Like I still can, if I wanted to hard grind back to top 500 and actually care, I could. I absolutely could, but I don't care as much anymore, like, because I enjoy it more casually. I have more fun. My streams are more fun. I'm just like a more alive person, like I talk about this sometimes with like Overwatch, where when I streamed Overwatch all the time, during drop streams, I get 15, 20, 25,000 viewers. That was crazy. You know how much money I made off that? God damn. But you know what, though?
Sorry.
My mental health and my physical health had never been worse during those times, right? My bank account was looking pretty damn good. But I've also hit a point where, like, I can do all that stuff without that. Like, like, I am very blessed to have multiple YouTube channels that all do super well. I just got my variety channel, just hit 100,000 this week.
Congrats. Good shit.
Thank you. And so... Sorry.
I've been watching you open like Pokemon packs with your partner. Like,
oh,
so
that's fun.
My wife and I. That's our thing. Is my wife and I like to do cards and
can't find them anywhere. Can't find them anywhere.
No,
now.
It's actually so annoying, but it's fun when we do get to do it together.
I agree with you. I'm with you on that. So like obviously it does suck a little bit, but like that's kind of what happens when you're at the top of like something, and I think I have more content that goes out than any other creator in this scene, and it's not close because I have a team of what are we at now? Crap. We added 2 more that recently for variety stuff. I think we're up to like 12 people now they're underneath me that like help put my content out. And it's like 14, yeah. And actually I had to instruct my shorts team this week. Same thing like we did the experiment with the tier list. I had to instruct them to stop being so good at your fucking job. And what I mean by that is like they're good at it. Like they get stuff out, like they start engaging hook, like something that brings people in, then like, a couple points under that, but it doesn't have the whole conversation. It doesn't have everything because people don't watch it. And I had to tell them, like, you have to just upload it for a little while. Like, it's going to be 3-4 minute long TikToks and they're not going to perform as well, but that's what you have to do for a bit because I keep getting shit stomped that you guys are just too good at your job. Because if you watch the whole thing, you watch the YouTube version, like, yes, people disagree on certain parts, but they're not like psychopaths. And like, unfortunately, content is a game where you want to be in the spotlight. And I had this realization when I went to my first streamer awards that I'm like, maybe I'm not even built for streaming because you sort of have to be a narcissist. And that's why you see a lot of the IRL streamers like jumping in on people's streams and like being super menaces and like trying to like get attention. Like, I can't do that. I just don't have it in me. I don't care. But I have all these resources at my disposal to post on TikTok, post on Shorts, Instagram, whatever. Those will get views because I pump out so much that like I've been in the game long enough that people will respect what I say and they want to hear what I have to say. And so in a case like this, right, we were already rolling off of another controversy that was legitimately a nothing burger that people wanted to spike into something. So they thought it was an opportunity like, oh, I already see this. Let me jump in on it. I mean, I'll give you a good example. If you saw the 50K one, like that genuinely made no sense because that was from January. That was from January, right? And also like people's replies to it are like, That's so disrespectful. First off, I don't even ask. I don't even have access to the email that it's sent to. It's like my Team Flats one. It's my agency's side.
Yeah.
And you want me to go to my agent and tell them not to get as much money as they possibly can? Because it said in the email it was sponsored by NetEase. Do they not know? Like, do you know what the marketing budget looks like for many of these companies? Like,
Because
I don't know, like just for men, they spend like $30 million a year on marketing. Like, where do you think that mostly goes? It goes to Facebook, Meta, Twitter, TikTok, YouTube. They spend literally millions of dollars on ads on all those platforms. I am a solo content creator with my own team. Do you think I'm going to instruct my agents to not do their job? Yeah. No. Like, if they got 50 grand under that, fuck yeah, I would have took it. 50 grand is 50 grand. But I didn't want to do it. So they just throw a ridiculous number out there. Well, but the only reason it came up was because of the other stuff. Yeah. And that's why it's used as clickbait at the beginning of the other drama to try to get viewership. It's blatant viewership farming. It's literally clout sharking. But there's other times, like I think Potato is a good example. Potato made a response. That's fine. Like, spark debate. You want to talk about stuff? Like, go ahead. Like, I'm cool with that. You want to react to my stuff? Cool, go ahead. But as long as you're doing it somewhat not disingenuously, or using it as like an example. Like, there was a guy like Dead by Daylight who did it, like had me in the thumbnail, like, oh, Flats react, like, so Dead by Daylight. My clips are nowhere in there. There's no react. It's legitimately a photo of me in the corner and the guy talking for 10 minutes. And I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? You know, stuff like that might bother me a little bit more because it's like you're framing something in the wrong way, but you can't also fight every battle. So I will try to do the ones that I think are worth it, but over time it becomes diminishing returns because, you know, people don't want to see that all the time. They just want to see good content. And so I think it's important to, like, if somebody takes a jab at you, you take a jab back just to defend yourself, to be like, you know what, this is not run in a narrative. I'm going to show you why X, Y, Z. If you don't want to believe that and you want to run away with a different narrative, I'm never going to change your opinion anyways. It's the same thing as like, if you have someone in your life that you were friends with or something and they heard of something about you from someone else and they just cut you off. Well, guess what? That guy was never your friend anyways. You probably dodged a bullet. Same thing happens in content creation. You're not going to change people's opinions about you. You can give your side of the story and give your own take and give your whatever, and then that's it. And you go back to making good content. And that's what I always try to do. But this week was just like one after another after another after another. So I have to, it's like I'm fucking sitting in there for 8 rounds. Like, baby, where are we going? We're going for a 9th? All right, fine, fuck it. Let's lock in. And the people I feel bad about are not for me. I feel bad for my content team. Because every time this happens, you know what I have to do? I sit here on stream, I watch it, I talk my shit back, and then I'm done. Then I hop off, I go downstairs, me and Shay hang out, go out to dinner, whatever. My content team is the ones who have to take it, clip it up, edit it, make sure it makes sense, make sure nothing's out of context. We're not making the other guy look bad to, like, you know, we're not trying to start more shit. We're trying to end it, right? Like, we're trying to make it to the point where it's like, okay, like, you know, this is a response because you said this, X, Y, Z, boom, boom, boom. And then they have to come up with a caption and all that stuff and get it posted. Like, that's who gets affected by it more than anybody. So I feel bad.
That's a goated team, though.
So I try to keep it, like, to a minimum. But at some point, like, what do I do? You know?
I wanted to, so I added on a bit of context. Because I actually know Seb. He was one of the ones that invited me to the tournament, too. And I was like, I was very shocked that he did that. It's kind of, it's just blatant drama farming. And a lot of people just don't really understand, especially the 50K thing. Like, they have no point of reference here. So, like, I used to work as for like a social media company doing like social media directs with creators, and like Tens' for any like small collab with Tens was like 120 grand for this. Like people
do you know who
not
Rivals
understand.
had pull in recently to start their seasons? Peanut. How much do you think that one costs?
Yeah, like, yeah, no, I think people don't really quite get, you know, large creators the
quadruple, I mean, what I said.
It's a lot, but just so that people can understand where it's coming from. I think it's, I mean, the TikTok farming is just actually kind of insane. Like,
but that's what it is, though, because people are bored and there's nothing else to talk about with the game. Like, there isn't anything, and like when your audience is casual, they don't want to talk about meta discussions. They don't want to talk about balance. They don't want to talk about these things. If you talk about those things, you're a whiner and you're complaining. So you know what they'll do? They want to see the dance monkey dance. They want to see how everybody fight with each other. They get to treat it like a TV show. That's what they want to see. And again, it's a much more of a younger audience. My audience is on the older side. It's why you don't see my audience going in after creators and shit talking them and going hard. You'll see a couple people here and there. Of course, I have a younger audience too. I have over 1 million on multiple platforms. But as an overall whole, most of my audience fucking works 9 to 5 and goes home and keeps me on their second monitor. They're not arguing in someone's TikTok comment section. They don't give a fuck. But they'll still show up for my next video and they show up for my next stream because they're there for me or they're there for my content. But unfortunately, I still have to fight those battles. So like, it's a lose-lose at the end of the day.
I mean, that's why we really started. That's why Captain Coach and I decided to start this podcast. We wanted real conversations. We wanted real discussions with nuance, not, TikTok rage bait and like things just being brought out of context. I think if you end up reading the comments of this pod, I think you'll see what we're talking about. It's a more respectable conversation. You'll hear real opinions. And yeah, I mean, honestly, this has been actually really, really fun. I think this conversation has been really productive. Is there anything you wanted to still ask Flats, Captain Coach?
Is EOMM real?
Oh no!
Jesus.
Once again, so there's a running thing where oh no!
If anything,
Stop!
based off of what he said, like Flats, honestly, like I'm surprised.
No,
like he actually has a pretty realistic. Like I think he understands what's happening. Like I share a lot of opinions with you. Like NetEase is more profit driven. The whole casual versus competitive thing is to keep the game alive. And you in your mind, like whatever, that's good for the game. EOMM, a retention tactic to keep
how
these
you
types of
respond to
people
this
on the hamster
could do
wheel.
irreparable damage. I just want you to know that it can do
I don't know. I mean, I'm not a Rivals partner. I have no skin in the game. I'm literally not. Like actually there's a lot to being a Rivals partner, and I just don't want to be part of any of it. Every time I do stuff with them, it's on a case by case basis for season by season basis. That said though, I do believe them. I don't think there is not skill based matchmaking, engagement based matchmaking. However, I think that skill based matchmaking in itself has engagement based tools. For example, the reason why if you play quick play, if you lose 2 games in a row, you get a bot game. The reason why they're giving you a bot game is they want to give you a free dub so you don't lose 4, 5, 6 games in a row and you're having a bad night. There is an argument to be made that is engagement-based matchmaking because it's trying to keep you engaged with the game. Every game's main goal is to try to keep you playing for as long as possible. There used to be somebody I was friends with on the Overwatch team. They probably should have never told me, but it was under my NDA, so I don't care. But like at the time, way back then, years ago, they said that Overwatch, when it switched to the 2 and all this stuff, had doubled its play rate. Like when someone hops on for a session, like it was one of the highest in the industry for like if somebody hops on to play, they will stay playing for X amount of time. And it was one of the highest in the entire industry, meaning that they had got people to engage with the game and play more often, which is a very good sign. I would not be surprised if NetEase has a similar system where they want players to be playing for longer and longer times each time they play, because the more you play means you're more engaged. The more you're engaged means the chances you're going to buy something go up because you want to see more skins, you want to see your characters you play, etc., etc. That doesn't mean, though, I think that the algorithm is actively trying to harm you to get you to play more games. I think that we used to have a thing back in 50-50 Overwatch back in the day, right? Like where people used to always theorize that the matchmaker is always designed to make you win 50% of your games and lose 50% of your games. It was a whole fucking theory. Engagement-based matchmaking with Rivals feels like the same thing, but people show these big win streaks and these big loss streaks. I think there's also times where people aren't playing as good. You lose 2 games in a row and you got a little tilted and you queued another one. Those games you were winning, well, you were feeling yourself. You were confident. You were playing better. Yeah, you could have had better teammates in some of those games, but that's dice roll of matchmaking. And over time, the matchmaking system will put you in a rank that you deserve. And if you play more and more, unless, you talk about the climbing with a negative win rate thing, but it's like at some point, you typically are supposed to hit a rank and then you will win and lose about the same amount of games to stay in that rank, because not everyone can be in the top 1%. There needs to be people in the other 99% of the ranks, and that's where most people are. So I would say that there isn't engagement-based matchmaking, but I wouldn't be surprised if there's parts of the matchmaking that are there that are designed to try to get you to keep playing more, as that is an objective that any game wants to have, is to have people play more often.
That's fair. I think that gray area, though, of like being able to climb to a negative win rate, then you say like you can't get any higher. I mean, like we've all said it, like you can still get to Celestial. I think that's kind of where it lies. I think they do have some type of engagement algorithm that they use to like track accounts, and everybody has like a invisible rating for certain heroes. I'm full tinfoil hat.
I think GM is much more now. I think it used to be Celestial. I think it's more GM now. I think that people bump into that wall really hard.
But where I think a lot of people kind of misconstrue my argument, and you kind of mentioned it, is I don't think it's a system that actively is like out to get you. and I think in a lot of situations probably benefits the game quality. I just think a lot of people would like this game more if they had a more standardized elo system. Like back in, I mean, you kind of said that games have always tried to do this, but that's not necessarily like Overwatch. I think, and a lot of these big like.
I think you're misconstruing rank system and trying to get you to play as often as you can. Like they want you to stay on a session for as long as possible.
I think they
want the game to be addicting.
The rank system is their most addictive engagement like queue, right? Like those are the people, the hardcore players.
Potentially.
Right. So to me that's where they're like, that's why I actually think quick play matchmaking sometimes can feel a little bit like people are trying more in quick play, because I think there's more, they probably use like a more traditional like skill-based system. That's actually been one of my because usually when I do quick plays, I'm just warming up. When I start my stream, I'm playing with like a 6 stack from chat, and they're all like locked in trying to like play good on stream. So it's like my quick play MMR is probably very high, and when I get into quick play, I see triple healer, I see all sorts of stuff. So I've heard a lot of complaints about quick play. That's a whole nother thing, but yeah, like my general argument though is like the fact that everybody can get to a higher rank means that they're all kind of clumped there, and they have this bigger pool to draw from when they whatever flag your account, your MMR is too much higher than like whatever your skill based is. They'll put you with somebody who clearly does not like is kind of at their height, and I think there is a bit of that can be detrimental and cause the queues to sometimes feel a little
for quick
unfair.
play.
No, for ranked.
Okay.
I think for quick play, they probably use a more standard system. I don't know. It's just conspiracy theory. It doesn't really do a whole lot of good. But I thought you, kind of based off of what you said with like how profit driven they are, may kind of, see a little credence to what I'm saying here. But it's the end of the day.
I thought you were gonna pitch him your goon creep argument.
Oh well, he already agrees with goon creep. I didn't need to say it.
Okay,
The fuck is goon creep?
Like how that's the skins and the heroes with good skins tend to be a little stronger a lot of the time, or a little bit more like they get more attention from the.
Well, I think the support role as a whole maybe does in that department, but
it feels like as an example here, like Black Cat did not get nerfed in 9.5. Okay, she also got a new skin.
I just don't think they know what to do with Black Cat, to be honest with you. I don't know if
that's true. But I'm just saying his story. I'm not saying I agree with Captain Coach, by the way, but his argument is that historically, characters with skins that probably sell a lot of money are characters that have been allowed to be strong a little bit too long. Historically, maybe.
I think they just put a lot of like women heroes in the support role, and like they just make them their skins because like people probably buy them a lot. And I mean, like, how many are in the tank role? Like, there's like Emma, and is there any others?
Another character that's
I guess Cap,
too
but like
strong for too long. Yeah,
Cap was just funny. Like I don't know if people went crazy like buying Caps, other than the fact that after they nerfed his dong, then they were like, damn, we gotta stand up for him. Rogue and Angela. Does Rogue and Angela have one? I mean, Rogue has the. Does Rogue have a summer skin? I know.
Yeah,
I don't think so.
No,
yeah,
she doesn't. They don't.
She doesn't have a summer skin.
Yeah,
like
that's
skin. No swimsuit skin though. Yeah, you guys are What about Angela? Angela doesn't have one either. Yeah. Okay. So there's one woman tank that has a swimsuit skin in the tank role. So it's like, I don't know. Like Emma's always been kind of decent, and then they nerfed her really hard, and they just made her strong again. I don't know if that has anything to do with the skins. In the DPS role, there's Widow, sure, but I think there was a big rework to Widow, so I think that's maybe like they want Widow to be like good for a while because she's been so shit. Wanda, I wouldn't say is very good. Psylocke was good last year, sure, but
I mean, we're not talking about just like. Not necessarily just like the girl characters, but we're just.
Oh, that's what I was saying. I was like, I think that they lean more that way.
Oh well, yeah. Just like making it makes sense that the characters that make the most money are characters that they would not want to be like F tier, right? Probably.
I mean,
I can't think of any examples. I mean,
Wanda's terrible.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm actually curious.
Widow was terrible before the rework, and I think they put her skin out before the rework, right? I think.
Yeah.
So
coincidentally timed. Okay, sorry, we're going down the rabbit hole. Okay, so one thing that we like to ask a lot. So one thing I want to ask you, going into more lighthearted conversations, is what's your favorite game of all time?
All time. Oh God, that's a hard one.
Or like top three. You could say top three if you wanted to do top three.
God, even that's really tough. I'd say like the Mass Effect series up there.
Ooh, okay.
It used to be Oblivion, because that was like one of my childhood games. I played it. I played the rework or the remake of it. It was really good, but I couldn't get nearly sucked into it. I think just because like times have changed and used to like a bit of faster system stuff. Still a great game. And then I think I have to give respect that like Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 time when I was a kid. Like that game came out, was fucking my whole life probably for at least a year. And then it was still one of those games as a COD game you'd go back and play for like the next 4 years. It was still phenomenal. It was just a different time in gaming, and it was like revolutionary for the time. So I'll always hold that as like cherish it, but like COD's so shit now, like you'll never really ever have that time again. So I kind of cherish that. As like a really, really good moment, because I loved that was like probably the first game that really got me into like competitive FPS and like playing versus other people. So yeah, that'd probably be my 3: Oblivion / Skyrim era, Mass Effect, and Modern Warfare 2.
Okay.
Nice.
The other question we like to ask guests is, I'm gonna do both for you because I think you would know both. So the first one is character from any Marvel, any Marvel character that you want in the game. How do you want them implemented, and what role and what character? And then the other one is any ability or ultimate from any competitive game brought into this game. Like
Thanos,
the one
when the game is over, like they're done. They're like, we're not doing any more updates, and he just goes, and then the game's done. That's it. That's it.
Marvel 2
Cinema.
pops out.
Rivals 2 pops out after. Yeah.
I'm ending the podcast on that snap, by the way. Like that that's literally the fun. But no, okay, all right. Thanos would be sick. Tank. We need a tank. Tank Thanos.
Yeah, I mean, it probably makes the most sense.
Tank, yeah.
DPS doesn't, I don't think, make sense for him. Maybe just be like, I don't know, Doomfist, I guess. The only thing I could think of, maybe, is like with a punch, but I don't think he really punches, so I don't know. I mean, he can punch a little bit, but...
And then, actually, another one is there an Overwatch character that you would like to see, like, implemented, like, their kit into Rivals? Like a Reinhardt type. I know you were known for Reinhardt a lot back in the day. There's not really a pure Reinhardt character in this game.
I think we just need more shield characters in general. Like an actual like true shields character, like main tank type role. Like we had Mag Strange originally, right? Like that was like one of the early metas, and then there was like Emma sorta. But like after that, we kind of just like almost every tank sorta feels like an off tank now. It's kind of strange, but like yeah, like Emma's still good. Like Mag, I'd say you play almost like a main tank because he just has so many cooldowns and so many ways to stay alive, but he's not really a shield character. He's more just like 9 million buttons with a small shield that goes up for like 1 second. Like a traditional shield character.
Ryan would be sick. Ryan would be so sick in this game, I think.
I think he'd probably be pretty strong. Like just like up close melee with also like a toggleable like turn off and on shield is kind of nice. So I'd probably say like some type of shield tank for this game.
Yeah. Well, I think we pretty much hit everything. We talked about a little bit of every single thing that the community thought about, but is there any lasting things that you want to say, Flats? Any closing remarks to the community at large?
I would say question everything you see a little bit more. I think that we've been a little bit too comfortable in just seeing what's in front of us and instantly believing it without any follow-up, especially in the short form world. I want to say thanks to you guys for inviting me on. I appreciate you for doing this.
You're welcome back anytime.
I appreciate it. I mostly was just kind of like, I don't really do podcasts anymore. Like I used to do them sometimes for a friend of mine that was named SVB. He used to do the Overwatch ones back in the day. We did a couple Rivals ones because he just wanted to try it. I don't think it's something that really stuck with him, but typically I just don't really do it that much anymore because I just like, I don't think there's a whole lot to really say that I say outside of stream already. But obviously with this more recent week, I think a lot of topics have come up, and I think this has been a radical shift from what I've always said recently, which is like you need to be more casual focused, and I still believe that, but like this is one of those cases where it's kind of gone too far. So I need to say for the other side, like, hey, like you can't let this side go into complete disrepair. And I think a lot of people got like shocked by that as like, oh my god, like now you're switching up, and it's like no, we're not switching up. Like I think you need to have nuance. I think you need to have a human touch on certain things and say when something has gone too far. And I think when you stay on one side and you never try to see the other side's point of view is like grifting. And I think that there's people that do that, and I despise people that do that. I will respect the hell out of somebody who's way more willing to change their opinion based on fact, or way more willing to be involved in a conversation to try to find a good middle ground, or at least try to share their experiences, as opposed to somebody who's just going to try to like build a cult following and like rally to one side. Because like over time, those people are not really worth having conversations with because they're disingenuous actors. And I don't want people in Rivals to be like that. And my biggest gripe with Rivals versus Overwatch is I loved the Overwatch community's streaming content side because we were almost always in this shit together. And there was almost never drama, even if you had fights with other people, like you kind of just stayed out of each other's way. Rivals is much more, you are going to try to capitalize on people and use everything for content, and there's never discussions behind the scenes. There never is anything else. There's always just like drama, baiting, I want to fight with this person, I'm going to try to use them for clout, whatever it is, and it's kind of fucking gross. So I want to see some change in that department, and I would love to see some change in that department. I would love to see people actually work together, actually try to bring better change. And I think this conversation was a good example of, you know, we don't always disagree or agree on everything, but there is actually a lot of common ground as well, because all of us at the end of the day want a great game, even if we don't agree on how to get there.
Yeah. Well said.
Well said. Well said. Well
Very
said.
well said.
Well, I want to thank you personally, Flats, for coming on. It has been a great conversation. I hope to have you on in the future, maybe with like Boger or something along those lines. We had Boger
Light.
on in the past. Not Light, or maybe if you're interested, we'll do whatever you want to do, and we appreciate any conversation you want to have. But thank you guys for watching the pod. Hope you enjoyed it. Smash that like and subscribe. Definitely check out Flats, even though you already have. And yeah, we appreciate you coming, and we'll see you next time. Bye.
All right.
Okay, I think everything is all uploaded on our end. Yours is at 99. Yeah, it's good. Okay, it's good, Flats. You are good to go.
Cool.
I really want to thank you again. Thanks for coming on, man.
Yeah.
It's been sick.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna head out. Appreciate you guys. I will see you later.
Peace.
See ya.
Bye. Try's gonna be black screen for a minute. I gotta turn my camera stuff back on. Cool. That was fun. Nice. I'd say that went well. I'm gonna go pee really quick. I'll be back in 2 seconds. I'll talk to you guys after. I've been holding this for so long. Oh my god. I thought I was gonna explode at certain points in that. Oh. All right, what'd you guys think? What'd you guys think? W was fun, pretty fun. Was good. What about YouTube side? Oh yeah, I gotta turn my overlay back on. Good call. Wait, did I turn alerts back on too? Okay, I did, yes. Oh, sorry, alerts were still muted. Let me replay you.
So that was all great and nuanced discussion, but because my attention span is curated to TikTok, I'm only gonna hone in on things that attack my personal beliefs directly, and because I know things can only be one way. So get fucked, get ready for new Twitter drama.
I don't like you. I don't like you either, bitch. Fuck you, pussy. Thanks. Now you guys know exactly why I kept this fucking. I kept the alerts all muted. You can see in real fucking time. Jesus Christ. Holy hell. Instant abuse of it. All right, you guys ready? You guys ready to play some Titanfall? I just realized I think I have it spelled wrong. Oopsies. All right. I'm glad you guys enjoyed. I hope you guys enjoyed being here and hanging out for that. We are going to switch gears though, because I've been playing a little game, you know, a little unknown game, you know, not too popular, not too well known. You know, trying to bring some light to this game that, you know, doesn't get seen a whole lot, called Titanfall 2. Titanfall 2, and it's been an actual blast. I'm playing the campaign for the first time and working my way through. And so we're going to continue to do that today. Also, I got to figure out, why am I not in full screen? Hello? Hello? Settings. Beautiful. All right. Face cam is desynced. I think it was just because I was loading in. Is it still desynced right now? No. I think it was just because I was loading into it and I was bugged. Okay. Yeah. All right, guys, lock in. We're picking up where we left off. So where we left off is we were chasing the ship that has either the fold reactor on it, or they're like going to it right now. I forget what it was technically, but we're about to be in hot
Thank you,
pursuit.
Flats, for bringing this game to our attention. I am surprised we had nobody in chat bring it up to you for 3 years.
Wait, this is a new gun. Oh wait, has my sensitivity changed? Or is it just because I haven't played? Why the hell is it 169 now? Wait, what the fuck? It's, whatever.
This is Commander Briggs. We have to recover the Ark. The IMC are taking it to the fold weapon on board the Draconis. All ships, flank speed. We have to hit them hard and fast. Briggs out.
Copy that, 6-4 en route.
Did someone just hit a rock?
Here we come! This is Captain Miaz at the Braxton. We'll provide a support platform.
It kind of gives me Halo
Enemy
vibes in a
squadron
way.
in sight.
With stuff like
Love
this.
Archers. We've got the drop on them.
Like something I haven't
Light
gotten
up.
since I played old Halo games.
Fox 2. Missile off the rail. Flash 1. Flash 2.
Every
Good
game
hit.
that has been
Good
on the
hit.
list for
Confirm
3 years
flash on
finally
all
being
ground
played
units.
like Titanfall 2,
Coming up on
and
a
the Yakuza is
transport.
just
Just
one
burn
step
past
closer
it.
to
We
Turnip
have to
Boy,
catch
and
the
you
Draconis.
can't convince me otherwise.
I got an unidentified bogey at 11 o'clock.
What the hell is that? Anyone got a clear visual?
Can't see it.
Airborne bogey acquired.
Oh, it's a flying Titan.
Visual clear. I've got good tone.
Uh-oh.
I got you, kid. Brace yourself.
Jesus! Wait, how did I get another gun?
Barker, nice of you to show up.
You're welcome.
Battleship Alpha at 10 o'clock, guarding the Draconis. We can't get past it. Cooper, I need a pilot on board the Malta to secure the deck now.
Commander Briggs, this is Blackbird 6-4. We can get him there. BT, we need a fastball.
Copy that, 6-4. You can do this, Cooper.
You're gonna throw me in moving ships? I don't know about this one. What? Are you sure?
Are you sure about this, BT?
Trust me.
Okay, buddy, I trust you.
Good luck.
What do you mean good luck? I thought you said
for, Coop?
Cooper, listen up. We can't take you directly to the bridge. We'll never get past those guns. We'll drop you off at the stern and you'll have to work your way forward.
Contact left.
Cooper, I'm gonna get as close as I can without crashing. Time your jump.
Okay.
Now, go! Wait, I got...
Wham in! Oh, okay.
Cover you from out here, Coop.
I get hit with the wait, after I was in the air! Like, what do you mean?
Got a guy underneath the stairs.
Patches, thank you the big bit. Big pocket, appreciate you. Try to get some issues. Thank you, Patches. I thought I had way more ammo for this thing last time I played. Mastiff.
Power up the stalker! I'm going, cover me! Engaging the hostile!
I can't call that on my arc thing.
Room's clear.
Wait, where's my Spitfire? GL? Mastiff? Never mind. Oh, there was more double take ammo up here.
BT, where do I go?
Cooper, use the cargo lift.
Is there more guns here? Oh. Alright, Stalker Army, let's go. On me, on the double.
Commander
Let's go.
Briggs, this is the Braxton. Between
Guess
the
not.
Multi's guns and that flying Titan, we're getting torn up here.
We're working on it. Just hang on. Cooper's en route to the Malta's main gun battery.
I don't know if that's gonna be enough.
Cooper, hurry.
The gun's driving.
Who the fuck is that guy?
Abandoned ship.
Wait, it said he was a friendly!
We
What?
lost the Braxton. Stay the course.
Gun 1 is clear. Keep going.
Bro, the double take was actually kind of heat here. What the hell?
Gun 3 is down.
That's it. Clean them up.
More ammo for this thing? What a run out. Why am I getting shot at by a ship? Peek me. Go ahead, make the jump. You next, stalker. How do I turn the guns off? I thought I just had to kill the dudes on it. Oh. Didn't
Gun
realize.
2 is down. Get the last one.
I had a wingman.
Looks like that's all.
I've got no hostiles in sight. Cooper, stand by. The 6-4 are coming aboard.
There are still anti-air cannons active on the deck of the Malta. They must be disabled from the bridge before we can approach.
We're on it. Nice
Why don't
work,
we use
Coop.
this thing to shoot at the other guys?
Good covering fire.
We got your back. Commander Briggs, we'll also need your help.
They're gonna go that way?
Bear. On my way. The bridge is through that hangar over there. Any ideas? Briggs here. What do you need me to do?
Close the door and keep her steady.
He's not thinking.
No, no, wait a second.
No way. I'm gonna run across it?
I love this job. It's never boring.
Just move your ass, Davis.
heat.
We got the drop on boarding.
Squad Alpha 2 Charlie.
I think we just did a war crime. I'm gonna be real with you. I think that might be a war crime.
Get cover!
Bunch of dudes just hanging out on the side of a ship. I just walked up to them and stuck two of them in the back with grenades. Yeah. Gibraltar, you're on the wrong team, buddy. Well, I guess it's more castle than Gibraltar.
The room's clear. That's the bridge up there.
Follow me. Come on, Coop. Keep up.
What the fuck? How did he do that?
Keep variety gaming nice also how
What's up, Vortex? I'm good.
Hold your fire. It's bulletproof. We're gonna breach the glass. Take your marks. Guy by the stairs. Tango on the mezzanine.
Shape charges are ready.
Hey, Coop, watch how the 6-4 does it.
Pilot Cooper, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Ready.
Breaching, breaching, breaching! Clear?
Clear.
That's how it's done.
I actually cooked them.
6-4, on me. Cooper, get to the captain's console and disable the guns.
Yo, where have these guys been the whole game?
Coop, the console's up here. Cooper, bypass that console. Kill the guns. Commander Briggs, the Malta is ours.
Copy that, 6-4. Cooper, you still have control of the bridge. Use your data knife to steer yourself right behind the Draconis. Barker, get BT back to Cooper.
You got it. On my way. Hold on, Tin Man.
All call signs. Clean up
Oh, it's
hostiles
reversed.
and
I gotta pull
rendezvous with
down.
the Draconis. This is it.
It's too low. Pull back on the stick.
I am pulling back. What do you mean?
You're pulling away from the Draconis. Go left.
Am I?
That's it. You did it. Use your
I look like I'm
time,
lined up.
Cooper. I'm done babysitting.
BT, we're stuck in here. Thanks, buddy.
Ready to transfer control to pilot.
Cooper will cover you from the rear. Take the deck and get to the Draconis.
Sounds good. Not a thing of prime. Okay, so I don't think I want to use the sniper version on this, right? I guess we'll use the Ion.
Voodoo 1, Viper's on station. Your journey ends here, pilot. The skies
Maybe I should have used it.
Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide.
You know what? I changed my mind. Give me the sniper.
Tally engaging bandit.
Flight 4 ready. Need Titan down.
Come on, 1v1, buddy. Peek me.
You hear that ringing in your ears, son?
I don't know, do you?
You hit your last ride, son. This is your stop.
Flight core offline.
Damn, he's got good movement.
Target hit. Box 8.
Excessive damage. Warning. Warning.
Good toe. Good toe. Box 10. Bandits hit. Moving in for the kill.
Moving for the kill my ass.
One lost control. I'm
Your
losing
bitch
control.
ass staying
Going
out
down.
there.
Mayday. Mayday. Going
Commander
down.
Briggs.
Get fucked.
This is BT-7274. Viper is down.
Copy that. Board the Draconis and secure the Ark. We'll prep for transfer.
Cooper, ready for fastball. Recommend you disembark.
Oh, not again. The game is so loud. Oh, sorry. I still have my settings changed from the podcast. My bad. It should be better now. Damn, there's more health packs up here. I didn't even realize. Sorry about that.
Adjusting for wind resistance. Calculating.
Please don't miss. Oh, no! Oh. BT! Oh! Wait, I can't hurt him.
I've lost the hatch. Need cover. Need cover.
Cooper, aim for the cockpit.
Die, you piece of shit! Get fucked!
BT, you okay?
Left arm severed. However, I am still operational.
No.
This ship is rapidly losing altitude. It is up to us, Cooper. Down here. We are approaching the
Holy
Ark's
blur.
containment unit. The containment unit is too large to carry. We must improvise.
What do we do, BT? Tell me. What do you need me to do, buddy? I'll help.
Cannot reach the Ark. Cooper, I need your help.
Anything.
Quickly, we need to get off the ship. We are running out of time. This way, Cooper.
No!
What are you doing?
Protocol 3.
Get the Ark out of here.
Negative. We are trapped. I will not lose another pilot. Brace for impact.
No. He can't die.
Blisk, your problems are not my concern. Once you have delivered the Ark as per your contract, your payment will be transferred by the IMC.
Just have my money ready. I'll get you your precious cargo, you useless nav. Oi, Titan. You're gonna open up and give me what I want.
Uh-oh.
Voice command. Not recognized.
Let me just rip it out.
Oh.
Can't risk it. The Ark's unstable.
Listen, hero. You have what's mine, and I want it back. Go on. Tell your Titan to open up.
Fuck you. But what, his feelings?
About what? His feelings?
Still trying to be a hero, eh? I have a lot of dosh riding on this contract, my friend. So tell your Titan, if he doesn't open up, I will shoot you in the head.
Pilot in jeopardy. Ocular systems. Marginal. Cannot visually acquire pilot.
Stand him up.
Oh, he's about to do something
See him
sneaky.
now? Right here, right here.
I missed
yeah?
the Flex
You see him
DF2
now?
arc. Down.
Functions compromised by severe crash damage.
I don't care how broken you are. I know deep down, some things still work in there. Now open up, or I'm going to shoot your pilot in the head.
Don't do it,
You
BT.
still remember numbers, don't you? I'm going to count to 3. 1, 2, 3. Nah, that wasn't so hard, was it? That's the problem with teams. If you don't win together, you die together.
He said to trust him. Holy shit, he turned him to fucking beast! BT! He should have closed back up. BT!
Nice
No! No, BT!
Alright, get the arc out of here! We're running out of time!
BT! I'm here, buddy. No, I don't want to leave you. I'm sorry.
Cooper, over here. Cooper, I can no longer uphold the mission. But you still can. Take the sear kit.
What's a sear kit?
Chance for survival.
You just gave me your eye? Holy shit. Smart pistol. Oh.
All call signs fire at will. Captain, do you have a fix on that signal?
I've got something, but it's faint. Cannot confirm. Commander Briggs, I'm picking up a data core, but it's a weak signal.
Are you sure you have the coordinates? Boost the signal. I need to get through to them.
Commander Briggs, I have a lock on Cooper's position. He's pulled BT's data core. He must have the sear kit.
BT, Cooper, what's your status? Cooper, how copy? Over. BT 7274. Cooper, how copy?
What is this
Over.
pistol?
Cooper, this is Commander Sarah Briggs. If you can read me, get to the bridge 1 click north of your position. We've only got one shot to turn this fight around and you're it. Our fleet's moving in on the fold weapon. We're coming. It's not over yet.
Bet damn right it's not over. I'm coming for that guy's ass. His cheeks are mine.
You're headed in the right direction. Just keep moving. The anti-air defenses are extremely heavy around the fold weapon. We're having trouble getting boots on the ground and we're running out of options.
Bro, I could have had this the whole game.
In the racks. I'm pulling its data core and
Wait, what'd she say? Wait, do I have BT's data core too? Is that a thing? They said I have his data core, I think. Ow. Nah, it's not the end for him.
Titan standing by. Call it when ready. Stand by for Titanfall.
Install data core. Wait, BT is... He's not the mech. He's the eye. That's his brain. BT! BT, buddy!
Glad to have you back in one piece, BT.
Over 25,000, actually. BT-7274 online and ready for combat.
Is that a different call sign?
Our mission.
Holy hell. Wait, I just got a new one. Chain gun. Legion. Shield deployed around the Predator cannon. Switch modes. Switch between close range and long range precision rounds. Power shots. Close range knocks back nearby enemies. Long range damages all enemies in its path. Smart core. Automatic smart lock onto opponents.
Cooper,
What?
I'm throwing everything I've got at the IMC, but it's not going to be enough to stop the fold weapon. I need you to get inside its control room. Commander Briggs to all battle stations. I want close fire support on Cooper and BT. Do whatever it takes to cover them.
Solid copy. We'll go.
Cooper, get up that hill. We'll cover you. Move!
We tighten down.
Is that the... Wait, which one's which?
Let's do this. Tracking target. Firing. Danger close. Eyes on militia type. Engaging. See him. Firing. Danger close.
Detecting hull damage. Smart core ready.
Target's locked. Firing.
We tighten down. Excessive damage. Warning. Warning.
Tracking target. Firing. Danger close. Activating flame core.
We tighten down.
I see him. Firing. Danger close. Target's locked. Firing.
We tighten down.
Keep moving. Don't let up.
I still can't tell which one's the close range and what's the long range one.
Militia Titan spotted. Chassis number BT-7.
Tracking target. Firing. Danger close.
How? They fire the same way. I feel like the long range one might just be better all the time then. Weird.
The Stockton just went dark. Give me a sit rep. Now!
This is Captain Landiger of the Rutledge. The Stockton took a broadside. It's going down.
Uh-oh.
Commander Briggs, this is Gates of the 6-4. Are we late to the party?
You're just in time, Gates. How much juice do you have left in the Malta?
Got plenty to spare. Don't worry, Coop, we've got your back.
Targeting systems online. We are weapons hot. Fire! Danger close.
We're good.
Firing!
This'll be interesting.
We tighten down.
Target's locked. Firing. This is your last stop. Firing. Danger close.
Just gun them down. Holy shits. Was that my guy that did that? He's ahead of it. Crushed.
Cooper, we're tracking Blisk and Sloan just ahead. They have the Ark. Keep moving.
We must stop the IMC from using the Fold weapon at all costs. If we fail, the militia...
Holy pink mist.
Destroyed.
Guess I'll use the other one in here.
Attention IMC personnel. This is General Marder. The mercenaries have delivered the Ark. Prep the Fold weapon.
Initiating preliminary fold weapon power systems.
Long range uses 2 bullets.
Targeting responders.
Oh, that's what the difference is?
Set location to the militia planet Harmony.
Initiating targeting systems. Harmony. Coordinates 264.588 recorded.
No. I gotta get there. Out of the way! Out of the way!
You have your money, Blisk. Now go. My forces will take over from here.
That time they do something. I think our militia pilot's trying to be a hero. He's all yours. Keep the salvage.
Who said anything about salvage? I'll do this one for free.
Oh yeah, will you? I'm gonna turn you into dust for free.
Spooling up stage 1.
You can't outrun a laser core.
Who said anything about running?
This is more entertaining than I expected.
Who's running? Not me.
You're really making me work for my pay, ain't ya?
Where'd he go?
Coordinates locked.
You really ran away when I popped my ult? I popped my ult and you ran?
Sorry, mate.
Fold weapon
Not
passing
die.
stage 3. Calculating space roll projection.
Bugger, ain't ya?
What?
See how you handle some reapers.
What happened?
Fold weapon approaching stage 4.
What?
Ring momentum at 97%.
You lost the plot. Your skills are an embarrassment, mate. Wait! You ain't walking away, daddy.
Warning. Expected backblast energy reaching lethal threshold. All personnel must clear the chamber immediately. Disruption of electromechanical units, including Titans, will be severe.
I will not be destroyed by some pitiful excuse for a pilot.
What? Okay, there we go. Farmed.
Cooper, get the Ark out of there before it launches. Hurry!
farmed. Yeah, I need help first.
Fold weapon pilot sequence complete. Deploying the
Come on! Did it just land on me and I died?
Cooper, the injector back blast is overloaded my critical internal systems. Attempting to restore ocular systems.
We fired everything at the fold weapon. No,
Ocular systems restored. My analysis is throw. Warning. Hostile.
Wait, throw?
Hostile Titan detected.
Uh-oh.
It's your lucky day, hero. I'm not going to kill you. I don't work for free. But you don't get to kill me either. Yeah, you earned this, eh?
Listen, that Vanguard-class Titan is still in there.
Not my problem, Marta. Should have put it in my contract. I've got other people with money to see.
What are you doing? What do you think you are doing?
My analysis indicates us that throw is our only option. Throw is our only option. Our only object. The throw is our only option.
BT, are you doing okay?
Cooper, I require your assistance. My auto-navigation systems are offline. Get me into that injector assembly. We must do this together.
Okay.
Boost the signal. BT, Cooper, our ground teams can't make it there in time. You've got to find a way to destroy the fold weapon from the inside. There's no other way.
Commander Briggs, I believe I have a solution. In its exposed state, my reactor core may be able to destabilize the arc at the center of the fold weapon.
No, I just got you back.
We can blow it up. I'm sending you coordinates for a dropship rendezvous.
Coordinates received. We'll be there, but I don't see how you can.
Trust me, I have done the math.
I sure as hell hope so. We're on our way. Good luck, both of you. Briggs out.
Don't worry, BT. I'm not going anywhere.
Copy that, pilot.
Hold the mission. Protect.
Protocol 3. Protect the pilot.
BT, what are you doing?
Oh no.
Trust me.
BT!
No, BT!
Cooper, we just lost BT's signal. We're almost there. Cooper, I'm marking your HUD with the coordinates. The evac site might be in midair. There's nothing we can touch down on here.
No.
If I'm flying through this shit show, you better be there on time.
It should have been me.
Pilot.
Hello? Oh.
I'm tracking you. Keep going.
You can get another pilot, but there's only one BT.
That's it. You're almost there. Move. Cooper, jump for it.
I'm jumping.
Got a visual.
Come on, pilot. Parker, get us out of here.
Hang on.
Holy fucking shit. It actually blew up the planet.
Pilot Cooper. A lot of people owe their lives to you. And to BT.
BT.
Barker, set a course for Harmony. Take us home.
You got it.
BT.
The destruction of Typhon saved the planet Harmony. The militia calls this planet their headquarters. But millions of others call it home. Commander Briggs says I'll be inducted into the Marauder Corps and assigned a new Titan.
I want a new Titan.
Swipe what's left of my neural link with BT. I don't know what that'll feel like to get assigned a new Titan. I kinda like the old one.
Great job on Typhon. To all of you.
This is Pilot Jack Cooper, signing off.
And now you understand my hopium for Titanfall 3 that will never
Game
come.
of the year. For sure. Holy fuck. That was kind of incredible, actually. Poor BT. I can't believe BT died. Okay, I'm not gonna skip. Oh, wait. The helmet light that was flashing, by the way, is Morse code for Jack. Wait, what? That dude couldn't wait. Oh. It was Matt Mercer, okay. I mean, you could hear it clear as day, but... Okay, seeing the characters up close, they do look a little goofy. I can't believe we never got to fight Kane. Or not Kane, the guy at the end. Blisk. Viper is Valk's dad, if I'm not mistaken. What? I mean, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, you orphaned Valk? Good. Good. Give her some character development. You teabagged him too? Good. Double good. Wait, to clarify, Blisk at the end, you were invited to... He invited you, Jack Cooper, to his mercenary group, Apex Predators, and the Apex games came years later. Ah. So Apex is based off of Blisk's group? Blisk runs the games. Wait, so Apex is the bad guys? Not in Legends? Oh, that's what I meant. All right, I know we want to watch the end. I will give my thoughts really quick. That was fucking incredible. For a game that's, what, 10 years old? Wouldn't this come out 2016 or something? That held up really fucking well. The up close of the characters here at the end look a little goofy, but you never really get up closes with almost anybody through most of the playthrough. The wall running felt great. The movement felt great. The guns felt good. The Titans felt really cool. I'm not sure if I would enjoy the Titan 1v1ing as much as I just enjoyed in the campaign. I'm not 100% sure if I would. But I'm not going to say that obviously without playing it. We'll see. I mean, obviously, we'll see. I don't think I'm probably going to play any online, if I'm honest with you. But the nice little shader flash right there. That said, that was awesome. I can now understand why people wanted a third one, and it probably used to be very upset at Apex Legends, because I don't think Apex Legends, at least, isn't really the same as this game. Fuck, man. It was actually such a good campaign. I'm very surprised they never made a third one. You would think that, like, did it just not sell well? Like, what happened? The only bad thing is how short it is. I think it's fine to have a short campaign, though. I don't think there's anything wrong with having a short campaign. I think, like, today, games are focused on being played for, like, weeks on end. And it's like, every game doesn't have to be like that, especially if it has multiplayer, you know? Like, having a nice 4 to 6 hour campaign that's really well made, feels really good, and, like, tells a good story, I think is totally fine. I think a lot of games have lost that in the sauce these days. But damn, that was really good. This might be my favorite game on the variety arc that we've played on stream. I think like this, Elden Ring, BG3 are probably the top 3 right now of like all the games we've played. This is probably probably in that top 3. Probably tied. I think it doesn't have like the same length as Elden Ring and BG3, so like those games got to be a little bit more fleshed out. But for like what it was and how hard it hit for like how short it was, that was really good. Dispatch is definitely top 10 for sure, but I don't think Dispatch and this game are in the same realm. Hollow Knight was good, but I don't think in the same realm as this game. That was different. That was just straight different. Oh, it was that. Okay, now I understand what that guy was talking about. Julian, thank you for the big 5 gifted. Appreciate it. No, I saw it. I looked up. I saw it. I looked down at the exact same time. I saw it. I saw the flashes. I looked down right as it started, but I mean, I kind of already had it spoiled for me, guys. Like, it already got spoiled for me. I saw the flashes. So I already knew I already kind of knew it was coming, to be honest with you. That was great. That was actually really good. Sorry, I didn't see Retro's message. That was fucking good. That was actually phenomenal. Game of the year. Game of the year potential right there. I see why people loved it. All right. That was actually really short. I didn't really have anything else planned for second half of the day. I thought I had more time. I thought I had more stuff in it. There's a Gauntlet speedrun links if you want to watch it in mod chat. Okay. All right, really quickly. Really quickly.
Okay, no bad. Aggressive rifleman. Even certified pilots have trouble against the best first guns. Clean me out, Cooper.
Holy Noom. What the fuck? Okay, all right. Okay. That was a little unbelievable. Okay. Yeah, I didn't have anything else planned. I don't have anything else planned. TBH. I don't know if I've got anything that I can pull out my butt really quickly. Okay. COD beta? Honestly, I watched a little bit last night after I didn't play it, and I was like, oh, I'll see if I'll play this tomorrow, and it looked really boring. So I maybe not. Okay. All right, I have a couple potentially interesting videos.
What if you added a proton to every atom in your room for the remainder of stream? That could be pretty fun.
How the fuck would I do that? What do you mean I would add up? What? I feel like I would accidentally make, like, if you could actually do that, you'd probably accidentally, like, blow up the room. I don't want to start, like, a brand new game. Or nothing big. I do have a couple videos, though. I thought this one was interesting. Yo, Tormented thing to get a membership on the YouTube side. Appreciated. I tried restaurants from Hell's Kitchen. Lock in.
Bears is one of the most popular and iconic food shows to ever
Absolutely
exist.
not. Absolutely not,
and the
seriously.
concept is pretty simple. There's a restaurant that's failing. Gordon shows up.
The peak content of Overwatch 1 was seeing J3 in queue for 20-minute queue for Overwatch and watching episodes of Hell's Kitchen.
Then he saves the day and everyone's happy. I watch it all the time. But there's this one thing that's always bugged me.
I know.
Over 70% of restaurants featured on the show still shut down.
I mean, because you can't actually change the owners. Like, if you watched any of the episodes, like, most of the episodes, the owners were legitimate crazy people. The 30% is probably they had, like, a really bad cook and, like, they were bossing the owner around and the owner didn't know any better. And then they basically got outed.
So in this video, I'm visiting a few restaurants seen on Kitchen Nightmares that are still open to see if Gordon's help actually makes a lasting difference, or is it all just good TV? Good morning, everyone. It's time for breakfast, and what better place to visit than the restaurant featured on Kitchen Nightmares' Season 9 finale, Simmer Down Cafe, located in Georgetown.
Dude, the only one I really remember was the Italian one with, like, the lady who was, like, wanted to fight him, basically. Was like, oh, I hate him. He hates everything. He sucks. You know what I'm talking about?
Texas. This cute little spot was established in 2017 by a man named Chris Marino. What's crazy is that at the time they were featured on the show, not only was Simmer Down Cafe extremely close to shutting down.
That narrows it down. She had glasses, really short hair.
But Chris's marriage was also in shambles. Luckily, Gordon pulled up and pretty much saved the day, marriage and all.
His marriage was in
That's
shambles?
what we saw on TV. Since this technically is the most recent restaurant to be fixed by Kitchen Nightmares, that makes it the perfect place to test whether or not Gordon's changes actually stuck around. So without further ado, let's head inside.
I wonder if there's any in Nashville. I wonder if I could find one.
Hi, good morning.
Ceiling's
I'll just table
interesting.
for one.
By the way, I recently did some
so
IRL
just-
streams, and I don't know how people go out in public, like with like a camera like that to film. It's so fucking awkward.
Seated, and I gotta say, the inside of this restaurant is actually really, really cute. Right when you walk in, they had a cozy looking waiting area that just feels like someone's living room. The walls are painted this bright teal color, and they even
Wait, hold on. What's going on over there? What is this? A salad bar? Like, what? Why are half of them just like kind of thrown in
teal
there?
color, and they even had this cool, funky record wall. This is super nice to see, especially because I'll be judging each of the restaurants I visit today based on the major issues Gordon faced when he first visited on
It's
the
only as
show.
awkward as you feel. Well, I feel
Food-wise,
awkward.
The menu is fairly simple. They've got all of your classic American breakfast dishes, along with some lunch options like burgers, sandwiches. Y'all get the gist. But personally, what I'm the most interested in is something called their liver and onions.
Top of brown gravy served with 2
I
sides.
know that doesn't necessarily sound like the most appetizing thing to eat this early in the morning, but it is what Gordon ordered when he first came here, and he had some thoughts on it, so that's what I gotta get. Thank you so much. Ladies and gents, my food has finally arrived. Here we have a plate of liver and onions served with mashed potatoes, some fried.
Do you think they kept it on the menu? I mean, I don't know if they did a menu rework. Do you think it kept it on the menu because that's what he ordered, so people were going to show up? Chappie's was the Nashville restaurant, Kitchen Nightmares, but it's closed now.
Okra
Oh
and
man,
biscuit.
dude, I told you guys my favorite restaurant, like the restaurant that made me consider moving to Nashville, closed like last weekend.
What's crazy about this dish is that during the show, I believe Gordon actually made them take it off the menu, yet it appears they've added it back. Whether that was a good idea or not, I'm not sure, but there's only one way to find out.
Doesn't look good.
So, this dish is definitely interesting. It's for sure not my favorite thing in the world, but I do want to be nice since I'm not quite sure what this dish is actually supposed to taste like. I don't know if this is like a good version of it or not. All I can really do is critique it based on my own
It looks like
personal
British
palate,
food.
So keep that in mind. If I'm not mistaken, Gordon's biggest critique when he tried this dish in the show was that it was too salty. Unfortunately, I will have to agree with that. Not only is it overly salty, but I think the liver itself, along with the caramelized onions, might be a little burnt. It has that like burnt, bitter aftertaste.
So wait, Gordon had him take it off the menu and he put it back on? Yeah, GG's.
What I'm talking about. I promise, I'm not trying to be mean, but now that I've tried the liver, let's check out.
Like, what's the point? Like, why is it back on the menu?
Sides.
What do you think? Do you think it's like a? You think it's like a local staple? Like people actually order it a lot?
Honestly, pretty solid. Alrighty, everyone. So I'm done eating, and I'm finally ready to give y'all my official thoughts on Simmer Down Cafe. Like I said before, the inside of the restaurant is extremely adorable. The service was great, but the food, though, yeah, that didn't really wow me. I will say this might not be the fairest critique, since liver and onions might not be my ideal dish in the first place. But with that being said,
I feel like you should have ordered something that was you can order the liver and onions, but then order something you actually like and see if it's good.
Question: did Gordon's changes actually stick?
From what I can tell, it seems like most of the physical changes like the decorations did, but since food really is the most important part, I'm gonna have to say no. But before anyone gets mad...
That doesn't mean I think this place is doomed or anything like that. I'm pretty sure liver and onions was added back to the menu at the request of a few regulars, so maybe that's not a bad thing. It is time to head to the next restaurant, which just so happens to be only a
Okay, so yeah,
drive
I feel like you
away.
should try the
But
other stuff too,
before
though.
I start driving,
let's see what I'm getting myself into.
Are these all in Texas, I'm guessing?
all right, everyone, I've now made it
What was that other show where the guy was much nicer than Ramsey? I think it was called Kitchen Impossible.
to Grumpy Joel's
Don't
Pub
remember.
and Grub. I apologize for anyone offended by that terrible accent. I thought it fit the vibe.
The Grumpy George was established in 2023 and featured on the 8th episode of Kitchen Nightmares
Wait, so the other one was reviewed in 2015, I thought they said, right?
Season 9. According to the show, the restaurant
Oh,
is
maybe
supposed to be a classic English pub,
Maybe they
but
opened in
unfortunately,
2015.
it didn't feel very British.
Seeing that Gordon did grow up in England, I'm assuming he was a little offended by this place claiming to be a true British gastropub, hence why he wanted to fix it so badly.
What do you think what do you think makes you think it's a British pub? Because there's a British pub that me and Shay have been going to here. There's a British pub here that me and Shay have gone to a couple times, and they actually have good food. But like the only thing that I say that makes it British is like they call certain things on the menu like British items, and then they just have a bunch of British flags everywhere. That's it.
Go see if he managed to actually make a difference.
Now, what's really interesting about Grumpy George is that unlike most places on Kitchen Nightmares,
But it's good, though.
the restaurant itself actually looked great from the start. Lots of reviews highlight that the inside does take people back to what old pubs in England feel like because of their British-style bar, cozy atmosphere, and the fact that they have a dedicated dart room. Apparently, that's a staple.
So instead of being upset about the decor, most of the issues Gordon faced came down to the food. If you take a look at their menu, it definitely feels...
Looking at the menu, does it look similar? Kinda. Although I won't lie, last time we went, I actually got the fish and chips, and it was actually really good. But before that, I got smash burgers, and they were really
when Grumpy
good.
George first appeared on Kitchen Nightmares, they were serving
little
up
bit.
something
Drink a little bit.
completely different.
Even though one of the owners is from England, she didn't have any restaurant experience. Meanwhile, the chef they hired knew nothing about British cooking and was learning how to make the dishes from videos online.
If I'm not mistaken, Gordon literally had to do an entire
So wait, is this not like exactly the example we were talking about at the beginning, where the 30% are probably ones where the owner is like not bad, but the chef has no idea?
overhaul of the recipes, so we'll see if those flavors stuck around.
Or if it's the same guy.
So my food's been ordered.
No, the owner was bad too?
I am very curious how long it'll take to arrive. Not because I'm in like a rush or anything, but because...
During Gordon's first time watching the restaurant operate, food
I know the 70% was the owners I said were crazy, because it said 70% fail, and it's like, you can't fix bad ownership, but like, the 30% that succeed, it's probably like the owner is like kind of fucking clueless, doesn't know anything, and they have like a chef that's like either telling them what to do, or is it just not working out?
Were taking up to 50 minutes just to arrive, causing major issues. Hopefully that's not still a problem.
I thought that's just how British pubs are. Ooh.
Scotch egg.
Awesome, thank you. That should be it.
Wait, this is like my
Thus,
exact
the
experience.
food has arrived, and according to my timer, it's only been 10 minutes.
Oh, I made it seem like it was so long. The one we go to a lot, we've gone twice, and both times they were severely understaffed, which sucked.
Which, I don't know if you can do the math, but that's a lot less than 50. So here we have a Scotch egg, which happens to be a quintessential British gastropub dish. And of course, since this place is British, your boy had to get some fish and chips. Now
Okay, you know what? I'm going for fish and chips tonight. I've made a decision.
First thing I want to try are these Scotch eggs, because when Gordon was served them in
now
the
I'm
show,
hungry.
They were undercooked and apparently looked so bad, he took a photo of them. And sent it to his mom. That's
I'm sorry,
crazy.
it's happening
From the
now.
looks of things, my Scotch egg is definitely more cooked than the one Gordon got, considering it's not gushing everywhere. So far, so good. But let's see how this thing tastes.
I've never had a Scotch egg though. I've had something called is a Scottish sausage roll or something.
That is actually
not
pretty good. Like I said, the egg is not undercooked, but the yolk
What is this stuff on the outside? Like, what is this breading?
is still jammy, which I do prefer. The pork is seasoned extremely well. There's a good amount of salt.
Oh, it's
along with some
pork?
other spices and herbs that I can't quite pinpoint. You'll just have to trust my word for it. I think it tastes pretty good. I also want to try this with their homemade piccalilli. I'm not entirely sure what that is, but I'm assuming it's acidic. I'm still not quite sure what this is, but it definitely brightens up the entire thing. I like it.
Really?
Pardon the humble flex that I'm about to drop here, but not only have I eaten at pretty much every single Gordon Ramsay fish and chips restaurant in America, I have also been to Gordon's cooking school in the UK and learned how to make proper fish and chips from the teachers that he employed. The reason I'm
That's
bringing it
kinda
up
sick.
is pretty much to say, I know how this is supposed to taste. First things first, need some lemon. Now let's get into it.
So does the lemon actually make a big difference? Because when I put lemon on mine, it definitely tasted better than without the lemon. But it wasn't like, oh my god, this is a million times better.
Not bad. The inside of the fish still looks juicy, flaky, not dry, which is pretty much all you can ask for based off looks alone. Now let's taste it.
Okay. It looks good though. It looks like it's light batter.
As expected, the fish is nice and flaky. It's cooked very well. Tartar sauce is solid. Although the exterior isn't super crispy, it is very light, which means after I'm done here, I will not fall into a food coma, which I appreciate. I know technically
No, that's
I should eat
good.
this with utensils, but it's kind of falling apart as I cut it, so I'm gonna use my hands.
Okay, that's what I did last time
ordered the
too.
sticky toffee pudding, which is another British classic, and I will admit, it was very yummy.
This place
When I
looks
paid the bill,
gas.
It came out to roughly $53, and of course, I had to use my beautiful chime card.
All right. W sponsor.
$1 bonus.
All right, W sponsor.
It's my meal at Grumpy George, which means I'm gonna stop doing this terrible accent now. Anyways, let's get right into things. From what I can tell, it seems like
I used to not like fish and chips. I think it was just something I didn't really like to try, but it's actually pretty damn good. Or is Irish pub has good Scotch eggs, and Pub in the Gulch has decent Scotch eggs. I think I've seen them on the menu, but I don't know if I ever ordered it. I think most recently I got like what did I get? It was something. I thought it was gonna be something else. It ended up being like potato skins. It was like a potato skins chili, but it wasn't really that good. But it was like one of those like appetizers where you get to get 2 in 1, so like smaller portions of both. And then the other one was sliders, which were
Gordon's changes
top
have
tier.
obviously stuck around. The food was great. It also came out really, really fast. And although I might not be the most qualified person to say this, I'm gonna say it anyways. I think the restaurant felt British. I don't know. That's how I feel about it.
I love it. I love the. Yeah, I don't know if this is actually how it's supposed to be, but yeah, I'd say it's British.
So I made it to Harrison, New Jersey, and the spot behind me is called the Spanish Pavilion.
Appearing on season 4 of
I swear to God, there's 50 places in Nashville that look just like this. I just had like a jump scare.
Behind me is called the Spanish Pavilion.
Appearing on season 4 of Kitchen Nightmares, this spot has been around since 1976, and it's dubbed the first
Holy old.
Spanish restaurant in New Jersey.
What's crazy is that Spanish Pavilion is only 1 out of 2 restaurants from that season that's still standing. Everyone else has
What's the oldest actually?
since shut down, so let's go see why.
That'd be a good one.
Now, upon entering the restaurants, I was
Like, I wonder if there's any
honestly a
season
little
1s that are still
In the
around.
show, Gordon actually discovered a dead lobster inside their dining room fish tank.
I remember, dude. This is probably a top 5 episode. I remember that, dude. I remember this.
Obviously,
This
that
one's
was a
still
huge
open?
Health hazard. So before I could even think about eating, I had to make sure that situation did not happen to me.
So I'm not sure if this place looks exactly like it did after it got its makeover on the show, but I
Imagine that was the dude in the
know
background.
that the goal was to make the inside feel brighter and more welcoming, which after looking around, I think they're still doing a good job of.
Now, along with updating their decor, Gordon also had
I just probably didn't change
tapas
it.
to the menu, which are these small Spanish shareables.
Oh, I do love me a tapas.
From the other
Oh, dude. My favorite things restaurants do, especially like Asian restaurants do this, where they give you you can order a bunch of little things. They're like supposed to be like little shareable plates. Oh, like that is the future. You know, you go to dinner, you get a bunch of little small plates with like a couple other people, and you all get to try a little something. Peak.
40-something Spanish restaurants nearby.
Yeah, I'm in the stream after this, by the way. I'm going to go get food after this. I'm hungry now.
It was a good idea. Now, as for what I'm going to get, the first thing Gordon ordered when he came here was their paella, and he absolutely hated it. So,
I mean, it looked
better
awful.
way to gauge whether Spanish Pavilion has actually improved than to get exactly that. So I just placed my order.
I wonder how many people do
Another
that.
issue I want to point out from the show is that apparently the service here sucks. When the show aired, the restaurant was run by two brothers named Michael and Jerry.
Oh, I remember those two.
Didn't really care about the restaurant, resulting in the staff having no one to lead them. I do believe that in the reunion episode, though, it showed that Jerry ended up taking over, and that does show since the service so far for me has been absolutely fantastic. Along with recommending me some tapas to try, they immediately brought out some bread, and I think this is chicken noodle soup that comes with my meal. It is quite chilly in New Jersey, so chicken noodle soup does sound pretty good. Cheers.
Where are we doing for food? We're going to go fish and chips. Is that fine?
You know, that's a pretty good chicken noodle soup. It's very cozy. It's not like the craziest thing I've ever had.
It looks like piss noodle. That actually looked gas. I hate to say it, but I love chicken noodle soup that looks like that.
But it comes with my meal, which means it's free. Can't complain. Ooh, thank you so much.
Can I get you anything else?
No, this is fantastic. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I got some bread in my mouth, but the appetizers have arrived. This right here are some artichoke hearts, and over here, we have their braised pork belly.
Hot take, those shits are ass. Hot take, those shits are ass. Every time I've ever gotten pork belly, whatever, I'm expecting something bacon-like, and they're not. It just ends up not being like it.
Artichokes because
I'm disappointed every time one of those comes out.
Vegetables.
I order it every time, and I've never been happy. Every single time, I'm disappointed.
Ooh, that's good. Wait, what? You know when you eat something and you really can't control the facial expression you make? That was the vibe that just happened right there. First off, the artichoke itself is super tender. It's cooked extremely, extremely well. What I wasn't expecting was that the sauce that's on it, it's kind of tangy. It's really bright. I don't normally eat artichokes, but if
You expect pork belly, not bacon? I mean, it looks like bacon. It looks like thick cut bacon. So my brain is like, this is gonna be thick cut bacon, and then it's just not.
Eat them more often, this is how I'd want them cooked. Now that the healthy green stuff is out of the way, time for some pork belly. Now I know I should probably cut this into a smaller piece, but... Okay, there is no way the food tasted like this before they got on the show. Otherwise, I don't think they would have
Is it
ever needed
good?
to get on
I'm
the
guessing
show.
it is.
The pork belly is super tendy. Tendy. The pork belly is super tender. It's rich.
I will
It's
say, if I ordered this, it looks gas. I just know when I took a bite, I'd be disappointed, but maybe I wouldn't be with this one.
Overall, flavor-wise, that was absolutely
That does look heat.
With the tapas being this good, my expectation.
All I remember was me and Shay went to this really nice restaurant in Nashville for our anniversary, like when we were visiting last year, and we're talking like I forget what it's called. It's like the one on the top of a hotel here. It's fucking ridiculously expensive. It's like one of those $1,000 dinner type of places. And we ordered something just like that, and it came out Bourbon Steakhouse. Yeah, we ordered something. It came out just like that, and I remember being like, that was not as good as I thought it was going to be.
For the paella are honestly through the roof right now. Thank you.
Thing is fucking massive.
Ladies and gentlemen, the paella has arrived. Honestly, when I first saw that it cost $36, I was thinking, okay, might be a little expensive. But now that it's in front of me, this looks worth every single dollar. This is beautiful. So the one I ordered is the Paella Valencia. I was told by my waiter that this is the exact same one that Gordon ordered on the show. So, you know, make sure I'm doing things right. In this skillet.
The fact that the waiter knew that, though, kind of shows how much they're capitalizing on it, and they keep that on the menu, and it's like they make it a specialty now. They're probably all trained to know all the things he ordered, all the things that were on there, because people come in for that.
Chicken, chorizo.
So you got to give him credit.
Clams, mussels, scallops.
I've never had
calamari,
paella, but that looks pretty damn good.
This is hands down the best looking entree I think I've ever ordered in the history of this channel. I don't even want to break into it because that's how pretty the skillet looks.
I do love some chorizo too. I am just an absolute
my job.
slut for chorizo. It is. I will do diabolical things for chorizo.
I think I've died and gone to seafood.
We have a Mexican restaurant that we go to, and I'm so happy now that one of the waiters recognizes us, and he always comes to get us. And oh god, dude, I get these chorizo tacos, and they are so good.
Evan, my brain's malfunctioning. So far, 2 out of the 3 major issues Gordon faced when visiting Spanish Pavilion have been cleared, but none of that matters if this paella isn't good.
I think it's good, guys.
For all my Kitchen Nightmares fans, you need to visit this place. This paella is absolute perfection. First off, it feels like every single
Travis in 43 months. Do you have any tips for playing
Arissa?
Arissa? Just don't play Arissa, man. Arissa's boring. But
So the calamari, it feels like all
you're
of
basically
those
just a
items
wall.
were cooked
Just don't die.
individually. Nothing
That's
is
like your number one
fried.
goal
The rice
of
is
all
fluffy
times.
and nice. Flavor-wise, there is so much going on. I am genuinely so impressed by this paella, and I haven't even tried every single part of it. Oh yeah, also surprise, Jim's here. He's feeling a little shy today though.
Hello,
so that's
Jim.
why I haven't been filming him, but I really wanted him to try the paella. Good? All right, everyone. As you can probably tell by my face, your boy's full. I feel like I cleared a good amount of this paella, even though it doesn't look like I've even made a dent. But regardless,
Is that shrimp?
I wasn't expecting too much before walking in here, but after trying the food, I am thoroughly impressed. When Gordon first walked in, it was indeed.
I'm not a big shrimp
but
guy.
In my experience, the restaurant was extremely welcoming.
I'm not a huge shrimp guy.
It's chorizo
No.
with cheese with veggies on a hot skillet, and it's an appetizer, so gas.
So back home, we had this little Mexican restaurant we would go to. It was cheap, close to home. And they had something similar to that. It was cheese, chorizo, and green peppers. I liked it. Shay thought it was an abomination. And she would cringe every time I got it. To be fair, it was greasy as fuck.
The service was absolutely fantastic, and most importantly,
and also it wasn't like queso cheese. It was like melted cheese. So you basically had to eat it instantly, or else it became a sticky mess.
this paella was the bomb diggity. This was phenomenal.
Taking all that into consideration, I think it's safe to say that Gordon's changes definitely stuck around and made a huge difference.
I would say 1 out of 4 made my tummy hurt. 4 out of 4, though, tasted good.
Right,
okay, you're always saying
things are about
queso
to get
cheese.
a
Okay,
little
okay,
crazy
relax.
Because I've officially made it to sunny Los Angeles, California, and behind me is the one and only Lido.
Wait, I'm gonna be in LA soon.
Featured on season 3
I wonder if
of
this is good.
15 years ago, this Manhattan Beach staple is often considered the most successful Kitchen Nightmares project ever.
But when Gordon first came to visit, this place was a mess. The owner barely knew how to cook, the kitchen was disgusting, and worst
Ew.
of all, the food was downright terrible. Clearly, the impact Gordon had on this place made a huge difference considering
Are you gonna be in
how long
LA?
it's been
BlizzCon.
open. Not to mention, every single article I could find was extremely positive. However, I want to see for myself if it really lives up to the hype.
Forgot the camera.
Okay, now I'll go inside for real.
Oh. Never mind, he was just filming it. That's kind of funny, actually.
So, I had a reservation. Yeah, just for one.
Now I gotta admit, I was a little thrown off when I walked inside here, because even though Lido's has a great reputation, this place was completely empty.
Oh, that always scares me when I walk into a place and there's not a fucking soul in sight. I'm like,
As I
uh-oh,
sat down
what
and
am I
looked over
getting
the
into
menu,
here?
Unfortunately,
Like me and Shay wanted to find pimento cheese on one of the visits we came down here when we were house shopping, because the restaurant that I really liked going to stopped serving pimento cheese with this certain appetizer that I would get. So I was upset and I wanted to find a place that had pimento cheese, right? And so we went to this, like we looked places up, we found places that were reviewed, and we found this place that had good reviews for pimento cheese appetizer thing. And I was like, let's go try it. And we went, we walked in, fucking place was a ghost town in the middle of downtown. I was like, uh-oh, most mid shit I've had. It was one of the most mid meals I had in Nashville ever.
What if the reviews are all wrong?
To be fair, it was pretty good, not great. It really wasn't that great though. Like it was, like the only thing that was good was the pimento cheese. Everything else was mid.
And Lido's actually fell off. But thankfully, in the midst of all my worrying, I'm not sure if y'all can hear that, but other customers have arrived. Are we back?
I really don't know why the place being empty at first threw me off so much.
Mid is better than bad. I will say that in my experience here, I haven't really had a bad yet. Like I've had like, you know, for food wise, I haven't had any bad food.
Extremely hungry.
Other than this Italian restaurant we went to, which was like very mid.
And the only thing I've eaten today,
again, not bad.
On the plane right here. Now I've also finished looking over the menu, and I gotta say, the food options do sound quite tasty. Because they are considered the most successful Kitchen Nightmares project ever, I'm gonna do things a little differently and order a few items to really put them to the test. So my food has been ordered, and like I said before,
good call.
When Gordon first visited this place, they had a multitude of issues, but the biggest one had to be with the owner herself.
This is Lisa Hemmett. She became the owner of Lido's in 2004, and upon meeting her for the first time,
2004?
Exposed how inexperienced.
Wait, 2004?
She was. Not only
that
had
wasn't
she
the
never
episode.
worked in
Never mind.
restaurant management before, she did not know how to cook, couldn't communicate properly with the staff, and if all that wasn't bad enough, she was even dating one of her employees. The good news is, although the episode started off rocky, by the end, Gordon was able to get through to her and supposedly helped to turn things around.
I'm pretty sure she still
I don't remember this one.
And based off of how things are running so far, despite the fact that the place was like empty when I walked in, things do seem to be going well. Service has been great. They even brought me food.
I don't know what
bread,
episode,
which
I don't know what like that episode was aired. I don't think the episode aired in 2004, but I almost had a heart attack that it was.
While waiting for my food.
Thank you. Ladies and gents, the appetizers.
I'm getting
arrived.
hungry.
So over here,
I'm getting hungry. I can't watch this for much longer.
And some barbecue chicken flatbread. Now, first things first, I have to try.
Hot take: barbecue chicken flatbread is so overrated. This is the most overrated dish. You spend like $25 on one of these every single time. Overrated as fuck. I hate to say it. Always overrated. It's never actually good. It's always like okay. It's like what you order when you go to a place and you're a little sketched out and you don't know what to get.
Chicken flatbread. Now, first things first, I have to try this baked eggplant roll because this dish is also the first thing Gordon ordered when he came down.
He wasn't a fan though, and said it was weirdly crunchy while also being undercooked.
Originally, my
Are portions that big in America? That flatbread could be my main dish in my mind. Yeah. I mean, it depends on where you live. I will say where I live, bigger than that. Back home, a little smaller than that.
And was to get Gordon's exact order, but it's.
You think I'm joking? Guys, I told you the other night I found a Korean barbecue place that does Korean barbecue and hot pot. That's all you can eat for like $30 a person. And they have a whole appetizer bar you can go up to and take whatever you want. It's like wings, fries, donuts, like seafoods. There's a couple other things too. I'm forgetting off the top of my head. But you could get anything you wanted as they bring stuff out to you. It was crazy. And that doesn't even, I'm not even talking about like the local places. Like some of the local places, they come out and it's like $10 and they give you like something like this. They're like, have fun, dude.
Seems like a few of the other items he got aren't available anymore. This is literally the only one left. So I'm assuming they've learned how to do it right.
Dude, that one was called like K-Pot or something.
But we'll see. Smells pretty good. Cheers. So right away, I can confirm, flavor-wise, it's actually very nice. The eggplant has a slight sweetness to it that pairs really, really well with the tomato sauce. And as for the texture, it's nice and tender, perfectly cooked. Wow. It seems like keeping it on the menu was a good idea after all. Yeah, that hits. Next, let's try this barbecue chicken flatbread, which I did have some very specific reasons for ordering.
The first being that my waiter recommended it, and you gotta trust your waiter. And secondly, Gordon was the one that made them add flatbreads to the menu in the first place.
Cheers.
Oh.
This
Yeah,
is
you
also
gotta get it.
quite nice. The chicken is still nice and juicy. It's not dry. Which
That actually
honestly,
does look like
I
good
wasn't
flatbread, though.
expecting. The flatbread
I don't
crust
normally
is
like
nice and
flatbread
crunchy,
that much,
while at
but-
the same time, the inside is still pretty airy for the most part. I think my only critique is that the barbecue sauce might be a little too sweet for my personal taste, but it's not bad. So far, it seems like the items Gordon played a part in, quite tasty.
But what about a dish he didn't influence?
According to the menu, this is Lido's famous spicy vodka pasta. And the reason
That
why
looks
I say famous
heat.
is because that's literally what they put on the menu. Personally, I've never seen it go viral, but as long as it's good, I don't care if it's famous or not. Here goes.
That kind of looks
Cheers.
heat. There's no way it's bad. There's no way. I don't believe it. He's just playing it up.
Hold on a second. I'd like to take one more bite. All right, everyone. I've confirmed my feelings about this pasta. Initially, I thought this would be too good to be true, but Lido's spicy vodka pasta is gas. This is really good. The sauce is a
I mean, I can tell just by looking at it that shit's heat.
fantastic consistency.
There's a lot of sauce. They put cheese on the top. Look at all the. Yeah,
It's
this
not
is.
too thick, not too watery.
That's
It just
the one
nicely
they.
coats
That's the heat.
noodles,
That's the
flavor-wise,
sauce.
Everything's great. It's exactly.
Fuck! I miss good Italian food. I'm not gonna lie. This is made me really hungry.
A spicy vodka pasta. It's got a nice little kick to it, despite the fact that I am holding them to higher standards.
Vodka sauce can be hit or miss. Absolutely.
It's safe to
I used to have this little Italian place near my house back home. It was family owned. Sometimes you had to get a reservation just to get in, and the owners were pretty nice to us because we used to frequent a good amount. And I would always get carbonara there, but they had vodka, like penne alla vodka, and that shit was also heat.
say they are matching and maybe even exceeding them. I am thoroughly impressed. Hopefully that transition looks cool. I'm filming with my back camera right now, so I can't actually see.
Nah, I didn't like their vodka. You didn't? I liked it. Wait, hang on. I thought you did like it. I remember one time we went, you told me you weren't feeling that good, and I ate yours.
I don't know if things are lined up properly. As everyone can probably tell, I'm really full.
Didn't we go with your parents? And I thought your parents liked it too. No?
Now, before I pack up and go leave my final review, there is one more thing here that
now
I
I'm-
have to
now
check
I'm confused.
out.
During the reunion episode, Lisa actually invited Gordon back to the kitchen to prove how clean it is. So after asking my waiter, who then had to ask a manager, I somehow was able to get the same opportunity. So I got up and made my way towards the kitchen.
That's a
curious to
crazy
see if
ask.
They really do keep it spotless. Because if they don't,
They took this as a marketing
doesn't matter
opportunity.
how good the
Holy.
food is.
Ladies and gents, it's looking clean. All right, everyone, so I'm officially done with my meal, and I can honestly say I definitely understand why Lido's is considered Kitchen Nightmare's biggest success story.
That
The
did
kitchen
look like it was
clean,
good.
The service was fantastic, the food was spot on, and throughout my meal, the place did start filling up, which was nice to see. Based on those factors, it's definitely clear that Gordon's changes stuck around. However, despite me having a good time at most of these surviving spots, it's still a fact that over 70% of restaurants featured on the show shut down.
Is that show still going?
So the real question is, does Gordon Ramsay actually save restaurants?
In my opinion, I think he genuinely tries, but at the end of the day, it really comes down to what those restaurants do with that opportunity. I'm just not the ones.
Absolutely. I was gonna say, I mean, you can hand people a golden opportunity. That doesn't mean they're gonna take it. That doesn't mean they're gonna capitalize on it. That doesn't mean they're gonna actually do what they gotta do to follow through on it. And like a lot of times, you saw some of the owners. The owners were nuts, and it's like, by the end they all come together and things kind of like are good. And they're like, oh, thank you for helping. But like, sometimes they just want to agree to get their place getting like renovated and whatnot, and then they move on. If they didn't truly want change and they truly can't work through it, then they're always going to be doomed to fail. You can draw a horse to water, but you can't force it to drink. That's a good way of looking at it. That's a really good way of looking at it. All right, that was actually a really good video, but now I'm hungry, so yeah, I'm going to peace out. I think I'm going to peace out, and I'm going to go get some food. All right. Chad, thank you for being here. Fun stream. Fun stream. Appreciate you guys as always. I'm going to send you guys Flash 2. On the Twitch side, YouTube, I have nowhere to send you, so you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. I will be back in tomorrow. I will have a better plan for what we're going to do tomorrow, because I thought Titanfall was going to go much longer today. So tomorrow we'll probably start with Rivals or something, or maybe we'll start with Overwatch. I haven't done all my DPS placements and stuff. Maybe we'll see. And yeah, thank you for being here. Have fun at Flash 2. Oh, I hit the button. Oh, that didn't go off. Thank God. Oh my God, thank God it didn't go off. Okay, I'll see you later. Have a good night. Bye.